Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is the home of your Denver Nuggets. And all day tomorrow, we've got a Nuggets Ticket Thursday.
So you got the Avs on Tuesday. How about the Nuggets on Thursday?
Every Altitude show all day has your chance to win tickets to an upcoming Nuggets game.
Get yourself some!
Listen on the 20s for that hour's keyword. Text it in, and you're entered to win.
Oh, baby!
Nuggets Ticket Thursdays.
The Avs Tuesdays, Nuggets Thursdays. Come on now.
From Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents Avs Ticket Tuesdays. Every Altitude show all day has your shot at tickets for an upcoming Avalanche game. Winning is easy. Avs Ticket Tuesdays. Listen every hour on the 20s for the keywords. Text it in, and you're entered to win. Avs.
So the game is over, and for the first time this season, it took till game 42 on the schedule. The Colorado Avalanche have lost back-to-back games in regulation. They fall to just 31-4-7, still at 69 points, and still the first-place team in the National Hockey League. Final score in Tampa, it's the Lightning 4, Colorado 2.
I'm caught in a bit of a pickle with the Avalanche, and here's the reason why. It is very, very difficult to complain about a team that has been as successful as the Avs have a little over halfway through the season. I don't think there's any world in which I told you 42 games into the year, the Avs have 4 losses in regulation, and you would be anything other than ecstatic about it. And this isn't about losing 2 in a row or anything like that. Again, there is a large portion of the Avs fan base, maybe not large, but a vocal portion, let's say that, of the Avs fan base that they kind of live and die each game and each night with this team. And I think get overly critical about the Avs whenever they get put in this weird and odd position of couple of games didn't go your way. It's not as bad as it seems out to be, but there are some concerns you can talk about. And the Avs are finally this year dealing with a little bit of adversity. They're losing some top players from their lineup, and they're trying to navigate their way through it. So here becomes the discussion I want to have today, which is Avs are really, really good. They lost a couple in a row, and to me, that's kind of like a shoulder shrug, and yeah, it sucks, but they've lost 4 games in regulation all year. And then there's another part to this, which is the power play has become such a glaring and massive issue that it almost engulfs the conversation whenever things don't go in the win column. It's impossible to ignore. I don't know how to describe it. I watched this documentary about Bernie Madoff a couple weeks ago. And at the very end, this guy is, a multi-billionaire. He's got all the money in the world and all this stuff. But when you realize it's all going to come crashing down, you always have this feeling in the back of your head that, hey, even probably when he was at the peak of success, you have this feeling of, I know this is going to it's going to bite me in the ass at some point. And it's just a cloud that kind of hangs over you. And I kind of feel like the Avs power play is that. Like, I can acknowledge right now that they are in the midst of this unbelievable season that is setting up for them to be in prime position to win a cup. And yet, this power play issue just feels like the perfect sort of Achilles heel that could take them out. And if it doesn't get fixed and if it doesn't get better, and I think at times it looked okay last night, but to not get a result, this is one of those, wasn't it early this year, Nelly, when McKinnon said incorrectly that the crowd was booing them on the power play? And he goes, I guess they don't know what a good power play looks like. When in actuality, they were booing, was it Mikko or whoever the hell they were playing? I can't remember. But having a power play that looks better is fine. It's time for results, though. There is no question that can get you beat in the postseason. And I think you could argue in all these games that they've lost, whether it was last night, whether it was the game against the Panthers, whether it was the game against the Predators, if you have a better power play, you win. And really, you become an unstoppable force that is going to take the Stanley Cup in. I swear to God, if their power play clicked along at the rate that it usually does, which is around 25%, I don't know if, they could sweep every round once the playoffs start. They would be that caliber of team. They would go down historically as one of the best teams ever touched the ice. But if you can't get the power play right, it's going to pose a ton of variables that shouldn't exist. And yes, I know we're halfway through the year and I'm looking more to the postseason. But they've put that position out there. This is a byproduct of being as good as the Avs are. When you have a team that is this good and that is set up in a way that they don't have really any weaknesses, except for this one glaring issue, you can't help but think ahead and say to yourself, well, what does that set us up for? You go back to last year, a really good 5-on-5 hockey team, and I think they're better this year than they were last year, even in that category. But you know why you got bounced? It's because that didn't work. That you had a huge struggle on the power play and you couldn't get it fixed. And that's literally, I think, the only reason you couldn't get by Dallas last year. And so it's tough. There's really two aspects that hit you. One is you want to give the Avs their flowers for being in this position at this point of the year and being this consistently great night in, night out. Every team is going to lose 2 games in a row. Okay? It's going to happen. But if this one problem can't get rectified, it's all that's going to be on your mind as the season goes along and then heading into the postseason. And here's the thing. I don't really know what the fix is. They've tried different things. They've tried different personnel. They've tried different ways to enter the zone. They've tried a whole bunch of different stuff. I hope they're talented enough to get all this rectified. Now, we'll talk to Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock this morning and get his perspective on it. I feel like we've asked him about the power play every week, but it will continue because it is a big enough issue that it has to be discussed. But you combine that now with the Avs dealing with a little bit of adversity of some top-end talent being out of the lineup, Landeskog and Devon Taves. You know, you're still not going to be with Logan O'Connor for a while because he had, as Jared Bednar told us last week, a setback. But, God, you want to see that get better in a hurry. Because if it isn't, it's all that's going to be on your mind for the rest of the year. And so you can look at guys and you can look at the way the seasons that these guys are having and how good this team has been and how talented they are. You just got to find it. And once that happens, I think that all of these fears and these things that we have mentally about what could hold this team back would disappear. You know, we asked Bednar last week about the power play, and he goes, it's funny, if you're looking to do 20 things in a game, we might be doing 19 of them, and the power play might be the only thing that we don't have on some nights. But in some ways, you know what's weird about the power play? It's not the most important detail of the game, but it's one of the most important. Now, I'm trying to compare this to like anything else. It's a football team that can put up 35 points, but they can't execute a 3rd or 4th and 1. It's like if you can't do that, you'll get beat. Or they can't find a field goal kicker, I guess would be more accurate. So, yeah, everything's great. You have an offense that can put up 30 points a night. You got a defense that is holding teams to an average of like 17 a night. But if you have that game where it's 21-18 or whatever, and you're down 3 with 2 seconds left in the fourth quarter, and you get a 45-yarder, and you don't trust that guy to hit the kick, that can get you bounced from the playoffs in a hurry. So it's just something they got to find. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So Bednar will join us at 9 o'clock this morning. More to discuss with the week that's going to be, because we got football. It's going to be a pretty amazing few days starting tomorrow. College football playoff Thursday, college football playoff Friday. You have NFL playoffs Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So for the next 5 days, starting tomorrow, it's going to be a whole bunch of win or go home football that's right in your face. In Altitude Sports Radio is the home of all of the NFL playoffs through the Super Bowl. So keep it tuned right here if you're ever on the road with one of those games on. Mosey's continue today as well, as we have our final day of the Mosey's. I got to tell you, my throat hurt leaving the show yesterday. So, Nelly, I'm sure you got a few more doozies to throw at us throughout the course of the show today. I see you working back there. I know what you're doing. How many categories do we have? Do you know off the top of your head? What do we have left on here?
Nope. Don't start counting.
It's like 14, 15 more.
There's plenty.
There is plenty to get to today. 303-504-0925. So, Talk more about the Avs here as we go along today. Again, it's not a matter of the Avs being in a position to where you're concerned or something. It's funny. We have this, it's such a foreign feeling that they've hit the ice in the last 2 games. They haven't come away with the point. Just not something that you have considered through the first half of this season that it was a possibility. But it was going to happen because it's hockey and there's 82 games and everybody does this. I think they'll get it turned around in a hurry, especially tomorrow night when they play against the Senators at home. I think that's going to happen. Now, to the football side of things, in the Broncos, speaking of concerns, what is specifically the biggest concern you have about the Broncos heading into the postseason? Don't just say offense. I want a specific part that would make you think if this doesn't happen, we will lose, and the 1 seed that we have worked this entire season for will not matter. Because I think everybody's going to point to one detail, and I would agree with it, but there's another one that I think looms large that a lot of people haven't considered. So broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Got more emojis to get to today. Jared Bednar will join the program at 9 a.m. this morning, so tune in for that. But the main thing specifically that concerns you about the Broncos heading into the postseason, we'll get to it next. All right, Jared Bednar joins us at 9 o'clock this morning. Again, it's day 2 and the final day of the Mosies, and I have counted at minimum 16 different categories that we have to get to. So we're going to be breezing through these today. But the question I asked specifically, what concerns you most about the Broncos heading into the postseason? Few different answers that I like here. Here's one of them that I don't know if anybody is going to give this answer, but it's probably true. Texter says, if Lutz's leg isn't on, we lose. We rely on him more than people acknowledge. That's true. Will Lutz has been a gigantic part to your success. He has at times been the main thrust of your offense. And you know, it's funny. We've been talking about this for like a week. It's amazing how much kickers are tied and sort of baked in the cake of legacies and how we think of quarterbacks in the winning category. I always think about Tom Brady and the amount of winning he's done. And it doesn't take anything away from him to say this. How many times has he been on the sideline when the game's been decided? Whether that's the Malcolm Butler pick, whether that's the leg of Adam Vinatieri in, forget the Super Bowl, AFC championship games to get them there, divisional round games to get them there, whatever. If you don't have a kicker that you can rely upon, it can end things in a hurry. I'll give you a prime example. John Harbaugh, who's a fantastic coach, coached 18 years in Baltimore, had immense success, Super Bowl, whatever. He got fired yesterday. And let me ask you a question. Is he fired if Tyler Loop doesn't miss the field goal the final week of the year as the time expired? In fact, you could have gotten a flip. Tyler Loop and his leg, the difference between John Harbaugh being employed is that ball sailing through the uprights as opposed to outside right. The difference between Mike Tomlin being employed right now instead of unemployed could very easily be because down the middle of the uprights as opposed to outside right. Like, it's tied to it directly. I think the Lutz answer is a good one. Not where I was thinking, but I think something to keep in mind.
By the way, do you think that there was anyone in the Ravens organization who was watching that game go down and was like, man, if he just misses it, we can finally make this change, man? Or the same thing in Pittsburgh, if they were going, man, okay, if he just makes this, then we can finally move on from Captain 9-8 here.
I don't know. Like, Tomlin and Harbaugh, they're very interesting cases because they're very obviously people that are good at their jobs. You know, at some point, though, things might start to get stale. I don't think you want to fire John Harbaugh or Mike Tomlin because I put it to you this way. It's that old adage I kind of go to. When you hit a certain level of success, it's a lot easier to get worse than it is to get better. And I talk about that with quarterbacks a lot. That, who would be a good example of this? A quarterback who's pretty good, but maybe not in the elite and great category that their teams wanted to see go. Okay, how about this? Here's a good example. Sam Darnold from last year. Is Sam Darnold amazing? No. But I think he's a classic case of it's a lot easier to get worse than it is to get better because Minnesota made the decision to move on. He goes to Seattle, has another season in which he wins 13 games. They're the 1 seed in the NFC. And Minnesota, about 2 weeks into the season, was like begging to bench J.J. McCarthy. And I think the same thing can apply to John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin. Here's my guess. The coaches that they hire next are not going to be as good as them. Because how many coaches coach for almost 2 decades? So I don't know if anybody wants to get rid of that. What's funny is, in the case of Tomlin, I feel like Tomlin feels so disrespected that he might have wanted out himself. And he can't help himself but win just enough to get in the postseason and try and do something with it. But when you got your own fan base after, the sustained run of success that he's had, chanting "fire you" in your own home stadium, there's got to be a level of disrespect that's felt. Few other answers here. Texter says, "Good morning, Brett. The biggest issue with the offense is their inability to finish drives in the end zone. Red zone inefficiencies over the past few weeks have truly hampered what's been a solid offense. They're driving the ball at will for the most part, but end with field goals and not touchdowns." I agree with that too. But kind of where I'm looking at, if we want to get specific with it, the things that concern me most about this team heading in the postseason. I cannot and will not put the fate and the success of this team and this offense on Bo Nix. Because I think if you're expecting Bo Nix to be some sort of playoff riser that plays incredibly, you're asking for something you haven't seen, really. Bo Nix's whole thing in the first 2 years running this team is he's going to be good enough. Very rarely has Bo Nix been great. He's had moments, but not consistently. To ask him to do that in the postseason, I think is just asking for something that you haven't seen before. I would go here. Here's my big concern. If we're talking about the offense, the inability to get a consistent running game going ever since J.K. Dobbins has left the lineup has made life incredibly difficult on Bo Nix, even more difficult, because it has become about you need to carry the offense to whatever success they're going to have. And I can make almost a direct one-to-one correlation. J.K. Dobbins played in the first 10 games of the year. His final game was the game he left against the Raiders. Didn't leave the game, but that was his final game, was against the Raiders, the Thursday night game on November the 6th. At that point in the season, Bo Nix was coming off 3 consecutive multi-touchdown pass games. He had 5 total in the first 10. Since that date, 8 games left in the season, he did it once, and that was the game that he had against Green Bay, where he had 4. I don't think it's hard to just kind of put together that guy leaves, and now all of a sudden teams can really start to key on Bo Nix and force him to do things like check the ball down at the line of scrimmage or whatever. When you don't have the threat of a real legitimate rushing game, this applies to every offense and every team. You focus on the quarterback extra, and if that quarterback is not named Mahomes or Josh Allen or somebody who's in that elite category, it becomes very, very difficult for that guy to have success. The lack of a consistent rushing game really hurts. But here's the thing that really scares me. Because I think I understand what the offense is, that they aren't going to be a team that's going to be able to overcome a lot, you cannot have a slip up defensively. And that's a lot of pressure to put on your defense. And I'm going to harken back to something I was talking about early in the year. When I was coming in on Mondays and being and moaning about a Broncos victory in the way that they got it, I kept mentioning a word that I thought it was unsustainable the way they were winning football games. And over the course of 17 regular season games, they threw that directly back in my face and said, how's 14-3 for unsustainable? Okay, got it. I think you did get some help in the fact that I think he faced 5 different backup quarterbacks throughout the course of the year. And when I say backup quarterbacks, I'm saying like elite level quarterbacks. Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels and Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes and guys like that. I think you got a boost from that, number one. Number two, the game against Jacksonville, I think you can chalk that up to sort of just a bad day, and I think you're allowed to have that over the course of a year. But if that ever happens remotely like it did against Jacksonville in the postseason, even if an offense can get 70% of what Jacksonville did, I think you're in big trouble. The teams that you would potentially face in this upcoming divisional round, I would say the most likely teams that you would face. If it's a Houston, if it's a Chargers, they have defenses that are going to put a lot of strain on you. And if you make just one mistake, if there's one missed assignment defensively that leads to a big score, I have concerns to whether you keep up. And so that puts emphasis on what Texter said earlier about finishing drives when they get near the end zone, because they haven't been great in that category either. And it's part of the reason why the Broncos are so hard to kind of forecast what this playoff looks like. You have a good sense of what this team is, but there is a very uneasy feeling surrounding the way that they've operated this year. And I've said it before. I think the Broncos have a really good shot, as good a shot as anybody, of getting to the Super Bowl and winning the whole damn thing. I also think there's a really good shot that they lose the very first game that they play in the postseason. Because to do it this way puts so much stress on your defense that it doesn't allow for mistakes to happen. So there's a combination of factors here at play that, again, look at the numbers for Bo Nix when J.K. Dobbins was in the lineup and running the football effectively. And look when he was out. Forget like 100-yard rushing games for J.K. Dobbins. It was just that we all noticed a consistency to the running game when he was in. And no disrespect to R.J. Harvey. He's just not the same guy. I think he's still trying to figure out how to get more north and south instead of east and west. He has had, obviously, some big plays because he has big playability. But there's a consistency factor with him running the football that just isn't up to the standard of what J.K. Dobbins is. Now, if there's any good news, J.K. Dobbins been out of the lineup for a long time. He's trying to rehab his way through because I think we all kind of understood early in the year that this team was going to be a playoff team. I don't know about a 1 seed. I don't know how many people said that, but they felt like a playoff team with how good the defense was. Last week, before the Charger game, J.K. Dobbins is walking around the stadium in pregame. And I believe this was Zach Stevens' DNVR, which I saw this from. I can't remember. Somebody asked him, "Are you going to be back for the Super Bowl?" And he looked at him and said, "Sooner." And I don't know if sooner means a potential championship game. I don't know if sooner means their first game in the division round. I don't know. But if it is, it would be such a giant boost. Because he's a veteran, he's reliable, he can do kind of everything for you. But what this offense needs more than anything else is a steady dose of consistency, and I think that's been missing a lot. So a few texts coming through here, 303-504-0925. Texter says, I still don't trust Sean's play calling. That's been an interesting topic all year. By trusting his play calling, and there's been a few different moments this year in which I don't get it either. I know one thing. We haven't talked about this year, certainly not like we did last season. But I think this part of it's kind of disappeared. Now, like, how many times this year through 17 games have you heard one of us on this show or really anybody on this station say this? Sean is not committing to the run.
I think this year it shifted from that because last year that was the whole thing. Right?
It was every week.
That was the run game. But this year it was his play calls are too convoluted. He's got to simplify the playbook and just get something to Bo Nix. So I think it still was a concern for, 10 games this year. But then when the Broncos kept winning, everybody went, well, shows you what we know.
Well, that part of it, yes, getting the play into Bo Nix. But I'm talking about just committing to the run. And he's done that. And he certainly did that when J.K. Dobbins was in the lineup. You look at the last few games for J.K. Dobbins, and he went 16 carries, 20, 14, 14, 15, 15, 18. Like, that's commitment. And he did the same with R.J. Harvey, just with less success. And part of me is encouraged that he continued to go to that well despite not being able to do it. I mean, that final game against the Chargers, R.J. Harvey had 15 carries. He came away with 28 yards. You're still committing to it. But as far as the play calls go, there's been moments this year where, what was that play? It was like 3rd and 1. And didn't they try like a throwback pass to Cortland Sutton or something like that early in the year? Like, that stuff's a little silly. I think he's tried to make things sort of so vanilla that you aren't risking putting the football in harm's way all that much. And maybe that's got to change. Maybe it's time to take some shots. Maybe it's time to trust Bo Nix to make the right decision. But there is, I think, a huge factor to this offense in which if they can't get a semblance of a consistent running game that is feared by the opposing defense, you're going to have to win football games 15-12. And how often can you do that on the road to a Super Bowl? Again, sustainability. You're able to do that in the regular season. What about playing really good teams every week here on the way to try and get to the ultimate prize? You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Again, the Moseys continue today. A whole bunch of different categories that we have to roll through. So it is going to be jam-packed with a ton of nonsense that we have done throughout the course of last year. By the way, can we all take a moment, give it up for Steve Nelson, who's put all this work together. I don't know. Nelly, can you be honest with me? How many man-hours does it take to put the Moseys together?
Honestly, I didn't keep track because I don't want to know.
Yeah, I figured. It's a ton. So if you see Nelly, give Nelly $50 a piece. He deserves it. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. So it looks like CU had a good day in the portal yesterday, acquiring some talent, some all-conference talent, both sides of the football, and rounding out what hopefully will be a better year with more talented guys on the roster. I saw some stories yesterday, though, and you can take this back to, there's been multiple examples of this, but as somebody, her name's Christy Dosh, so she's a sports business reporter. I've talked to her on many occasions about just the business of sport and the weird things that happen inside it that we don't think about. This isn't like contracts between a player and a team, and this isn't head coaching contracts. It's about the actual business. Television revenue, where does that go? Who gets it? How is it spent? All those different things. So she had a story yesterday. A longtime Colorado booster is expressing his frustration with funding payments to players who have no loyalty to the program. And here's the quote from that booster. You give him that check, and that guy's gone tomorrow. To hell with that. That ain't happening to me. No allegiance, no money. It's a big deal. Here's what's weird. I was trying to find another example that's like this. Maybe it's politics. Who knows? College football has been around forever. And we've never really gotten it right. Especially since a whole bunch of, the billions of dollars got poured into television revenues and coaches started making, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9, $10 million. There was always this uneasy sort of back and forth between what do the players deserve, what can they get, and what is fair. Because just a scholarship for a guy like, if you want to go back to Vince Young and what he did for Texas, or Cam Newton and what he did for Auburn, a full ride scholarship does not cover the value that they brought to their campus and their university. And I think anybody being honest would acknowledge that. And so you're like, all right, they need to get a little something. But the question was always, where's the line on what that is? And there was always a big concern about keeping them, quote, amateur and making sure you didn't cross the line into the professional realm. And at some point, it was just like there's too much money being spent. You can't even pretend to play that game anymore. But now what's been happening that I really don't like, and I think the easiest fix to this is to say you get one free transfer and then you have to sit out a year after that. Because that's what the old model used to be, which I also thought was stupid. You can't allow a coach who has signed a contract to leave and take another job without punishment. But the player, if he wants to transfer, has to sit out each time he does it. I thought that was ridiculous. I also think having unlimited transfers is stupid. They have never been able to find a middle ground in that sport. It has been wild swings back and forth. That's why I think it's sort of political in that sense. There is no middle ground in politics anymore. It's whoever is in power at that time gets to swing everything as wildly as they can to their side until the other party gets elected, and then they swing it wildly to their side. It's stupid. The whole thing about living life and sharing this planet or this business or this house with somebody else is you need to compromise. Here's what's happening now with the NIL stuff, and the players might be sabotaging themselves. That quote from that Colorado booster about giving money to somebody with no allegiance and no loyalty is what everybody has to be feeling right now. I'll give you an example. Well, two of them. A couple days ago, Nebraska thought that they were getting a Notre Dame transfer quarterback, that he had the contract on the table. He agreed to it. And at the 11th hour, he decides to flip and go to Kentucky. Well, what happens if you're the team that originally thought you had him? What happens if you're Nebraska? Well, now you're left holding the bag with no transfer quarterback that you thought you were going to have because he left despite saying that he would go there. Guess what just happened in Washington yesterday? They had a quarterback who was on their roster, DeMond Williams. Did he have a great year? No, but he was fine. He's also a sophomore quarterback that with another year of experience at the same school, you would think would thrust him into a much better position, not just for himself, but for the team. So Washington scrambled to put together money to make sure that he stayed because that's how college football operates now. Give him the contract. He says, great, I agree to return to the Huskies. The money looks good. The situation looks good. Let's do it. And last night, he enters a transfer portal. What do you do? Like, part of me thinks you have to have binding contracts. And they can't just be for a year. You want the NIL money, then you sign a contract that says you're going to stay. There's got to be a better way to go about this, and college football has just never gotten it right, ever. The easiest fixes I would do is I would say, hey, you get one transfer for free, and then you have to sit out a year for each one afterwards, with the exception of a few things. I would say if your coach leaves, maybe you can transfer. I would say, if you could find a couple of different instances, some loopholes that you could work through and be like, if this happens, then sure, whatever, whatever the case may be. But for the majority of these guys, you get one free transfer. After that, you have to sit out a year each time you do it. That would take care of the frequency in which guys leave, number one. Number two, if you sign an NIL contract, I think it's got to be for 2 years. You're making a 2-year commitment. And if not, then you don't get paid. Like, this doesn't happen anywhere else. I sign a contract to work here. If I wanted to go work for another radio station in town, whatever that station might be, I can't until my contract is up. It's very simple. If an NFL player signs a 4-year deal with the Broncos, he can't after a year be like, I don't really like it here anymore, I'm going to leave. Or, hey, how about this? Nick Bonito, who signed a big contract, $30 million a year, and then he had a great season. And I think he played above the level of $30 million a year. He could make more. He can't now say, well, that's stupid. I'm going to leave now and get more money somewhere else. You're under contract. I think that college football can really fix most of their problems by doing those two things. One free transfer, then you have to sit. And if you sign an NIL contract, which most of those guys do, it's a minimum of 2 years you have to be there, or else you don't get paid. And so with all that stuff, the one at Washington is super bizarre. That's a quarterback who was successful, that was a sophomore heading into junior year, that had a deal on the table that he agreed to, and the team that he currently played for that gave him the contract and was happy with, he left last night. How do you even begin to run a football team under those circumstances? It's crazy. But I think if you wanted to fix something immediately that would help every sport within college athletics, one free transfer, that's it. That's all you get. Again, it went from you didn't have any free transfers Outside, I think graduate transfer was the first thing that kind of happened because that's what Russell Wilson did when he went from NC State over to Wisconsin. But if you had none, that would be ridiculous. This is even more ridiculous. So 303-504-0925. You giggling back there listening to some emojis? Is that what you're doing there, Nelly?
I actually found a video. There will be some video components in addition to the audio for this year's emojis.
All right. So you can, speaking of video, if you want to watch the show, you can do so on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar. That is the Altitude TV simulcast. But get on that Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup. The same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway fresh food, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A minimum of 16 emojis coming your way in the next 3 hours with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
So the game is over, and for the first time this season, it took till game 42 on the schedule. The Colorado Avalanche have lost back-to-back games in regulation. They fall to just 31-4-7, still at 69 points, and still the first-place team in the National Hockey League. Final score in Tampa, it's the Lightning 4, Colorado 2.
All right, let me tell you what's on the docket today. We got Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock this morning. We have, at minimum, 16 different Mosey categories that we still have to get to today. 16 of them. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that dude looks tired.
Mosey is sleepy. Mosey got in past 2 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to extend some grace to Mosey today.
I'm going to show you some grace today, Mosey.
2:25.
2:25 is when
I'm going to show you some grace. I'm going to be nice to you. Wake the hell up.
Hey, some giggles could get you to wake up, though. Like, that could work. Okay, you put your headset on. Okay. All right, I'm sorry. We were starting the show, and so I thought I'd talk to you. But I'll wait. I'll wait. All right,
we'll wait for you, Moshe. We'll wait for you.
Here's the deal with the Avs. They lost 2 games in a row in regulation. Oh, my God. The sky is falling. Teams are going to do this over the course of an 82-game season, and they have earned the grace to have a couple of games skid. They're also facing adversity, I think, for the first time really all year with some key guys out of the lineup. But I'll tell you this. There's this weird sort of in-between mode that I'm at with the Avs, which is it feels like there's a very vocal part of the Avs fan base that whenever they lose a game, and this is not just this year, but years past, they are really loud about it and freak out. And I'm like very calm.
That feels like society to me overall. It
Could
feels
be.
like there's just the tiniest fraction of 1% are the loudest.
But here's where I'm
angriest.
at. The Avs are obviously very, 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 very good. Very good. And I would compare them to this. It would be like having a football team that can put up 30 points a game, and you have a defense that gives up like 17 a game, and you're number 1 in the league, and nobody's close to you. But you got a kicker you just can't trust. And that's their power play. And that's what's freaking me out right now. Like, it's impossible to ignore. As good as the Avs are, and because they're so good, I just think down the road and I go, but that can get you beat. You know, you can have the best offense and defense in the NFL. Yeah. A game's going to come down to a kick. Are you going to make the kick or not? And if they can't figure out the power play, I think you can make a direct argument, Moj. Last night and the game before that are 2 losses that you suffered because your power play didn't work.
Well, Tampa scored on the power play.
And you didn't.
And you didn't.
Yeah. I think it's... Look, I don't want to oversimplify it, but they're so good in every other category, it feels like that's just the one major flaw.
I did see the second unit come out perhaps earlier than anticipated or earlier than we've seen routinely in the past.
Yeah.
But, it's just stuck in a muck right now. That's what it is, stuck in a muck.
Oh,
It's
right
like
now.
Your face is stuck in a muck.
Right now is not the words. Right now.
I mean,
Yeah.
all season. Does that make you happier? Look, I'll say whatever words you want me to say to come out of my mouth to please you today, I'm in. So just you tell me what you want me to say, and I will be pleased to say it.
It's true. It's true, though. It has been all year. And we're halfway through. This isn't some sort of, oh, well, they're just stuck in a rut. It's like, no, they're bad at it. Overall assessment, they're bad at the power play right now. And it's been like that for 42 straight games.
Are they the worst in the NHL statistically?
No, not even close.
I'll tell you exactly where
I think they're
at.
ranked 25th or 26th out of 32.
They are 26th.
There you go.
Now, they are 0.1 percentage point away from being 29th.
Where are they away from being, let's say, 19th?
They are 2.7 percentage points away.
So
a long ways away.
That's a one game with a. Well, no, what that would be is.
Well, Moshe, if I say you're 0.1 percentage point from being 29th and 2.7 from being 19th, yeah.
But again, in the grand scheme of things, 2.9% is. I sound like I'm getting defensive. I'm just saying that when you're at that part of the, it's not like you're at the top.
Okay, let me put it to you this way, Moshe.
Let me put it this way: they're a long way from being in the top 5. How's that?
They're
Is that better?
They're 2.7 away from being 19th, and they're 1.6 away from being dead last.
Well, let's do it this way. Who are the top 5 teams power plays?
Edmonton's at 33.4, geez, or 33.9. Dallas is at 30. Pittsburgh is 29.7. Boston's at 26, and then Vegas is at 25.2.
Okay, so Edmonton, they're not bad. I mean, they've got 48 points, 21 fewer than the Avalanche. You said Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh was third. Dallas was second.
Oh, yeah, they've got 49 points. They're okay. Dallas, second most points in the league. And who's the other one?
Boston and Vegas.
All right. Boston sucks. Well, they're not that bad. And Vegas, not bad. Okay. I just wanted to see where all these teams stood.
But the difference is, I swear to God, if the Avs power play was at, 20%, they could be the best team that's ever lived.
They'd be unbeaten.
I mean, legitimately.
They would probably be unbeaten. Look, where's the penalty kill?
The PK is at, hold on, hold please.
It's rhetorical.
They're first.
Yeah.
They're at 85%.
They've been
Let me
first
ask
all
you
year
this.
long.
Do you think it's a human nature thing, maybe relaxing a little bit?
I don't think so.
No?
I think they dust the puck off a lot. I think that they try things that are a little, I don't want to say too fancy, but maybe they need to be a little bit more deliberate.
Okay.
That sort of thing.
Like
But again, on any given power play, I think it's something different. What is going on here? What's all this dinging and ringing and everything else? Is it me?
Nellie's just assaulting us with texts.
I think it is yours. Mine is also, I'm having problems at the house.
I just sent 2 texts. Two text messages.
Okay, so the point is that on any given power play, it could be something different. You could have good zone entries. You get set up and you keep it on the perimeter. You don't actually shoot the puck. Marty Natchez, the previous 2 games, not last night, but against Florida and Carolina, didn't have a shot on goal, and the guy's got 19 goals in the season.
Nellie's text, wrap it up, Moj.
It's not what he said. I said, you give Moj some grace today. He's sleepy. You know what? Let's kick it off. Moj, we're going to try and wake you up. I want to get 2 categories out of the way right now because the Mojis continue today, and we have a ton to roll through here. So we'll talk more. Go ahead.
Welcome back to the 5th, 6th, 7th annual Mosey Awards. Who cares how many times you've done it? It's not like any of you guys know how to count.
Now, I remember with this category.
I have a feeling today I'm not going to laugh at all.
Okay.
You're not going to get a smile out of me. I'm not. There's no giggles. There's no little schoolgirl. Nothing.
We'll see. Because I love this category. I love it. It's something I think Marty made the last year he was here, but it was great. Category called Nailed It. How many nominees do we have?
We have 5. And the first entry, by the way, this is a compilation I found. This was all one fact checker from one day.
All right, let's get to it.
And finally, they're doing something on that side of the football.
And they may not be done, according to Adam Schefter. Remember who you are, Minnesota. You are the worst major sports city in our country. What has Minnesota won? The city of Minnesota over the last what?
You have to accept the fact that they aren't good on defense right now, and they won't be. There is no flip that they're going to switch when the playoffs hit, okay? They just aren't good.
Man, they are hitting dingers right now. And they're not hitting singles. It's not just singles and doubles. They're leaving the ball yard.
What's wrong with that? Anything that you say that is baseball phrasing it's always incorrect.
What's wrong with
Speed
leaving
pitch.
the ball yard?
Leaving the ball yard.
What's wrong with that?
So that was all
that's-
from a single show?
That was
really
all
an
from
old-
March 13th.
That's an old school. The way, but calling it a ball yard. Riker still calls it a ball yard because they're.
Moser's eyes won't open.
There's a smile.
Riker's a 200-year-old Canadian, so he still uses ball yard.
And by the way, Brett, you're actually in good company with your switch the flip the switch.
Everything was working beautifully. And then switch of the flip. Flip of the switch.
Hey, if the flip was script, if it was flipped, the script, and it was the other way around?
Who's that?
That was Johnny Mitchell.
Oh.
All right, what's the next nominee?
Because tonight we have our Altitude 92.5 Sports Altitude Fantasy Football League Draft, correct?
Yes.
Is that what the full title is? What time is that draft tonight?
There's a lot of altitudes that you threw in there, but
What?
yes.
The official name is the Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Altitude Fantasy Altitude Draft.
It is so many.
You know what? Again, you know how this is with those reads. You know who to blame on this. Who's to blame?
You weren't doing a read. You were
I
talking.
know, but I felt like
It's Kevin.
You were just talking.
But whose fault is it with
Kevin.
these reads?
Kevin.
Well, I won't say it yet. There's one that I remember. Maybe it's on Nailed It, but go ahead, Nelly. What's next?
Do you know the story of Dave Dravecki?
I don't.
Former lefty in the Bigs, pitching for the Giants. He got cancer in his arm, and they had to remove the cancer, but they had to remove some tissue as well.
In his throwing arm?
In his throwing arm. And he came
he's a
back,
lefty.
actually, and came back to the major leagues and pitched. And in that game, on a pitch, his arm snapped.
Oh, God.
But guess what? He got the win.
No kidding.
Yeah, he won the game, but his arm snapped. He had to have it amputated because
Good
the cancer
Lord.
had gotten into
That's
the
not
bones.
a good story. This,
Yeah, that's
this
not a
is
good story.
probably
I
the
thought
worst
this was like a
story.
heartwarming
What a
story.
terrible story to bring
No,
up.
it's a great
This
story.
reminds me of
What are
Dave
you doing?
Dravecki.
No, I'm talking
when
about
he came back and broke his arm mid-game. What the hell was that?
I'm talking about a guy just coming back from after being injured for a long time.
So Gabe comes in, he scores a power play goal, and they cut his leg off? Like, what are you doing?
Moser.
I shut him off. Shut him off.
No,
I
that
can't
was
really
on
think
you,
right now.
Moser.
I know. Shut him off. Shut me off.
So we're trying to celebrate the return of Gabriel Landeskog, and this guy brings up that.
Remember the guy who had that great comeback and then had his arm cut off afterwards?
No,
I
that
can't
was
really
on
think
you,
right now.
Moser.
I know. Shut him off. Shut me off.
Shut him off. Shut me
Did
off.
you hear the
It's
word?
So
I
good.
can't really think right now.
What's next, Nelly?
He only played 50. How many games did he play this year? 50-something.
Well, didn't it happen at the Six Nations? 5 nations? 4 nations? How many nations were involved? 3 nations? 4 nations.
Nailed it. I get
That
it.
is, you know what? Now that it was an outstanding event. What a great tournament. What a dumb name for a tournament. We come up with something better than that.
Well, what are you going to call it, dude? It was just like 4 countries getting together, 4 powerhouses, and
Oh,
having a
wow.
little
They
tourney.
really went to the wheelhouse for that one. Hey,
But,
guys,
dude,
we got
it's-
4 countries. What are we going to call this? How about we call it 4 nations?
Did you watch any of the game last night at all?
Yeah. The Avs game, I watched you. Yeah.
Did you see?
Your interview with Bettman was great.
There you go. That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, your interview with Bettman.
He was proud of the 4 nations, and
he should be.
Yeah,
it was the
he should
greatest
be.
mid-season tournament I've ever seen.
And the Olympics are. He self-admitted it. Look, they haven't been since 2010.
Moj, you know the funniest thing about the Bettman interview, real quick? He wouldn't even look towards Rycroft's way because Rycroft was dressed so crazily.
He liked it though. In fact, before we got on the air, he said, oh, "Look at you. I like.
Who's this pimp?"
Yeah.
Do we have one more, Nelly? One more, right?
You know, I'm not going to be disrespectful of another region of the country because I lived in Indiana for a while and I made many trips to Indianapolis. So I'm not going to disrespect the city, but it's repulsive. Unlivable. I would never disrespect another city, but that is a joke of a town.
It's repulsive and unlivable.
If you don't,
No
if
disrespect.
you use the word with all due respect or I'm not going to be respectful, anything goes.
It's in the Geneva Convention.
Yes, anything
it
goes.
reminds me of. There's 2 things in this world I can't stand: people who are disrespectful of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
The winner of Nailed It is Moser. Shut him off. Shut me off. Yeah, congrats, Moser. You get a little dingy.
That was the funniest
Start
one
today's
ever,
show.
man. Because it was midstream that he figured out, God, this is probably not a good comp.
No, shut him off. Shut me off. All right, one more real quick. Also a great category. Worst use of phrasing. Nelly, how many nominees?
6.
Oh my
6
God.
of them. All right, go ahead.
Well, I think that, obviously you want to win Game 5. Is that gum good?
Damn, it's too much in my mouth.
Huh?
It's too much.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, I have no idea what you just asked me.
My favorite part of that is Christian Brown had 1,000 things he wanted to say, and instead he just went with, "Oh, wow."
Yeah.
All right.
As the kids like to say, pause.
Yep. What's next?
Yeah, it's going to be 75 today.
Oh, nice. Good for you.
Yeah.
Who you playing with?
Myself. I play with myself a lot. So I have no problem, going out there just banging the ball around.
We don't have a comedy writer. This stuff just writes itself.
What's next?
This is like, what's his face? Lord Cimarron just whacked off the dude's head. It's like from Game of Thrones.
Phrasing.
Where he whacked off Ned Stark's head, remember?
Why did you pause? That was such a pregnant pause after that. Play that again, Nelly.
This is like, what's his face? Lord Cimarron just whacked off the dude's head.
Why did you stop? All right, what's next?
And by the way, I had to dig this up too.
Wax on, right hand.
Whacked off.
Left hand. Wax on.
Whacked off.
Breathe in through nose, out the mouth.
All right, what's next?
I mean, look at my face this morning. Okay, it looks like I got hit with 10 pounds of meat all night.
You got a 2x4 to the face 6-7 times.
I'm trying to think of like.
You realize all these wonderful things coming out of your mouth all came in days like this, mornings where you got no sleep after a long road trip. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Tired Moj.
I'm seeing smiling, by the way, Moser.
Yeah,
you can try and hide it if you want to. Yeah, what's next?
So, you know how I am. I came in from the backside. Let me rephrase that.
Uh-huh.
Cool, Carl.
I approached him from the backside.
Not much better.
Okay, I placed it on his... No, okay, whatever. So, you know how I am. I came in from the backside.
You know how I am.
Everybody does.
You know what I do.
Oh, my abs are killing me already.
Right, one more.
It didn't look like you were on a yacht, but I did hear your mode of choice for transportation went
scooter.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, don't make fun of this. The one I was on. Yeah, you've seen my hog, right? Yeah. This makes my hog look like a little ant. The thing I was on was a hog, baby. That sucker was a monster.
Just by comparison, it made your hog look smaller. I got you.
Yeah. I'm always comping hogs.
I'm always comping
Oh, my God.
All right.
I'm always comping hogs.
The winner is Moser for wax on wax.
Oh,
yeah.
God, that is so good.
I literally think any one of those could have won. Any single one. Mosh, congrats. You get another little dinghy.
Good.
All right. So
from a texter, teams are forcing McKinnon into bad passing lanes, and my car can't seem to get a shot through.
On any given night, that is the case. I would argue to you that teams are not forcing him. He's forcing the issue.
Okay, I'm going to write this down because I'm going to bring this up with Coach.
I mean, teams are forcing him, but he's still the one making the decision to try it.
Well, maybe it's a McKinnon problem then.
He's done that. I mean, that's kind of been something that's been in his bag for a while, is he'll try and make the perfect pass through a whole bunch of traffic that gets knocked away and stuff like that. I mean, something he's done for a long time.
His entire career.
Yeah.
Because when it works splendidly.
Right. I mean, how many times do we see that, especially with like Miko when he was here on the power play?
Because he also tries things and can do things that other people cannot.
Yeah.
Okay, so because of that, when it works, it really freaking works. But when it doesn't, you get stuck.
Hold on a second. Did I really say the words, I'm always comping hogs?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm always comping hogs.
Yep.
Not only did you say it, you said it with an enthusiasm. Like,
you know what that's a regard to, right?
What do you think I'm talking about?
You were on a large Italian hog. I saw it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, easy. I was riding a Vespa on the Amalfi Coast.
Yes.
It's owned by Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
All right. A whole bunch more categories to get to. Also, when we return, did you guys see the story out of Washington in DeMond Williams? And I think it's a perfect case of what is so broken about college athletics right now. We'll get to it next.
So, you know how I am. I came in from the backside.
All right, we'll get to more.
Is my face really that bad?
I think you look great today.
Thanks. I just had my buddy Kevin text me. It said, your face looks like I feel.
Look at my face this morning. Okay, it looks like I got hit with 10 pounds of meat all night.
Mm-hmm.
It happens.
All right. Yeah, I guess last night was one of those meat nights.
We'll get
Did you sleep on the plane?
I did a little bit, yeah.
We'll get to more Mosey categories here in just a little bit. Jared Bednar is going to join the show at 9 o'clock. But, Vic, you brought this up yesterday, that Minchie quarterback, the one out of Notre Dame that was going to transfer to Nebraska and at the last second went to Kentucky. And you're like, gosh, it sucks for if you're in Nebraska and you thought you had somebody locked up and now you can't find somebody in the portal, you kind of got screwed. What happened in Washington?
Well, they did
yesterday,
find somebody. They found the UNLV kid.
Yeah, but it was for...
He's like their second choice, third choice.
Yeah, when you thought you had something locked up and then it leaves, whatever. The Washington one is very odd. DeMond Williams Jr., young kid. He was a sophomore quarterback for Washington. He started the whole year, had a pretty good season. Now, Washington didn't have a great year, but he had a good year. So the year ends. He's played there for 2 years. He started all of last season, had a few starts the year before, his freshman year. They put the contract in front of him. They say, here you go. Here's your NIL deal. Keep you here. Junior year. We'll build on what we did last year. How's that look? And he goes, that looks awesome. Signs it. Then last night, he enters the portal. Washington is now, they've announced, they're going to pursue legally that he is binded to this contract. And it hit me in two ways. Number one, I think they would have a hell of a case for it. You put your name down. You're probably going to win that battle. But two, do you want to hold a player hostage that doesn't want to be there?
Yeah.
Like, let's say you win and he's forced to go back to campus and doesn't like it. Then what?
Yeah, but it sends a message. It sends a message that this will not be tolerated, that you cannot renege on a deal. You can't renegotiate if somebody else makes you a better deal. I mean, it would be mass chaos if that happened. So I think it's more of a message being sent by the university, by the team, that, guys, we struck a deal here. I mean, come on. You signed. We're not renegotiating this.
There is, I think, here's my comparison to the appetizer. Tell me if you think this makes sense. I almost think that college athletics, they've never been able to get anything right. They've always been way too far on one side or the other.
Do you know why? Do you know why it's hard to do this? Because it's too big.
Well, what I said was this feels a little bit like politics. Depending on who's in charge at the time, you just swing everything wildly to one side and somebody else gets elected and he goes to the other side. And college football used to be a place to where the players had like no power in what they could do. They couldn't make money. If you were to tell me that Vince Young and what he did for Texas in 2005 or what Cam Newton did for Auburn, that a full ride scholarship was enough, this isn't even objective or whatever. You're wrong. Like, that is not nearly enough for the value they brought to campus for what they accomplished. And I think anybody who had some common sense would recognize that. And now we've gotten to a place to where this is insanely ridiculous on the opposite end of the spectrum. And the easiest fix to me is two things. Number one, that would fix, I think, 70% of your problems. You get one free transfer, and after that, you have to sit out a year. You go back to the old ways, right?
Simple. Mm-hmm.
You get one free transfer. If you want to leave, you get once in your career, and that's fine. After that, you have to sit. I think that would fix a ton of things immediately.
Yeah.
Secondly, if you sign an NIL deal, it has to be for a certain length of time. It can't just be every year. You sign a deal, you got to be on campus for like a minimum of 2 years or something like that.
Good luck getting all of that through.
I get it. It would... Tell me it wouldn't fix things immediately, though.
It would help. It's never going to be totally right. I don't know that you can find a process that's totally right where you look at it and you go, you know what? All of this is satisfactory. All of this makes sense. All of this is good. What have I been saying for the past 2 years about the state of college athletics?
It's the Wild West.
And we haven't seen nothing yet. I mean, by the day, it's getting crazier. Do you realize that there were how many FBS programs are there?
132 or something like that.
Do you realize there were like 163 quarterbacks in the portal?
Yeah.
That's why it's so difficult to apply rules.
What do they think they're going to get jobs? It's insane. And not only that, like this kid, Williams, he says, yeah, I'm coming back, signs on the line, which is dotted, and it says, deuces, I'm out. And because somebody else goes, hey, I'll give you 200 G's more per.
Yeah.
It's these guys, at least pro players, when they sign their contracts, they're locked in, they're binding. These guys can do whatever they want, and they're pros.
It's a bigger sphere, right? You know, here's the problem with collegiate athletics and trying to lasso everybody in and make rules. You're making rules for not everyone's created equal. Not every team's created equal. There's too much out there that is the Wild West. There, again, how many teams in FBS?
There's 131 or 2.
They have 136.
And then you have teams in FCS, right? You have teams in FCS.
Yes.
You're trying to make rules that crosses all these lines, that fits all. It's impossible. It's impossible. Here, I read this yesterday. Christy Dosh.
I've talked to her many times. She's very good at what she does. Business reporter.
She's a business reporter for Sports Business Forbes.
Yeah.
She wrote this, and I'm going to follow up on what she wrote. A longtime Colorado booster is expressing his frustration with funding payments to players who have no loyalty to the program. Quote, you give them that check, guy's gone tomorrow. To hell with that. That ain't happening to me. No allegiance, no money. I can confirm, I know several boosters and donors who feel the exact same way.
Sure.
Who just cut off funding, who said we're not playing this game.
Well, it was, who was it? Big quarterback. They said, I'm not giving who was it? They said, I'm not going to give any more money to my school.
Oh,
wait, like an alum?
Yeah.
Yeah, just recently.
Was it Aikman?
Yeah, Troy Aikman, UCLA. He's like,
Aikman.
they're not getting any more money from me. These guys are bolting out. He's like, I'm not going to pay a dime.
Yeah, it doesn't guarantee you anything. Let's say you provide a scholarship, whatever, a donation, and it's in your name,
right?
And all of a sudden that person accepts the money and leaves midstream.
You just keep throwing good money after bad.
You know what? I don't blame these people one bit. This just proves again, you cannot buy tradition. You cannot buy whatever the hell that made college sports special. Like, I want to go be a part of that. I want to be a part of that school. I want to be a part of that tradition and that history. Can't buy that.
Hey, Vic, Brett. In fact, this is what I love about the kid. Watch the kid here. You're still the kid, by the way.
Me?
Even though you're making tons of babies and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know many former Colorado Buffaloes, do you not?
Yep.
Many.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys in the old school way, how loyal are they to their school?
Oh, my God, they live and die with it.
Yeah. I know many. Vic knows many. And I can go to CSU. I can go all the way around. There was something about the old style where loyalty mattered, where you went mattered. The tradition and the being proud of that university and being proud to be a whatever mattered.
I don't mean to pick on this kid. Because
agreed, because the way the system is set up right now, you got to get while you can, when you can.
I'll give you look at the guys who just transferred out, and we're using CU as just an example because you could say this about every school in the book. Marion Miller, who's now at where did I see he landed? He landed, somewhere. Was it ASU?
Yes,
ASU. Do you think he was here for the pride and tradition of Ralphie and the Buffs?
No.
Do you think he gave a crap about, what the Buffs have done and there is no allegiance. Zero. Zip. That's what bums me out. That bums me out. Because as fans, as long time, that's all we have to our schools.
Yeah.
Our association with our schools is everything it is not for these players. We live and die by the history, by what they've done in the past, by the traditions. That's what makes us college fans. And for a player, that means nothing.
Got to be a Sac State Hornet. I'll sting you in the face.
Let's get one more Mosey in here before we get the break. This is...
Welcome back to the Mosey Awards. I'm not a British traffic guy, but I can still do my best. Is pip pip cheerio, jolly good, jolly good. Sorry, I don't know what British people sound like. Or I can't do it convincingly.
Another annual award that I love. Worst toss to break.
Oh, no.
How many nominees for this one, Nelly?
4.
All right, go ahead.
When we come back, wins are good. But can we talk about your eyeballs a little bit? Can we talk about your eyeballs that are connected to your heart and your tummy? Follow me on this, pork chop. I'll lead you the way.
What?
I don't remember that at all.
Eyeballs connected to your heart in your tummy. All right,
I don't
got
remember that at all.
What's next?
I'm going to ask a question. I want you guys to answer during the break. Don't look it up. Don't cheat. Don't go to the internet. Don't do any of that. Use this break. And if you're at home, if you're driving around, don't stop your car, go to the library, use a computer to find it, or use your phone. Don't do that.
Wait, can you still use computers at the library?
I don't know. What in the last 100 years, and we're going to go to break after I ask this question, Nelly. All right? Hit the break sign after I hit this.
Jesus,
What
get
answers
to it.
when we come back?
Break sign?
Or whatever that is. The button. What in the last 100 years has been the most popular name for an American boy, in the last 100 years? Go to break.
Jesus.
That was War and Peace.
What are you
on the way to
Don't you
break.
want to know the answer now? Don't you? Hey, right now, as you're driving around, don't you want to know? Now, you can't even go to work without knowing that answer.
Muhammad.
I don't know. I forgot. That was a long time ago.
What's
Whatever it
next?
is.
As we roll on here, don't forget Coach Bednar at 9:30 today. The team got back really, really late. I'm glad I came home Sunday night. You ever see a really guy in a really good spot kind of whining and moan about another guy in a really good spot and everybody else is not in a really good spot?
No idea what that meant.
Good. I'll explain next. Jesus. Good God.
You say you ever seen a really guy? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I guess. A really guy in a really good spot.
All right, Nelly, last one.
$44,000 for a baseball. A baseball.
Hey, you guys,
We'll tell you what that means when we come back.
well, have you guys ever...
Do we have to?
Yeah.
Who cares?
You guys ever been too good to accomplish something?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Somebody's way too good to accomplish the thing that everybody wants them to accomplish.
Jesus God. Those are horrible.
I actually remember that.
Oh, my goodness.
It's one of the few times I Vic'd Vic. I didn't listen to a word you were saying during that. Not a single thing.
But even still, my favorite part is when Vic's like, $44,000 for a baseball. We'll tell you what that means. Like, oh, thanks, Vic. Yeah.
And the winner for worst toss to break is... all of us for whatever the baseball thing was in that last one.
Yeah.
Yes. Congratulations. I think this is my first little dinghy of the entire Moses.
Is that the first award you've won?
I think that's the first one.
I guess you're not as dumb as we are.
Who's leading the award count right now? Moser's got to be leading.
Moser, you cleaned up early, and then it became a lot of Vic. I don't know. I'm not sure. We have a lot more categories to get to. Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock this morning.
Do you realize how stupid, and I mean dumb, the Sac State Hornet fight song is?
When we come back. Dan Capless Law, you've heard of them. You've heard of them because they win big and they attract world-class lawyers. That's how they win. representing honest and courageous people from all walks of life. Dan Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, and you all think your case is serious. Otherwise, you wouldn't call. Call them today at 303-770-5551. Dan Kaplis Law accepting righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis. Again, 303-770-5551, or hit them up online. Check out the website. All you need to know is right there, dankapleslaw.com.
Bam bam chicka chicka bam bam chicka chicka bam bam chicka chicka bam bam chicka 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 bam 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 chicka chicka bam bam chicka chicka bam bam chicka chicka bam.
Is that the Sac State Hornets fight song there, Moj?
Yeah, that's what it is. Hey, we'll get to more emojis here in just a second. I have something I stumbled across that I think provides some context for a very important detail when the Broncos play their first playoff game against whoever the opponent may be. Was talking yesterday about matchups and who's the preferred and all that different stuff. And in the appetizer, I was asking people what their concerns were. And I know it's very easy to say, well, the offense is a concern, but what specifically about it? Because mine has been, I can't ask Bo Nix to be something that I don't think he is yet. So I can't ask him to go out and have this huge run to carry the offense all by himself. I think what they need is a consistent rushing game again. And I was trying to look this up, what this looked like pre and post J.K. Dobbins injury. So I told you guys yesterday Bo Nix, in the last 8 games of the season, has had exactly 1 multi-touchdown passing game, and that's when he threw 4 against the Packers. That directly coincides with J.K. Dobbins being out of the lineup. Because in the previous 10 games, he had 5, including the last 3 that J.K. Dobbins was healthy.
So it means, excuse me, the opposition doesn't respect the run, so they're keying on his passing.
Feels that way to me.
Well, you saw what Kansas City did, right? What defense did Kansas City trot onto the field for that entire game? 2 deep safeties.
That's it.
That's all they did. They said, go ahead.
And you can do that when you don't fear a rushing attack. And I was mentioning this earlier. I will give Sean Payton credit for this. There's something that we said every single week following a Broncos game, seemingly every single week, that I don't think we've done really at all this year. We have not talked about Sean Payton's commitment to the run game. He's been committed. Even when it's not been good with R.J. Harvey, he gave Harvey the ball 15 times last week, and he had 28 yards. He stayed committed.
They ran the ball 73 yards on the opening drive. The most yards gained rushing on an opening drive of a Broncos game since Tebow.
Yeah, but you know who your leading rusher was for the football game, Vic?
It was Bo Nix.
It was Bo Nix at 49 yards.
My point is this. They tried, and then they couldn't do it.
J.K. Dobbins was just he was a weapon for you.
They get to the red zone, and they can't do it.
Yeah. And if there's a concern that I have, it's that combined with this factor. If you can't get that running game, your defense is not allowed to have mistakes. And I remember I used this word a lot earlier in the year when I would come here on a Monday after the Broncos won and I'd be mad about how they won. Unsustainability. They were able to sustain it throughout the regular season to a 14-3 record, but all it takes is one game in the postseason, and you get knocked out because of stuff like that.
I know that Josh McDaniels is not a friendly reminder for folks in Denver, but I'll never forget him telling me one thing, and I was asking him once about why New England has always been so successful running the ball in the red zone. And he said, we'd run 1 or 2 plays, run plays. That's it. We wouldn't do anything special. We wouldn't do anything tricky.
Yeah.
But we did those things so well, you could not stop
Yeah,
them.
just do a handful of plays, but do them incredibly well.
Yeah. The execution and the talent on the field allowed the execution to succeed.
Also, in regards to the future, and I guess this is the way I think. I thought about it on the plane last night.
Mm-hmm.
John Harbaugh gets gassed by the Ravens.
Yeah, that was, we asked Schefter about that on Monday. Remember his response?
Mm-hmm.
He was like, "Ooh."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said it's kind of been brewing for a while anyway. I mean, it could have happened 3 years ago. But that being said, his agent said that 7 teams reached out.
Of course they did.
Outside the Ravens, there's only 6 teams with coaching vacancies, which means at least one team,
Miami.
at least one team
Miami.
who has a head coach said,
Miami.
Okay.
Jets.
What if this Ma ended up in Vegas? What if somehow Tom Brady convinced Harbaugh to take, I don't know, whatever million per year to go coach in Vegas, and they draft Mendoza?
I don't know why I'd do it.
Would you guys agree
I know,
with
but
me?
that would. It's just that, golly, can the Raiders keep screwing it up? I guess they can. I hope they can.
Would you guys agree with me that right now, John Harbaugh, he moves to the front of the line among coaching candidates?
1,000%.
Yeah, of course. You know, here's weren't we just talking about this? That I don't think people realize how much kickers are tied to people's legacies, quarterbacks, coaches.
Yep.
That ball goes through the uprights.
He's still
Harbaugh's
coaching.
still the coach, and maybe Tomlin's the one that's gone.
Yep. 100%.
Tyler Loop, in a missed kick, has decided the fates of 2 different coaches who've been coaches for like 2 decades.
You're so right. You're so right.
Tyler Loop.
And did you see what Harbaugh did after that game?
Yeah, put his arm around him.
Put his arm around him and walked with him all the way from the field to the locker room to console his and that right there is why he is number 1 on the list of coaching candidates right now.
Tell you what.
He'll get a job in an hour if he wants.
Tell you this. The John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin things where, I there was that grin that Tomlin had after the game, and it wasn't like a, yes, we made the playoffs grin. I think it was like a bleep you to his own fan base grin, which is, I've been here for 20 years, have never had a losing season, always in the playoffs, crap. And you're chanting fire me during games. I think that was kind of a bleep you to them. But here's what I don't get, and I know you can get into a place of like maybe you just need a change. The next coach of the Ravens will not be better than John Harbaugh, and I don't care who it is. They won't be better. The next coach of the Steelers will not be better than Mike Tomlin.
Well, I don't know. They said that before with the Steelers. The Steelers, look up how many head coaches they've had in their
3
history.
Well, so have the Ravens. I mean, the coach before Harbaugh was Brian Billick.
Yep.
But the point is, how often are you going to find a coach that's been there for 18 years?
Would you guys agree, though? Sometimes it just runs its course.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe that's the case. But my guess is you're going to go through a couple more coaches before you find somebody even close to what John Harbaugh or Mike Tomlin's done for those organizations.
I mean, but think about it, Vic. In your lifetime, the Steelers have had 3 coaches.
Yeah.
In your lifetime.
Chuck Noll,
Bill
Cowher,
Cowher,
and Mike Tomlin.
And that's it.
Yep.
Hey, last thing. You were asking yesterday about, hey, would the Broncos be a dog at home to anybody? And I said, well, Buffalo, Buffalo.
Yeah.
You know they're a favorite on the road. The Buffalo Bills are at Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And the Jags are 13-4, and they're playing unbelievable football.
Yeah.
You realize that Trevor Lawrence has refound whatever it is he had lost and refound it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bills are still a road favorite. If they were coming to Denver this weekend, they're a 1.5-point favorite at Jacksonville. I would bet it would be right around there.
Could be. Let's do a couple more emojis here. This one. Oh, go ahead.
Welcome back to the Mosheys, where everything's made up and the prostates don't matter.
Is that an old Who's Line reference right there?
Yep.
This category, another good one that comes up every year. Vic and Moser versus technology. How many of these nominees do we have?
4.
All right. What's first?
They tried, though. Humor cannot be translated by artificial intelligence.
Yet.
Human humor cannot.
Yet.
Go ahead. Right. Get Chappy Chi. Get what's it called? GBT.
Chat Beachy.
Chappy Chi P.
I remember Chappy Chi. Chappy Chi.
Can I tell you something? I have, because I'm going to do this for, I think, as long as I can until society forces me to, I have not used AI for anything like Chat GPT or Chat GP.
Get Chappy Chi.
I used it for the first time a couple days ago because I had this cocktail at a bar that I really liked, and I couldn't figure out the recipe. And I said, how do you make this? And immediately it popped up. And
Scary,
I was like,
isn't it?
And I thought to myself, I shouldn't have done this because I feel like I want to use this more now because that was so easy.
What's to stop a football coach? Hey, guys, it's 3rd and 7. They're playing 2 deep safety. What do we run here?
Hey, ChatGPT.
I'm serious. Well, ChatGPT was going to come up with a play right away.
What's next?
Johnny Mitchell says, yeah, I went Monday, and yes, I had a Blue Jays tee on.
See?
I'm texting back, you're part of the problem.
So, no.
Okay.
Tell Johnny this. Johnny, how does it feel
Hold on, let me
to know that we took your sport?
Hold on.
And made it ours.
I'm going to record this, Vic, so you can actually.
Right. Hurry up.
Okay, hang on.
Ready?
Okay, hang on. Okay.
Johnny, how does it feel in your heart?
Well, that's not working.
Take three. Right?
He's listening to the show. He can hear this.
Well, maybe he is. I don't know if he is or not.
Come on, man.
Okay, go ahead.
Johnny, I love you like a brother.
Yeah, it's not working. So screw it.
Were you just trying to do a video?
I don't remember. I forget.
Couple more. Go ahead.
I've spent the last 27 minutes trying to sign in to set up my fantasy team tonight, and I can't sign in. I don't know where the link is, and I've deduced the problem is I have 2 Disney accounts, one through my email, one through my wife's email, which explains why my team is named Terry Lombardi. I don't know her. If I've been paying for if I've been paying twice, if I've been double paying Disney and your salary for the last 2 years here, is that what's happening?
I would hope so. Yeah. I hope you have 27 fantasy teams you paid for that you don't know
Why
about.
is this so hard? Why is this so hard? Why can't I just set my team? I can't tolerate this. I mean, I don't know what the damn passwords are.
So there you go. 4 different nominees, and the winner Oh, there's one more? Okay, one more. Go ahead. There you go. Yeah, take a look. Right there at the bottom.
Microphone.
Right there.
Okay.
You do
and
that.
Again, hello to everybody on Xfinity Television watching the show for the first time. Oh, wait.
Oh, I never get to listen to our show. This is great.
This is enthralling radio.
This is like inception of radio.
And
Okay,
by
I
the way,
can't take it. I
right.
can't take it. Cut it off. Vic, cut it off.
Right here, I just go to this app.
Trying to measure the tape delay, Vic.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, Brett.
What the hell? There's an app that you can download, by the way. If you wear headphones, it does like a 1 second delay. It's impossible to think or speak when that's going on. Impossible.
Moj, you ever had mix minus issues?
Of course.
Those are the worst.
The worst. Yep.
And the winner for Vic and Moj versus technology is Moser, for being a radio professional who doesn't know how to record audio on his phone. So there you go. Congratulations, Moser. Another little dingy for you. A lot more of these to get to. Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
Day 2 of recovery. Day 2 in my sauna. Oh, man, did I sweat it off last night. It was awesome. Special thanks to Flatirons Fire and Design. Visit their showroom right now on 53rd and Bannock off I-25. Just drive north I-25, turn left when you get off there. Boom. It's one of the nicest showrooms around. You will find not only saunas, fireplaces, outdoor kitchens, whatever you want to play with, they've got it, and they've got ample supply. Visit flatironsfire.com today. You could see it for yourself, and then go visit. That's flatironsfire.com. And tell them Vic Lombardi sent you.
All right, Jared Bednar's going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. We're continuing the emojis today, but going back to last night, the Avs lose the second straight game, which is a rare feat. Moj?
The last time they lost 2 straight games in regulation was the end of last season.
Last regular season?
Last regular season.
Yeah. It's because they're really good.
They are.
They still are really good. But obviously that power play cloud is going to hang over them until that thing starts to get better. It's just going to. And I think it's going to be a little bit more spotlighted now because of the injuries to Taves and Landy. So you're dealing with 2 really good players being out of the lineup, and maybe that hurts you a little bit more. But outside of the power play, what else did you notice from the game last night?
I noticed again that they were just a tick off last night as well. I felt that they had a difficult time handling the pressure from the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Lightning wanted to smother them. And when you're a tick off and the passes are missing that much, you know what I mean? Even your zone entries, you're turning it over on the zone entry, right? Because you're trying to force the play in by stick handling. Now, the Lightning want you to dump and chase, and they want to win those battles in the corner and they get the puck out of their own zone. But, sometimes you get stubborn with the puck. There are no passengers, though. I don't think there were any passengers, really, at all.
Yeah.
As Coach Bednar would say, I just think that you get stubborn if you're the Avalanche because you are so good and because you can do things that other teams cannot do.
Right.
You get stubborn with things when teams, they have the ability to jump you a little bit. And I think that's what happened a little bit last night.
It's amazing watching the anatomy of a goal. The third goal by Tampa, I thought the Avs played it perfectly. I mean, Brock Nelson was back checking. He was in front of the puck. Kucherov was out there stick handling. He forced Kucherov to get rid of it. He got a stick on it. Boom, boom, back of the net.
Yep.
And it just, that's hockey for you.
It is. I will also go to the, let's see, was it the second goal. Cale Makar has his guy, but his guy pivots right around. Cale Makar knocks it in. Mm-hmm. I mean, it caught the best defenseman on the planet, I think, by surprise a little bit.
Did you see the goal?
Because he had him fronted. You've got your guy fronted. But it developed a little bit slower, and it allowed Dude to pivot, turn around, and jump and get his stick on that puck.
Speaking of goals, did you see the move by Connor McDavid last night?
Yes.
Oh, my
Yeah, I know. Pickles is pretty damn good, dude.
Holy moly. First of all, the goal during the game and then the shootout goal was just a stick-handling sensation. All right, forget all that. We're going to have Coach Bednar on with us in an hour, and I don't want to repeat myself, but you mentioned he would bring up Gabe's injury yesterday. Did he? What's the extent?
Yeah, he said it's going to be weeks.
Okay.
But again,
so Taves, I think he said Taves was week to week.
Week to week.
And Landeskog was weeks.
So that would tell me that he's still in play, depending on how his body heals.
Okay.
Still in play for the Olympic Games for Team Sweden.
I don't know if you guys saw the update from Shams, and it's no surprise because I estimated as much when it happened. He says that Joker.
We got it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nikola Jokic is rehabbing around the clock, and it's really been every few hours he's been weightlifting, he's been getting cardio in on the bike, he's been icing that knee, and I am told he has started spot shooting on the court. The Nuggets won't be rushing Nikola Jokic back. He's still weeks away from a potential return, so you're looking at the end of this month as a window for that. They still need to allow him to build some movement, sprinting, running, cutting, and that's going to take place over the coming weeks.
Okay, two things. You may have noticed something. So Joker injured his knee on this road trip. He remained with the team. He didn't fly back to Denver.
Saw that.
Yeah.
He remained with the team. Cam Johnson's in Denver. Cam Johnson's rehabbing here. Joker remained with the team. Various reasons why. He's comfortable with the support staff that he's working with there. And during games, you saw him during that game the other night, but in previous games, he was not on the bench. Do you know what he's doing during the game?
He's
in
coaching.
the locker room working out.
Well, there was a moment late in that game against Philly where he's talking to, is before they're going out on defense, he's talking to Peyton Watson. They're having like a one-on-one, and the camera's caught it. Peyton Watson looked at Nikola Jokic in a way that my wife has not looked at me in a decade.
Yeah.
Like, I have never seen anybody more locked in to somebody when they're talking to him than P. Watt was with Jokic.
maybe you haven't been keeping up on current events, but you have 2 kids now, so there had to be a look at some point.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, there
While
you
you're
go.
down there,
Okay.
would you mind me?
Okay. Okay. All right. All right.
What are we doing?
I'll tell you what we're doing. 2 more categories. How about that?
Yeah. Last thing. Did you see the Spencer Jones post on LinkedIn?
Yeah. Why is he posting on LinkedIn?
Because he apparently he likes to keep in touch with his Stanford peeps. And that's the way to do it.
And he is so. I know his makeup. He thinks he's this close to being out of the league, and he plays with that.
Yeah.
He plays with that fire. He doesn't even have a car. Again, we talked about this. He borrows teammates' cars. He thinks he's that close to being out of the league and in the workforce.
But I love it because the rest of the league is like, hey, man, you got a guy whose team was down their top 7 dudes, and they go in and they beat you. Like they were giving it to Philly hard. I like it, man.
Wait,
good for Spencer Jones.
Does he think he's the dude from that Pursuit of Happiness movie where he shows up at work, but he's like homeless when he goes home at night? Like that. You've seen that movie, right? It's a great movie.
Is that Will Smith? Yeah.
I forget what the guy's actual name is.
Great movie.
But it's a great movie.
Made me cry several times in that movie.
I think that's who he thinks he is. Like he's cosplaying as this guy who's got this really high-end job that makes a lot of money, and he goes home and lives in his car or something like that. All right, let's get back to it. A couple more categories here. Go ahead, Nelly.
Welcome back to the Mosey Awards. Chim chimney chim chimney chim chim chiroo. This is all right, innit? Guys, you want me to fake a British accent because of some traffic guy that filled in?
Yeah.
Okay. You know the Broncos from the playoffs, right?
Shut up. Shut up, big voice guy.
Shut up with the foam in the cup.
Also, another great one that we do every year. This year's award for Worst Analogy.
Oh, no.
How many of these do we have, Nelly?
4.
4 of them. Go ahead.
Let me guess.
Jets and Giants were both
So
blowouts.
just calm
and
down
then
a
last
little
week, you're like, I'm done predicting
Yeah,
that.
just
I don't know
calm
what's
down.
going to happen in this game. And then they actually do blow a team out.
You're like a overhyped homecoming queen.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Hey, I do want to say this.
Yeah, what was that poll?
I don't know. Listen to me.
You're like an orangutan with peanut butter.
30 years.
The last time.
An orangutan with peanut butter would probably be pretty amped up.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. That is actually, I think that's great. If you're talking about somebody having enthusiasm, somebody should give an orangutan some peanut butter and just watch that thing go to town.
You know the overhyped homecoming queen who's just smiling all the time, is just so happy all the time. Like,
All right, what's the next one?
I bought an infrared hot tub sauna off of Facebook Marketplace, and it was.
I don't even know what the hell that is. What the hell is an infrared?
It was in high demand. A lot of people loved it.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who let it go said, "I don't want to let this go," but my wife got us another one. It's really nice. I couldn't get the thing to work, and I don't know what the hell was going on. Eventually, I let it go. Is Dre Greenlaw the Broncos infrared hot tub sauna right now?
Actually, that one's not bad. I like it.
That's okay.
What's next?
I'm trying to think of things in this world I am less interested in than the Pro Bowl.
really? Do you care about all-star names when the NHL comes around? I'm just curious.
I think it does matter. Like,
Come
look,
on,
it's
Moser,
not
you're
a
being-
huge. It's not a huge thing to me, but I do think it matters.
You're being a wet fish, and that's fish, P-H-I-S-H. Don't be such a wet fish.
Wait, is being a wet fish a thing?
Oh, wait. What is the term?
What does being a wet fish mean?
I don't know. Fish are supposed to be wet, bro.
Yeah, right. I misused the term.
Wet blanket?
A wet blanket?
Yeah.
Being a wet fish. I'm going to say that to somebody who's acting totally normal. Gosh, you're being a real wet fish right now.
Oh, my God.
Isn't there a whole debate on are fish wet or is the water just surrounding them wet?
Oh.
Like, are the actual fish wet?
themselves wet? Nah, I guess by...
You submerge yourself in water. Are you wet?
Yes, you're wet.
Yeah, you're wet.
Or you wet when you get out of the water?
Hey, when you get out of the water, are you wet? Yeah.
Yes.
You're carrying it with
and you're
you.
wet in the water, you're wet out of the water.
I can't believe I confused wet blanket for wet fish.
And what did you say? Not wet fish, and you said like PSIH or something like
No,
that.
you guys have been talking about the band Fish and Jam Bands.
yeah,
so that's
yeah,
why
yeah.
Vic said that.
All right, what's next?
they're not a slow drip offense.
No.
It's like your coffee maker, right? They're not a slow drip coffee maker. It's not the way they work. It's a squirt coffee maker. Squirt it all out there.
It's these two things out here. Remember, it's
Wait, what?
There's two type of coffee makers, Mosh. It's the squirters and the slow drip.
Hey, do you guys remember when Pat Summerall called it the Broncos a team of squirters? That's RJ Harper's new nickname. Oh, there goes the squirter. Did you see him squirt through that hole? Oh, I forgot about that. All right, one more. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
Oh, that's it. Okay, all right. So the winner of Worst Analogy is... Yeah, you said squirt way too many times, sir,
way
Vic.
too
It's
many.
that one. It's that one. So congratulations. Another little dingy for you. We got one more category before we get to a break. This one is called Let's Not Get HR Involved.
By the way, my son wants his little dinghy. He wants it.
Okay.
He can have the original. Why not just give it to him?
Yeah, he can have the OG. Let's not get HR involved. How many of these nominees do we have?
5.
5 of them.
Probably should be 100.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, man, you don't have to suck it in. Let it go, bro. You worked for 35 years for that beer gut, bro. Embrace it.
It is good. I mean, my ball's in there. I'll show you my ball during the break.
I was just saying, what the hell did you just say?
You don't want to know about that.
Where's your balls?
I'll show you during the break. So the point is that
I don't want to see your balls during the break.
No, my ball.
Good.
All right, so I was obviously gone for that show. The hell were you talking about?
I don't really remember. I forget.
You were slapping your tummy, and then you were saying that you used to have an exercise
Oh,
ball.
my exercise ball,
in
yeah.
in the Darren McKee Memorial Jockstrap
Yes.
Museum. You used to store an
I
exercise
was
ball
told, by
in
the
there.
way, I was told by the engineers, like, you got to get your ball out of here. And I'm like, why? Because we don't have room for your ball anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean we have room for my ball? Everybody here's got room for their ball everywhere. I don't have room for my ball?
My balls are in there. I'll show you during...
Zerto's
Shake
reaction
the balls
is
during the
priceless.
break.
All right, what's next? I want to go to Ireland so
do
bad.
I.
It looks amazing. I want to go
and
so
I want to
badly.
fly Aer Lingus.
Yes. But
Why
college,
does that sound? Why does that airline sound like
I
a
don't
bad word?
I don't like saying that at all. I want to go to. I just want to take an airplane to Ireland. I don't care which.
I mean, did
brand
they
it
purposely
is.
do that?
Fly Air BJ next time.
Oh my God!
Okay, listen.
What is going on?
Moshe, you ever flown Air Coitus?
This is
before?
America.
Okay.
I'm going to Asia. I'm going to fly Air Reach Around next time.
Come on, dude.
Did you see how I was at least trying to be clever? And you just went full on like hammer.
Listen to me. There is an actual airline. My buddy flew it, and it goes to Ireland. It goes to Dublin, and it's called Aer Lingus.
Yes.
Now, we know they sponsored the damn college football game to open up the season, dude.
How many do we have left now? How many?
3.
We still have 3? All right, go ahead. I want to be on a flight, Vic, where I light up a cigarette, they give me an actual glass of whiskey, and I call the air hostess Toots. Is it such an awful thing to ask for? Hey,
The
Toots,
air hostess?
I'll take
What are you talking about there?
Welcome to Misogyny Airlines.
That's all I want.
We're going to be serving carved ham down the aisleway today.
Hey, Toots, how about another whiskey over here, huh?
Yeah,
Hey,
please,
Brett,
please,
there was
we
actually-
encourage you to touch our flight.
Think about this.
I know exactly what that is. I was watching the show Mindhunter, where they're flying all around the country interviewing these serial killers, and the guy always had a cigarette in his mouth and an actual glass of whiskey on a flight. And I was like, that's a thing? You had glasses.
Used to be a thing.
What's next? Would you rather be slapped or spit on? Hang on a second.
That's a great question.
Hang on a second. If you no. If you
All right.
Wait, was that Jalen Carter?
It was a football
game
thing, yeah,
one where he
game
spit
one.
on
Yeah.
Dak Prescott?
Yeah.
It was a good question, just phrased poorly.
Correct.
All right, what's the last one?
Vic, whatever is in your mouth, choke it down, please, because I have a question to ask you.
I just took 2 pills, and they got jammed in my esophagus.
Well, a lot of things probably get jammed in your esophagus. Just whatever Whatever's in your mouth, choke it down. I have a question to ask you, please.
You know there are kids that listen to the show.
Oh, wait. The guy who said air reach around is now worried about the children and what they're hearing during the show. Oh, that one's loaded.
I'm taking the rest of the day off after
and they got jammed in my esophagus.
Well, a lot of things probably get jammed in your esophagus.
What I love about most when he makes these jokes, it's like he was waiting to be queued up. Like, there is zero hesitation. It's immediate. All right, so the winner for Let's Not Get HR Involved is... Show you my balls during the break. Yeah. Also a good one, Moj. Congratulations. Another little dingy for you. Oh, my God. That's a new category, isn't it? Nelly,
that actually was an old Marty O staple, but I brought it back.
Nelly, that was that might be one of the best categories we've had.
I love that, yeah.
That was outrageous.
And that one could have 50 every year. So, 303-504-0925, Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
Improving your health for the new year can be a really good thing. Maybe it's a resolution that you have. When you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing progress in the gym, staying committed can be definitely tough. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can likely help with that resolution. Hey, it's Mose. Those symptoms are often signs of low testosterone. Happened to me, again, had a annual exam a couple years ago. Doc says, your testosterone's getting a little bit low. I said, what do I do? He says, well, you're just getting a little bit older. Said, no, I'm not going to deal with that. Early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year, and before you know it, you just don't feel the same way you used to, but the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. Schedule an appointment today. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on the website, 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule that consult. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes, and they'll tell you what is going on because maybe you are dealing with low T, and they can really, really help you. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs. Here is the telephone number. Don't wait. Most guys wait a year or more. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, I got to ask you guys something. I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, and maybe I'm not. We got Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock this morning. If you're relocating a franchise and you would like to keep your name, isn't the first thing you do is trademark your name for that new location? Because from what I understand, the soon-to-be, well, I guess, or soon not to be, whatever, Las Vegas Athletics in the MLB waited too long and somebody else grabbed the rights for both Las Vegas Athletics and Vegas Athletics. And now they're kind of screwed on what they call themselves. Because I don't think they want to go Nevada, which means you're probably going to have to change the names of the A's, which they didn't want to do. So now what?
Well, from what I understand, another group got Vegas A's and Las Vegas A's, but apparently
who's this group? What?
It's a group of angry A's fans.
A smart group of people that are like, you want this name, give me $50 million, then you can have it.
So apparently the A's were told that the nickname Athletics is too generic, but it's been their logo since 1901. I mean, it's 124 years.
They said that it applies to, like, if you say Las Vegas Athletics, it can apply to Parks and Rec or something.
Or a gym.
Who are these common sense people who are handing out pens? Who are these people? Give me a call. I'll talk to them. What do you think? This is a baseball team. Calm down.
It's a trademark, not a patent, but same thing.
Am I right though? Was there people who bought the rights to the name?
They bought them. I think they bought the A's rights.
Okay,
like Las Vegas A's and Vegas A's,
because Athletics
got denied by. So they're in a real pickle. I don't know what you do.
These are pirates out there, and they really bother me, dude. Years ago, many years. Remember when I used to do that radio show with Gary Miller?
Yeah.
So we had a website back then. There was no Zoom. There was none of this crap. This is 15 years ago. We had VicandGary.com that we bought. We put it together, and we used to put our show on VicandGary.com. Look it up now. Go to VicandGary.com.
Gary.
Yeah. Yeah, what comes up?
The site cannot be reached.
Yeah. So it was purchased. We missed a payment or something like that. I blame Gary. And somebody stole it from us. Somebody pirated our site. And they wanted some serious cash for it. I was like, no, I'm not doing this hostage crisis thing. I ain't doing it. So we changed the name, whatever. That's amazing to me that people do this. There's actually there are people out there waiting to pirate your name.
All right,
pirate your site.
The A's fan group called The Last Dive Bar.
That's them, yes.
Who are obviously vocal opponents to John Fisher moving the team from Oakland, has the Las Vegas A's trademark. So they're trolling them.
That's correct.
Clearly. Somebody decided
you know what?
Wait,
hang on, Vic. You can be upset at these, quote, pirates, as you call them. How about you be upset that you didn't... The first thing you didn't do when you said you were moving was get the naming rights. That's the first order of business, is your brand. How do you not do that?
Well, you realize that the Utah Mammoth wanted Yetis.
Yeah.
You realize that, right? They wanted that,
Sure.
but they got denied because the trademark office said it could be confused with Yeti coolers and something else and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, all that crap. So they went with Mammoth instead, and we know how that's going.
Yeah, but if they were the Arizona Coyotes and they wanted to keep the Coyotes nickname but just say Utah Coyotes and they didn't buy the rights to it and some fan group in Arizona did it first, they'd be like, well, that's stupid on your part.
Right.
That you allowed that to happen.
Yeah, pretty dumb.
So again, Jared Bednar is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. We have a whole bunch of these that we need to roll through. Let's get to our next category, please, Nelly.
Welcome back to the Mosey Awards, as we reflect on all the bad, the awful, the even worse from last year. And we encouraged it all.
So, again, if you're new to this program, you don't know what the Moseys are. These are our end-of-the-year awards where we look back at the last year of this radio show and pick out the worst things that we have done. And this is basically, I think this is what this was first built upon, was this category right here. Worst prediction of the year last year, which I'm curious how many nominees are in this category.
We've had some really The year of the Phil Lindsay and Von Miller year was bad year.
Well, that one was bad because those were proven wrong immediately.
Like within 5 minutes and 15 minutes or something, yeah.
So, Nelly, how many nominees we got?
4.
4 of them. All right, let's hear them. Cardinals crushed the Niners. What a disappointing year for the Niners. 47-24. I'm going to make this prediction, by the way. I think Arizona is going to pop next year. I do. No. I'm still unsure about Kyler Murray, but they got a feel of a team that's got a lot of right pieces around there that just need a little bit of time to incubate. As much as I think that their head coach is a weirdo, he did a pretty good job with them this year. They finished the year 8-9.
And they got a tight end that is popped.
Good.
They got a tight end that's already popped.
Dude, McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr.,
they're playing
James
great.
Conner in the backfield. That's a pretty good offense.
Good team.
Yikes.
3-14.
I believe they're picking second in the draft.
Yes, they are.
I think. That one's bad. That had to be what, like January 5th of last year?
January 7th.
All right, Nelly. Go ahead.
You know where he's going?
Saints at 40.
Nah. He's going to the Raiders at 37. Mark it down. Hell, record this. Nelly, write it down. You can write this down. Hell, record this. Record it. Make it available in stereo. The Las Vegas Raiders, with pick number 37 today, they're taking Shedeur Sanders. They're going to have Shedeur Sanders and Ashton Genty on that team. Close enough, Cleveland.
Just a few rounds and a couple of teams short. What's next?
Lamar Jackson season. Dude, he threw for 4,172 yards, 41 touches, and 4 picks all year. How can you even remotely think that Josh Allen is the MVP over Lamar Jackson?
Here's how
there's not a chance in hell that's the case. Well, hey, listen, I made a pretty good case
I went to
for
hell.
Lamar, though. Yeah,
they said there was a chance.
I made a pretty good case for Lamar. I mean,
that's a great case.
4,141 touch. That's pretty good.
All right, Nelly, last one. If I'm wrong, Nelly, put this on the Mosey's for worst prediction. Danny Dimes ends this weekend with this whole look out, this guy's going to be, I don't buy this for a second.
No. You got to start that by saying write it down, hell record it.
Write it down, hell record this. Danny Dimes' reclamation project will be dead after they play the Broncos in week 2.
How'd that work out?
I mean, technically, it just took a few weeks. He
got injured.
He did die.
Yeah.
He did die.
Well, not by performance.
I didn't specify that. I just heard that clip. I didn't say anything about performance. I said it will be dead.
They started to falter, but if he stays healthy, do they make it?
I read a stat. Are they one or the first or second team to start a season 6-0 and fail to make the playoffs?
Well, they were 6 games above 500.
Is that what it was? 6 above 500.
Yeah. And finished with a losing record because you recall Josh McDaniels.
They were 6-1 here.
Yeah, and then they missed, but they weren't under 500.
Yeah, but it was to be 6 games above 500 at any point and finish with a losing record,
Correct.
I think is what the number was. But the winner for worst prediction is me.
Yeah.
With Danny Dimes dying.
Yeah, there you go.
It's my first solo little dinghy of the
congratulations
of the entire emoji so far. I'll take that with pride. All right, let's get to another one here. I mean, this one, it's going to go to Moj. It has to, I would think. Maybe I'm going to be surprised. This is worst question that may or may not be a question. How many of these do we have? 500?
You were close. Actually, just 5.
5. All right, let's hear them.
We may look back on this, Jake, when it's all said and done and say, man, the Nuggets gave OKC a tougher battle than anybody else in the entire NBA. We could look back and say that. I'm saying it right now because they took them obviously to 7 games, even though they got blown out in that last one. But it's still, I mean, they played them really, really tough, and OKC seems to be really, really good. So this next GM that comes in, if they're going to do what you're saying, how creative? I've maintained they have to be a very creative GM. You're going to have to really think outside the box. How much of that has to happen, in your opinion?
What the hell, man?
So, how much of what exactly?
Trading a starter, but getting, working deals where you go, wow, the Nuggets really won that.
Right.
Game. So that good
I mean,
God
how long is that
almighty.
one? I want the times with these two.
Until Jake actually gets a chance to answer, that is about 55 seconds.
Unbelievable.
All right, what's next?
When was the last time you talked to a kicker or a punter?
Me? I've said hello and spoken to punters and kickers. Why?
I mean, just like, hi, how you doing? I'm Jeff. Okay, see you later. I mean, there's nothing to talk to. I'm just thinking of what a great sitcom this would be. Lutz and the Crawdad. That'd be great.
You're talking about with Leggy in Lutz?
No. Jeremy Craw. What's his name?
I got you.
What's his name? Lutz and the Crawdad.
You're on the kicker. But there's not much. For
Hey, you're the one who
to
said
do.
special teams is important, Jack, not me.
What was that?
I couldn't tell you.
You offended the guy. You came up with a stupid sitcom. You went nowhere. There was no question asked. It was just a comment. What was that?
It's just terrible.
All right, what's next?
I got to ask you, this is a personal
Why
question.
is this all me?
Do you like Spokane?
I love Spokane.
Okay, because my family's from up in that area. I'm not a big Spokane guy. That's number one. Number two, you are only 22, but I used to do games at Gonzaga way back in the day. Does anybody talk about Bing Crosby up there? Do you know who that is?
Yeah, dude, he got a statue on campus.
Oh, does he? I said I didn't know that, but he got expelled for pushing a piano out of a window up there. You know that, right? Did you hear that story?
I've never heard that story.
Yeah, apparently when he was there at Gonzaga, he pushed a piano out of a second-story window and they kicked him out. Anyway, that's just a little thing between me and Julian. That's great. Good talk. Yeah.
Julian,
you are embarrassing, dude. You know what you are? You're that crazy uncle. All right, hey, take it easy when we go to visit the family. I got this crazy uncle who just blah, blah, blah. That's what you are.
Hang on. We very, 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 very rarely get Nuggets players on this show because none of them like to wake up as early as our show is. We get Julian Strawther. And out of all the list of things you could ask Julian Strawther, Bing Crosby was
And can you imagine? Things get around, right? Like other players. Hey, how'd that interview go? Should I do it? I don't know, man. This old man was asking me about a piano.
Bing Crosby. All right, what's next?
Hey, Jeff, we're here. Football's back tonight.
Yeah.
All right.
Ready to rock.
Yeah. Leggy's ready to rock.
Uh-huh. That was it? Hey, we're back. Football's here. And then you just stared at him?
Yeah.
All right.
Ready to rock.
Is there any more, or is that the last one?
There is one more.
All right, one more. Go ahead.
We asked the coach how he celebrated Canadian Thanksgiving, and he didn't. So why are we making an issue of this?
I'm kind of with Vic on this. I'm in the U.S., so I celebrate Thanksgiving.
This isn't hard.
I'm not having two of them.
Coach, do you have two birthdays? Do you have a Canadian birthday and an American birthday? That'd be great.
Yeah, he didn't want to hear that, Vic.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to go to McDonald's. I'm going to go to McDonald's by the hotel tomorrow night. It's going to be good.
I mean, what part of you? Let me ask you something. What part of your brain felt it necessary to say that? Like, we're talking to the coach, we're having fun. Who cares about you going to McDonald's? Why is that essential information to get across?
I don't know. It's not. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
And the winner for worst question that may or may not be a question is Vic for the Chinese birthday question for Bednar.
Actually, you asked about a Chinese Thanksgiving and a part that got cut out of that. It was Canadian birthday.
Oh, Canadian birthday.
You gotta be kidding me. Moser just went toe-to-toe with eternity asking questions, and I win? That's ridiculous.
I got to tell you something. I actually disagree with the committee again. Bing Crosby was by far the winner.
By far.
Because it was a 22-year-old kid you're talking to.
Is this the CFP selection committee? It must be that committee.
Hey, but this time you were included, Vic.
Well, I don't want to be. I'm not going to the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Jared Bednar. We will talk to him in 20 minutes. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injure lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. All right, just a couple things real quick. We'll get to a keys of the game tonight for the Nuggets and the Celtics, as that's at 5 o'clock, 4:30 pregame. We have Jared Bednar in 15 minutes. Just quickly, on top of Vance Joseph being interviewed by like every team that has an opening right now, that can also include the name Davis Webb, who has been the quarterback's coach for the Broncos for the last couple of years. He's widely respected across the league. He's a very, very young guy, but the Raiders have requested an interview with Davis Webb.
But he's only, 30? You cannot
turn on Vic's mic there.
You cannot be an NFL head coach at the age of 30, can you, Vic?
Yes, you can.
How old was Sean McVay when the Rams hired him? 32?
Have you seen the trend of coaches? Have you seen this guy played in the league? And let me tell you something. He is going to impress John Spytek and company. I'm telling you right now, if John Harbaugh, I don't think John Harbaugh wants to coach in the same division as his brother, which is why I don't think he and the Raiders make sense.
I would agree with that.
I would place, and they're going to interview both VJ, Vance Joseph, and Davis Webb. Now, remember who's running the Raiders, all right? Brady's out there helping out, obviously. He's part owner. John Spytek spent some time in Denver. He was not here when Davis Webb was here, but he knows enough people in Denver. Mark Thews, who left Denver last year, is in that front office. He works with them. These guys, they know Davis Webb. I would not be surprised if he hits that out of the ballpark, an interview, which he's supposed to interview today, mind you.
Again, this isn't anything new. A lot of people across the NFL have a lot of respect for him and the job that he's done in Denver. So just something to monitor as he is talking to the Raiders. Now, because we're going to talk to Bednar, we got to roll through a lot more of these categories. And so, Nelly, let's get back going.
Welcome back to the Mosheys, starring 3 really, really, really slow healers. I know Brett's the milker of the bunch, but has anyone milked an injury more than Moser and his Achilles?
How dare you?
That was legit, man.
How dare you? This category, worst treatment of each other. Which I think this happens 50 times a show, so how many nominees do we have,
There could
Nelly?
have been 100.
There shouldn't even be a category for this.
Well, you can determine if it's worthy. We have 5 submissions.
5. All right, go ahead.
Okay, well, you're free to. Yeah, well, that's good, Vic. I mean, you're free to go to hell all you want. I mean, that's fine.
I'm being honest.
We're
honest.
Listen, I'm being honest too.
Brett, will you answer that question? Brett, you answer that question. Will you?
Let me answer it for
go ahead,
you.
Moshe.
You're free to go to hell. You're free to suck it. You're free to kick rocks. What else? What else can he do, Brett? He's free to do a lot of things, right? Take your own hand, go to the closet. I mean, whatever it takes, dude. That's fine. I'm going to be calling hockey because I love the game, and I'm going to be all over it.
What set him off? Do you remember, Nelly?
Yeah. Vic was saying that after the Four Nations face-off, there was no way he could be excited about a regular season hockey game between like the Avs and the Oilers on a Tuesday.
That makes sense.
And then Moj got very bent out of shape.
That makes total sense. All right, what's next?
Welcome back to the Brett Kane Hour. Brett Kane has passed away. He's no longer with us. Welcome back. Brett Kane, no longer with us. I'm Mark Bertinoli, filling in this morning.
He just killed you off.
Several times. Nelly told me about that. He goes, one day he's just going to say that I died. And I was like, that's hilarious, actually. All right.
Where were you? That was pre-baby.
That was when he took some time over the summer.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
All right, what's next?
Where's he going?
It's someplace with candles. I don't know.
Dude,
But it's
you are
candles
the
and
biggest
music.
freaking whip boy I've ever met in my life. You are so whipped and I mean, I can't even get around the golfing because you're going to go to a candlelight vigil for Def Leppard? What the hell's going on?
It's not Def Leppard.
The game.
I mean, what are you? What happened to you?
I'm a great, great husband is what I am.
Hey, Bear, give Miss Coliones back. We need him. That made me so mad. We had a golf event planned, right?
Was it at
Very rare
Arrowhead,
golf
too?
event.
And I've never played Arrowhead. I was excited about it.
So we were all ready to go, and homie says, I can't play. And I'm like, oh, it better be important. Yeah, I'm going to a candlelight concert for an 80s band.
It was.
I go, you got to
Fleetwood
be
Mac.
kidding me.
It was Fleetwood Mac, dude. It
It wasn't even them.
No, it was the 4 members of the symphony. It was killer.
All right, we got 2 more, Nelly? All right, go ahead. What's next?
When you have a midlife crisis, you do certain things that sort of go against the grain, things you wouldn't normally do. A couple years back, I bought my Vespa, and I'm my hog. I'm a rider now. I ride.
It's adorable. You think you're at midlife.
That's good. That is good. And it's so true.
Oh, my God.
I'm having a midlife crisis.
true.
Bro, you got about 10 years on that expiration
Oh, my
date. You
goodness.
understand me?
That's so funny.
That was so mean. That
That
was
is
mean.
so true, though, man. I mean, see, I don't get offended. That's the difference between me and you.
Me?
And you, Moj. I don't get offended.
I don't either.
Oh, yes. The softest bunch of anybody is people on this show. Are you kidding? I'm offended that you think I'd be offended.
The only offense I've ever taken on the show is when you rip Rocky Balboa, and that's where I draw.
I can get you real quick. Yeah. Also, Notre Dame didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. So.
Yeah, that's another offense.
Nelly, last one. What are you doing with your spirit fingers? Is that what you're doing here?
Spirit fingers? Yeah, that's what they were. Spirit fingers.
Yeah, not with your inbred bunion thumbs. Nobody's ever had spirit fingers like that.
See, that was for many people.
My God.
For many people, pointing out a disability like that would be offensive. Not me. I'm good with it.
Inbred bunion thumbs.
I've got bunion thumbs.
Dude, they're just they look weird. They do look weird.
Those both were really mean. It's adorable. You think you're at midlife.
All right.
That's the best.
Awesome.
That's the best.
And the winner for worst treatment of each other is me for saying it's adorable. You think you're at midlife. Yeah, I mean, it's really mean. Really mean. I'll take another
have to understand
little
the difference. Somebody on the text line, Scott, just wrote in, the guy that's been banned from the text line twice doesn't get offended. I don't get offended. I like to fight. I like going back and forth. I think it's part of human adult man culture. So if you get offended by me ripping on you and then you offend me, I'm going to offend you right. See, the difference is I'm going to offend you right back. I'm not one of those guys that's going to take and say, ho hum, I'm bigger than that. I'm not bigger than that. I will rip you right back. On any medium, any platform, anywhere, anytime.
Our next category is another one of my favorites. It's called, Huh? How many of these do we have?
5.
All right, go ahead. What's first?
Vic, how old do you think Alvin Kamara is?
Today?
Yeah.
No, 5 years ago.
Yeah. Jeez Louise.
How old do you think he is? Today? What a
Today?
weird follow-up.
It's a legit question.
No, in 3 years, Vic.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, what's next?
You can't micromanage me if I'm not built for this. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I stacked the car wash. What's that called? The dishwasher.
Oh, my God.
Vic's biggest stress, and look, there's a bunch of things you can be stressed about. Your biggest stress in life was the 2 weeks after your wife's knee surgery.
Big time.
Oh, I losing for the gimp on a lot of things, man, and that car wash is hard.
What's next?
Nephew comes over and says, Zio, which means uncle in Italian, Zio, you have no oil. I go, what do you mean? He goes, look, no oil. So I put oil in, boom, starts, it's clean again. He's 12.
Dude, you're going to burn that motor up with no oil in it, man. What are you doing?
I did not know that you had to have oil all the time.
What?
For God's sake.
What do you mean you didn't?
I thought you just sort of give it to it a little bit once in a while.
Anyway, yeah, just a little taste. Jesus. Oh my God.
Just on occasion.
A little thirsty. The motor's a little thirsty.
Just give a little squirt every once in a while.
What's next?
You don't like Nick Sirianni.
I thought he was going to blow it.
He just spit in your mouth.
Yes, he did. Okay, he didn't do that.
Yes, he did.
No.
Just take it.
Can you just say spit?
He spit in your mouth.
He spit at me.
Accept it. That's what Nick Sirianni did to you.
I can't stand him.
You can't stand him, and you know what he did? He sat there at the end of the game, did the interview with his kids, and he spit in your mouth.
Just pick something else to say. No. I don't like that.
Not here for you to like it. I'm telling you what he did to you. You know why? Because you don't like Italians.
Oh my God.
That first one, where she spit in your mouth. I go, yes, he. Wait, what? He
What?
did
No,
what?
you did what?
All right, last
You
one.
don't like Nick Sirianni.
I thought he was going to blow it.
He
at some
just
point.
spit in your mouth.
Yes, he did. Okay, didn't do that. All right, last one.
The Denver Broncos are by far the number one sack team in the entire league, and then it's a host of teams. They're 10 clear of the next closest team, who is Houston.
Detroit.
Mary had a little
clam.
Yes, Mary had a little. Yes, I'm sure she did. No, the Rams. The Rams are second at 26.
My poor sweet Mary.
Oh my God, dude! Dude, I forgot about that.
I forgot about Mary.
Oh my God.
Detroit.
Mary had a little
clam.
Oh crap! I almost cursed just there. I was cursed.
All right. And the winner is Vic for poor sweet Mary.
Oh man.
And then Moser, by the way, with the I'm sure she did.
I'm sure she did. I said it angry there, didn't I? I said it like it's like I was angry.
I gotta hear the whole thing one more time, then we'll get to Betsy.
The Denver Broncos are by far the number one sack team in the entire league, and then it's a host of teams. They're 10 clear of the next closest team, who is Houston.
Detroit.
Mary had a little
clam.
Yes, Mary had a little. Yes. I'm sure she did. No, the Rams. The Rams are second at 26.
My poor sweet Mary.
What the hell is going on?
I think that's my favorite one of all the nominees so far, of like every category. Oh my God. Anyway, we'll switch things up. Get professional. Jared Bednar joins us next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined as we are every Wednesday by the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Coach, always good to talk to you. How you doing this morning?
Yeah, doing okay. Yeah.
So
a little tired after the trip last night, but doing okay.
Yeah, we took one look at Moser this morning. He did the first hour with his eyes closed, I think. You guys gotten late. So to last night and the last couple of games, it's a rarity that you guys lose 2 regulation games in a row. But overall, what do you think the feel was of those last 2 games, and why did they go the way they did?
Well, that was kind of like the gauntlet trip of the East right there.
Yeah.
Right? Carolina, Florida, Tampa. I would think that, most people have them as the top teams in the East, and they're all playing really well right now, and they compete extremely hard. And I thought, we played basically 3 evenly played games on that road trip, The one that I liked the least was probably the Florida game. Carolina, we dug in, and there was a little bit of dramatics coming back in that one. Tampa, I liked the way we competed throughout the course of that game. And Florida, I thought we got out to a little bit of a slow start, and then game was pretty even after that. And just, not easy scoring against those teams that check hard. Yeah, and we made a couple mistakes that ended up in the back of our net. Heavy workload for, our team and our goalie on this trip. And, would have liked to get better results on the trip, especially, I thought we had a chance last night a few times to sort of take a lead in that game, and we didn't. But all in all, I got to be happy with the way the guys competed on the road trip. And, it's a fine line between winning and losing sometimes, and we were on the wrong end of it on this trip.
Coach, I want to focus on that Florida game. Your ability to battle back has been unrivaled in this league. Heck, in Carolina, what you did there was amazing. And in Florida, even at the buzzer, Nate had a chance to tie it up, and I thought he was going to do it. Do you think that maybe after the injury to Landy and the human nature of seeing your captain go down, that just took the fizzle out of the drink? Guys just weren't all there intensity-wise because of what happened.
Yeah, I definitely think it had something to do with it. I think guys were sort of, they were feeling it for Landy for sure, just because of what happened, the way he went off, how sore he was, and there's some worry there. There's some adversity there for sure. I did think that that we outplayed him in portions of the last part of the game, and I would agree with that assessment of that game. I also think we did the same thing against Tampa. Like, we pushed right to the bitter end. We had some really good chances and good looks in that game, as did they. I didn't like the goals we gave up. I thought they were preventable. I didn't like some of the chances we gave up early off the rush against Tampa. And their power play was super sharp to start it, and then we got better on the penalty kill as the game went on. So, it's just like little factors all the way through the game. But like I said, I thought for the Florida game, you were kind of expecting, okay, like, how long is this going to take us to get going here because of the night? I mean, it was by the time we got into the hotel room, we were at the rink 12 hours later. So I think we had a little bit, the start kind of hurt us a little bit more. And then I thought we started trying to dig in after the initial shock of the Landy injury came around.
Coach, I think that's the idea. You've said in this program over the years many times, hey, too many passengers in this game and so on and so forth. I don't see many passengers at all, ever, with your hockey club. You know what I mean? They may be off, they may be mentally tired, they may be physically tired, whatever the case may be. But it seems like everybody's always committed. How do you see it?
Yeah, I agree with that. I thought we needed to, and I think it's understandable. Like, I was, I felt like I needed to fire our guys up and get them competing harder in the Florida game. I thought when we came out originally, our intentions were right, but but the juice and the intensity and physicality needed to beat a team like Florida was not there. Now they were sitting and waiting on us. We beat them up pretty good in this building. We knew all those factors going into it. This is a good hockey team, right? And they're at home, and I just didn't love our start. Then Landy goes down, and there's some adversity and some shock there, and then we worked our way through it. And I was concerned about the Tampa game as well, and how that was going to look, because they're playing the best hockey. Like last time they came in our building, they were on a 6-game win streak, I think, and this one they were on a 7 and playing the best hockey they've played all year. And it was a big night, big crowd, and celebrating Coop's 1,000th game. And I thought they'd be really fired up. They were, but I thought we got to the right intensity of that game and played an evenly played hockey game, for the bulk of it, and really digging in at times, even when falling behind at the end of the game. We got some good looks. So, you got to put a couple of them in the net, and you got to prevent one more than we gave up in those games. And it's a different story, but it's a fine line. And but we created more against Tampa than we did against the Florida game. We didn't get enough offense against Florida for the bulk of that hockey game, and I think that's what cost us.
Hey, Coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar with us. All Conversations with the Coach brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. I know the answer to this. If you want to answer no and just not answer it, that's fine. But I'm just curious. The area that's hurt with Landeskog, is it like bones? Is it internal for the upper body? Can you answer that? And if you don't want to, go ahead.
Yeah, it is. He's going to miss, what I'd say now is multiple weeks. I don't know exactly what the time frame is going to be. He's going to miss some time. Mm-hmm. And we'll just see how he works through it here. We should get a better idea. We sent him home on the trip, and Taze as well. He's muscular upper body. Taze is, and he's week to week, I would say. Lost Blackwood right before the trip, right? He's kind of the same thing week to week, but he's missed almost a week already. But Landy, it's just hard to tell. Just we'll see how he kind of works through it and develops during the rehab process here. But right now, the only thing he can do is kind of rest and wait, and then we'll see how he starts feeling better and when.
Coach, I want you to set me straight on this, because I honestly don't know the answer to this question I've asked before. Why is hockey so stealth? Why is the NHL so stealth when it comes to injuries? Why not identify what the injury is? Why is it always nebulous when an injury occurs?
Yeah, I think, for me, it's I would say that goes back a little ways. 80s, 90s even, if you're kind of watching the games, say when Joe played, you're not going to give it out all year and then not give it out in the playoffs. And I think as games get more important, there was a time in this game where if you knew what someone had, you were targeting it, and it doesn't take much, a guy's got a wrist injury, you're going after that wrist every chance you get. Everyone on your team knows it. And because everyone's looking for just a slight advantage to win come that time of the year. So I think that's the reason. Our rules state that you don't have to say a lot, so there's no advantage to me saying a lot. He's going to miss some time. I think there's a lot of instances where you can just kind of say what it is, and the guy's out, and that's fine. And I've occasionally done that, but for the most part, we just leave everything vague. And that's the way the rules state. You don't need to set firm timelines. You try to be as honest as you can, but lots of times you just don't know. Sometimes these guys come back from injuries that you think they might be out a month and they're back in 2 weeks, and other times you think it could be a week, and just depends on how he progresses in his rehab, and they're out a month, So we're kind of in that situation with Logan O'Connor. We didn't know how long he was going to be out, and hip's feeling good. He's got a different, injury that he's dealing with, and it's been slow moving here. So just trying to get some of these guys as healthy as possible. Kivy Rant is another guy. So the injuries kind of started to pile up for us last week, and we paid the price on it on this trip, and just trying to figure it out and find some chemistry with the lines and get back on track here hopefully tomorrow night.
Coach, I'm watching it on television like most people, and obviously the immediate reaction, I felt like vomiting. I thought it was his knee. How quickly does that information get to you on the bench that it's something else?
Well, we got the video, and then we kind of knew that when he runs into the post there, you could kind of tell it was something else, and you're just kind of hoping for the best. Like maybe he got winded, maybe it just took the wind out of him, and but once he stayed down for the length of time he did and had that much trouble getting off, and he was in a lot of pain there. But we sent him to get evaluated right then and there, and then he made his way home the next day. Taser came back because it just when you're trying to deal with 3 and 4 nights on the road, everyone's trying to get ready for the game, and those guys can be at home getting rehab treatment and hopefully starting the process of feeling better.
Hopefully you're going to be okay with this. We're going to have you help us with a category here for our award show before we're done. I'm not into it today. I feel like punching Vic's face, but maybe you can be a little bit of a boost. Hey, real quick, though, 7 games at home. This is a pretty rare thing. 7 straight at home. You get to see your family again, right? Be a normal human being, sleep in your own bed. How good is it for a team that's 17-0-2 on the home ice?
It's big. You would prefer it to be a time when you're fully healthy and you're making hay when the sun shines. But we have a lineup right now that can win hockey games on a nightly basis. There's no question, and we've been really good on home ice, and it can give us a little added advantage here. We're going to have some call-up guys playing, so it's easier to sort of deploy them in the right situations, try to help them have success. And it's really important that we do well on this homestand, and we kind of figure a few things out now with some guys out of the lineup and guys playing in different spots. But it's certainly better for us, I think, at this point, to be all together as a group with our injured guys and the healthy guys and be at home for this length of time.
Just quickly here, Coach, I know you get this question all the time, but regarding the power play, do you think it's trending in a better direction? Are you still trying to find it? What's your assessment of that?
Well, definitely still trying to find it. It's just it's become a point of conversation for sure. Wasn't killing us, in the first half of the year because our penalty kill was so good. The power play was chipping in goals here and there, not often enough. And our 5-on-5 play was so good that we weren't losing the special teams because the penalty kill's keeping them off the board. If we're not scoring, we just win the 5-on-5 matchup, and we got our 2 points. You go on a road trip like that, and it shows you just how important it is. And special teams are come playoff time, right? Florida game, if we pick one up, the power play in Florida was no good. Yeah. Our execution and decision making was kind of poor. Kind of mimicked our early game 5-on-5. Tampa game, I like some things we did there. We got some really good looks, some good chances from the inside. Kale teeing it up from the middle a handful of times. Guys attacking, couldn't come up with some of the rebounds that were laying there. Tampa did a nice job at their net front. Carolina, it comes up big for us and wins us the hockey game. We get 2 in the third period. We're zipping it around. So it's just kind of hot and cold. We got to find some consistency on it, but we're definitely working on it as a group. The guys that are playing it, the coaches, sharing ideas, trying to get some consistency and some continuity there and get everyone's ideas on the same page so they know what's going on, and hopefully it's coming around a little bit. It's been better as of late, but we need it to make an impact on the right nights. Like the timely power play goal, even if it's just 1 for 4 or whatever, can help you win hockey games. It's kind of the case last night and in Florida. that being said, we could have popped another 1 or 2 in the net 5-on-5 and easily kept one out of the net as well to make the difference and swing the game. So, yeah, it's definitely a work in progress.
Hey, Coach, the Avs, Jared Bednar. So, Coach, I know you're tired this morning. We appreciate your time, but we're doing this thing. It's called the Mosies. It's our year-end awards where we play all the worst things that we did last year, and we have a disputed winner in one of these categories. The category is called Huh. So we're going to play 3 clips, and you decide who the rightful winner should be because I trust your judgment on this. So, Nelly, if you could, play the 3 nominees.
Vic, how old do you think Alvin Kamara is?
Today?
Yeah.
So that's one.
That's one.
What's next?
You don't like Nick Sirianni.
I thought he was going to blow it.
He
at some
just
point.
spit in your mouth.
Yes, he did. Okay, he didn't do that.
Yes, he did.
No.
Okay. Just take it.
That's 2. And then here's a third one.
The Denver Broncos are by far the number 1 sack team in the entire league. And then it's a host of teams. They're 10 clear of the next closest team, who is?
Detroit?
Mary had a little...
Clam?
Yes, Mary had a little... Yes, I'm sure she did.
So, out of your judgment, Coach, which one of those is the winner?
Wow, geez. I could make arguments for all 3. I gotta go with number 3, though.
Yeah, I think
just
that's
understand
the right one.
that you're a part of the most sophomoric radio show on earth.
How does that feel?
I was going to go with 1 after I heard it. I was like, it's got to be 1, but I'll go 3.
Next time somebody asks you how old you are, respond today and just see what they do. Coach, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, fellas. Take care. Bye.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar.
Why aren't those as funny when you're presenting them to somebody, but they're funny when... know what I'm saying?
I think it's even for our assessment of this, it felt highly unprofessional that I was playing those clips for the head coach of the Avs. I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, but we played golf with him. He
loves it. Yeah.
He's like us.
Yes. Speaking of, because we got to cram these in. Nelly, let's go back to it. Go ahead. So this is the award for worst sexual tension. I have no idea what is in this category.
What?
How many nominees there are? How many are there?
4.
There's 4 nominees. All right, so 4. Let's get to the first one.
So I go with it. Well, if you're not going to move to give me room to go get out, I'm going to touch you.
But you're small enough to Simone Biles.
Yeah, but I'm going to go out of my way to get up on you.
Okay.
If you're not going to move over and give me my space to get out, I'm going to get in you. I was talking about in an airplane when people refuse to get out of their seat so you can get out of your, window spot. Get out of the
to go
way.
to the bathroom or something?
Yeah, get the hell out of the way. What are you doing?
I agree. Yep. What's next?
Well, here's what the Nuggets.
If you don't, I'm not going to be satisfied. So unless you find it, I'm not going to move
Don't
off.
satisfy him.
I need to be satisfied.
Don't satisfy the clown.
Satisfy me. Now.
I will not satisfy you.
All right. What's next?
Kyrie versus Steph, 1-on-1 with those handles.
Tell me you wouldn't watch that, Moj. Tell me you wouldn't.
Yeah, but what about Steph versus Joker? I mean, it can only be guys of like position.
No, do
come
it.
on.
Open it up to everybody.
Oh, come on.
What are you coming on? Are you coming on to me?
All right, and the last one?
Not some little friggin' video arcade game. You can just plug a couple quarters into me and throw a dollar bill in my slot and call me, have me go,
Hey, let me swipe this credit card.
Yeah, and swipe me.
Right down the crack. Let's see if I can do something.
I tell you what, you give it a shot, big boy. You give it a shot, Tuffy.
I think it's the big boy that got me on the last one.
God, we would not survive one HR. Like, if they had an HR symposium.
Oh. And the winner for worst
I tell you what, you
tension.
give it a shot, big boy.
Big boy. The winner is Vic
for coming on to me is what it's, yeah. So congratulations, Vic. Another little dingy for you as we got more of these categories and more to discuss as we go along. The Bednar interview will be up on the podcast shortly. Yes, Moshe?
Somebody in the text line, I love this, says when you asked Bednar about Landy and Devon Taves, he would have just said, "Hippa, sucker."
Yeah, that would have been great.
That would have been awesome.
You know what?
Hippa,
Unlike you
sucker.
guys, unlike Moser, unlike all the hockey broadcasters that I question, whenever I bring that up, they always get defensive, right? Coach gave a measured, detailed response like a professional that he is.
Because
whenever
that's
I
his
bring
job.
that up to guys like Moser,
that's his job.
Yeah, but the answer, when I say, why isn't hockey more transparent? Your answer is always, because they don't have to. And
No,
he gave you a good minute and a half reason why.
Brett, I have explained a billion times exactly what the coach said. People will go for that.
Nuggets tonight against the Celtics. We'll get a little preview of that in just a couple of minutes. Nuggets Celtics tonight live from Boston. Tune in for coverage starting at 4:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law.
Improving your health for the new year can be a really good thing. Maybe it's a resolution that you have. When you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing progress in the gym, staying committed can be definitely tough. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can likely help with that resolution. Hey, it's Mose. Those symptoms are often signs of low testosterone. Happened to me, again, had a annual exam a couple years ago. Doc says, your testosterone's getting a little bit low. I said, what do I do? He says, well, you're just getting a little bit older. Said, no, I'm not going to deal with that. Early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year, and before you know it, you just don't feel the same way you used to, but the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. Schedule an appointment today. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on the website, 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule that consult. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes, and they'll tell you what is going on because maybe you are dealing with low T, and they can really, really help you. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs. Here is the telephone number. Don't wait. Most guys wait a year or more. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Game tonight, 5 o'clock, 4:30 pregame right here, Altitude Sports Radio, Nuggets and Celtics, Vic.
Bring the intensity. If there's one great lesson learned from that game the other night, one of the greatest regular season wins, given what they had to work with, it's that the people watching it, the starters, the guys that were out, got to see what hustle, effort, and intensity can do for you. Get out to a good start. Bring the energy early. Give yourself a chance. Boston is now playing really good basketball. They started horribly this season, and now they're up to the second best record in the Eastern Conference. This is going to be a tough opponent, tough place to win. So just bring the effort and see where they fall after that. I don't care. As long as you play with effort, as long as you do the opposite of what we saw in that previous tilt, the Nuggets will be fine.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So, we have another Nuggets ticket Thursday tomorrow, so keywords all day on the 20s, and your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit WilhiteWins.com.
Hey, Vic, real quick on the comments again of Spencer Jones. He was, and he should be, very proud of the effort. And basically said that effort is going to pull you through a lot of times. Mm-hmm. If you just bust your tail, you don't necessarily have to be as talented as the opposition.
You know, and
when you're both, when you're super talented and you bust your tail, that's championship.
Sure. Now, it doesn't work all the time. You could take that same lineup that won in Philly and play them 82 games and probably won't fare too well.
Agreed.
There's only so many games you can do that. 82 games, it's hard to bring that intensity. It's human nature. You just can't do it every game. I get it. We all get it. But it's just a good reminder. That's all. Team rebound. Like, you saw what they did in Philly. They were so overmatched physically, size-wise. All 5 guys in the lane. All 5 guys. The ball goes up, they all go rebound.
Yep. Continuing with our Mosey Awards and one of our favorites. Go ahead, Dylan.
Welcome back to the Mosey Awards. Guys, you want me to fake a British accent because of some traffic guy that filled in? Okay. Who cares about the British? What have they ever given us? Aside from that one show about baking and like half of Moser's favorite bands.
True. We already had this category once, but it was so vast that we had to split it into 2 categories. We had worst mispronunciation for names. I'm told this is for words?
Not names, just words.
All right, so how many of these do we have?
English words?
I mean, technically by definition it's English, but you can decide. 6.
6 of these. All right,
Vic, you won this category going away for names.
Yes, I mean, you
by
were
a
littered
country
in
mile.
there. So let's hear these. Go ahead.
But I took more joy last night in Mark Dagno fumbling his coaching duties late in the game. That guy comes off like he's some sort of NASA scientist, young. Oh, look at me.
NASA?
Remember, he's the guy that pulled that stunt.
Time out.
Like a scientist from Nassau.
How do you pronounce it?
NASA.
Nassau. What's the difference?
NASA.
Isn't Nassau the capital of, like...
Yeah, NASSAU.
Bahamas.
Yeah.
Is the Bahamas? Yeah.
Moron.
All right, what's next?
When I watch the puck drop tomorrow night in Dallas, I am such a huge McDavid fan and Draisaitl and company, Evander Kane. Let's go. You know what? I have cousins in Woodbridge, Ontario. I'm thinking about getting Canadian citizenship based on this series. Go ahead.
That's a good one. All right.
It does simplify the word.
It does, yes. You know what? If you eliminate syllables from all words, they would be shorter and easier. What's next? There's a new movie. I think it's called Anemone? Anemone? I don't know what it is. Anemone.
Anemone?
Anemone.
What do you say?
Right here.
Idiots. Anemone.
Anemone. What does that mean?
Anime?
Anemone.
What does it mean?
Well, like a sea anemone.
Well, what?
Like a sea anemone. You're screwing me
I don't
up.
think you have any idea what it means either. I mean, God, that word is actually that's not common.
Anime. It's
anime.
No, it's not anime. It's. Did you just hear how I spelled it? Anemone.
Anemone.
Oh, then I don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah, thank you.
Sea anemone.
The hell was I supposed to know that?
Jesus.
Anemone? What is that? Hey, Nerd Steve, what is it?
It's a sea anemone. It's the thing that Nemo lives in. He can't say it either, Brett, so you're in good
Well,
company.
what is it?
It's an aquatic creature. It's an animal that lives in the ocean.
Great. All right, what's next? The Mavericks didn't trade Luka to the Lakers. They traded him to the Nuggets. Are you winning a championship?
Yeah.
Are you winning a championship?
Would you be? But you have, they're not a real team.
To facilitate these big trades.
We're back to back.
Oh, that's so good.
Facilitate
Oh,
and
my
championship.
God.
Are you winning a championship? All right, last one. Or no, do we got one or two more?
Now
Two.
I can't think of that. You see, you're tomfoolery guy. There are 8 games left. This is serious. This is what I do. This is what I do. Sports. I don't do thesaurus lessons.
Thesaurus one more time.
Thesaurus.
Jesus.
What? What is thesaurus when you say it sound like a dinosaur?
Thesaurus.
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 Hangs out with the T-Rex.
Oh, my God.
All right, one more. Go ahead.
And I put together another highlight reel to send us out.
That idea obviously gets collaborated upon with Ben Tenzer.
Did you say collaborative? Raj is just huffing ammonia the entire time?
Oh, we're going to have an intervention.
This is why honky honk. That's me. I'm a hockey honk.
Yeah.
I say honky honk.
So they're
it's part of a strategy.
So, strategy?
Strategy.
When we moan about the Nuggets and the fact they're 0-2 in clutch time this year, and they're not finishing games the way they normally do.
What's clunch time?
I don't know what it is. The Clarence jug is pretty cool.
Vic, it's called the claret jug, not the Clarence.
Tintillating?
No, don't tint. It's not tint.
Tint?
Don't tint in there. You're not getting your windows tinted.
Wait, it's titillating.
Titillating.
Titillating, baby.
The Clarence jug.
Oh, my God.
And the winner.
Clarence jug would be so much better than Clarence jug.
Mispronunciation is me with the championship.
Yay.
Yeah.
That got a lot of play when it went down.
That did, yes. Well, are you winning a championship? Let's go to the next one. Ooh, this one's always good.
Uh-oh.
Best Moser rant.
Oh, no.
How many of these do we have?
5.
5 of them. All right, let's hear them.
We're not cool with it when the Rockies hire from within and don't like the product. Pot and kettle deal here. The big difference, 8485, is that the Nuggets and the Avalanche have won.
Yeah.
And they kick ass every year.
I can't believe you're making that comp.
They're not on pace to match 1895 Jack Glasscock. Okay? We're not talking about 135 years of suckitude. We're talking about teams that won and that are this close still. You can't always win. Does it suck? You bet 8485. It sucks. But if you're even remotely in any way, shape, or form comparing what's going on at Ball Arena to what's going on at Coors Field, say it, Vic.
You're stupid?
You're immoral.
Yeah. There was a lot of crazies after the Wallace and Tenzer hires. What's next?
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team! What? I don't know. What do you want to say? Ready? Okay.
Ready?
P-I-T-I-N. Put it in. P-U-T.
I still, every time I hear that, do not think you're saying the word nut. I think the word starts with an S every single time. What's next?
Why would you talk crap about a guy?
Hey,
a guy who can tell you scoreboard.
My crack. It doesn't. Unless you crack for both of these teams, don't give me that crap. For both of these teams, unless you win it all, it doesn't mean jack squat.
Next.
Nelly, it wasn't like he threw a no-no or anything. He's just some rookie who mowed you down for 62 thirds.
I don't know if this is true or not, but a texter says this, and does this change your mind at all? It was because his grandma died the day before.
Yeah, 5 big booms on your grandma's head. Hey, sorry about your grandma dying. We'll give you a standing O. I mean, come on, man.
Still the
Hey, I'm sorry about the nursing home, huh? 5 big booms. Jesus Lord.
What happened to the Costco boys? Oh, I loved the 5 big booms. Remember when we were
Oh yeah,
I wasn't.
All right, we got one
and
more.
that was in regards to Paul Skeens getting a standing O from the
Yes.
sophisticated baseball fans in St. Louis. You're
5
so
big
smart.
boobs. All right, what's last one? Go ahead.
Moshe sees a Morris twin on both of the televisions and you.
Okay, jeez, Moshe.
Nothing enrages
the
Moser
absolute audacity,
like the
gall
random
of ESPN
appearance of
to
the
throw
Morris
a Morris
twins.
twin on to talk about Joker is absurd. God, I hate those people. I hate their guts.
Who are those people? The twins?
ESP
Oh.
all of them. The absolute gall.
I still remember that. All right, and the winner for Best Moser Rant is... Yeah, the Morris twins. That was a really good one. I did love 5 Big Booms, though, for Paul Skeens. I did like that.
Can I ask this question, though? Because on the text line, we're having fun today, and maybe we're going too far. I don't know. We got a text here from 3515 that says, did you guys forget you're a sports show? You're not a comedy show. I'm done with you.
We're an entertainment show.
I mean, what do we do with people like that? We don't want you to
Then
be
just
done
go.
with this.
Then just go. Whatever. I'm having a great time.
I've never these last 2 days. I've needed this more than you guys know, more than you know. The laughter and the smiles. I've belly laughed so hard the last 2 days, and it's been fun. And I'm so sorry to see you go. That's a category. I'm sorry to see you go, my friend. But I mean, sometimes you just have to laugh. Not all sports is serious. I didn't get into this business to do serious sports.
You know what? I actually think he's got a point. Did you forget you're a sports show and not a comedy show? He's right. Let's go to Vic not listening for the next category here, Nelly. How many of these do we have?
Thankfully, it's not just Vic. Everybody can get some, but there's 5.
Oh, I threw Vic in there just as it was an impulse. Okay, there's 5 of them. Go ahead.
Now, I think I am going to be watching a lot of the Four Nations. Here's the thing, though. Your best players play for Canada, but I'm an American, so I need to root for the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to have a little bit of that feel like the Olympics did, where it was Jokic, Team Serbia, playing against the U.S., and you're like, I want my country to win.
Yeah, that is a weird.
But Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Devon Taves play for Canada.
You know what this reminds me of? The Olympics and Dream Team versus Serbia.
Well, that's what I was just saying.
Oh, is that what you said? I wasn't paying attention to you.
I mean, immediately.
Oh, my God.
All right, what's next? Wait, didn't Rory do that at the BMW last year? Didn't he chuck his driver in the water or something like that? Do you guys remember that?
He's thrown a couple things in the water over the years. Kid in high school one time.
9555 writes in, and this is where I want to. This is where I disagree with 9555. Getting that worked up.
That is unbelievable. Doesn't give a damn what we are saying at all.
Oh, my God.
What's next?
This is Kyle Shanahan, who said he was on that flight. He and John Lynch flew to Dallas to try to bring Dre Greenlaw back to San Francisco before he signed on the dotted line with Denver. Listen to this.
Great cut.
Listening. I think Nelly's computer froze up.
Hi, Nelson.
Oh, did you just toss me? I was grabbing Moser's Cleveland
Man,
video.
all three of us just stared at
Oh, my God, stupid Cleveland YouTube video. We're doing a professional sports show, and this guy's scouring YouTube for a video that's, my God.
It's a good video.
Nelly? Hey, I appreciate the respect to put yourself in the award show.
You missed it when you were gone. On several occasions, Moser would send Nelly down those stupid video rabbit holes. He would have like a song in mind, and poor Nelly would have to scour the internet for it.
All right.
It's crazy.
So how many more do we got left here?
2.
2 more. Okay, go ahead. All right, it's about that time. We'll talk to Katie Wingy here in 15 minutes. We'll get an update from Nuggets camp in San Diego. But, Moj, what do you want to do next?
I would like to lay it down if that's okay with you, buddy.
That is okay with me. Don't call me buddy.
Is that okay?
When are we going to visit with Katie Wingy live from Nuggets training camp? What time?
Has it just said 15 minutes? And the last one, go ahead. Update, by the way, in the NFL. It's not a cut. It is an extension. The long-awaited Washington nightmare is over. Terry McLaurin, 3 years, $96 million.
12 seconds later.
We have a prominent NFL player who ends his hold-in and got a contract
No way
extension.
you just said that. No chance you just said that. And the winner for not listening goes to... Yeah, Vic and Terry McLaurin. It's too quick. I can't say something immediately and then have you repeat it.
Here's the problem. There's too much technology. And when you have to focus on one piece of technology, your brain turns off. And it causes this dysfunction. That's the problem.
All right, here's the fun thing that we have coming up. We have
No chance you just said that.
We have our worst drunk takes of the year, along with another inductee into the Ed Sprinkle Lifetime Achievement Award. So all that's coming your way. Stick around.
Awesome.
You're home for the NFL playoffs, Altitude Sports Radio. We have all 6 games this weekend, and every game straight through the Super Bowl in the Bay. The NFL on Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio. We're going to have football tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, all of those with win-or-go-home implications.
Can I say this, though? I am ready to get it on. I mean, I'm ready to really, really get it on.
Yeah.
This is good, man. This is where it's at. This is the goodness. This is the goodness of the good. What do we get tomorrow? Miami and Ole Miss, right?
Yes.
What else?
I think that's it.
Miami and Ole Miss, and then Oregon
Fridays.
and Indiana is Friday. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Miami wins, and I think it's Miami, Indiana in the final.
Could be. How crazy would it be if Ole Miss goes to the Natty?
Mm-hmm.
Ole Miss goes to the Natty while Kiffin's over there stealing quarterbacks from Washington. Unbelievable.
And getting paid.
Getting
Getting those bonuses, baby. All right, so we have a few more. We're going to close out the show with our Lifetime Achievement Award, another addition into the Ed Sprinkle Lifetime Achievement Award. But next up.
Welcome back to the Mosey Awards. No prostates, melanin, or bees required. Just bad takes.
Last couple categories. This one is called We're All Professionals Here. How many of these do we got, Nelly?
5, including our first video entry of the Moseys.
Really? All right, so we have 5 of these. Let's see what's first.
First, let's take a walk down memory lane to Broncos training camp when Moser ate all of Raj's donut holes in a single commercial break. Here's the video.
So good.
I mean, it's just a supercut of Moser housing donut holes the entire break.
Which Raj brought for everyone to share, and Moser just ate like 20 of them in 30 seconds.
It was unreal. The vacuum cleaner effect. It was unreal how quickly you ate those things. And you know what? Look at that. And you eat them.
Get your mouth.
With such ferocity and efficiency. Look at this.
Awesome.
How do you eat so fast?
So for those listening, he ran through, what was the final title? It was like 13 of those?
13 donut holes, yeah.
I mean, it was remarkable. So, all right, that's a good one to start with.
But you don't chew. It's just...
It's like a boa constrictor. Unhinge your jaw, just... what's next?
I need to announce something.
Why is this on my shoulder?
I was going to announce Mark Moser did an entire radio segment with my banana remains on his left shoulder.
Oh, the old banana
Remember
on the
we
shoulder
got him
trick.
twice. We got maybe two or three times.
You tried to get me,
God,
Vic.
I was so
saw
mad.
that. I sniffed that out in 2 seconds. I was like,
But,
nope.
I mean, there's nothing better than a guy trying to do serious sports talk work with a banana peel on his shoulder.
Do you want to know what got me? Vic put the banana peel on my shoulder and gave me a power pat, and I go, well, that isn't what Vic does. And so immediately I noticed. All right, what's next?
Oh, it's right on Vic's shoulder. It's
Oh,
right
it
on
is.
Vic's
It's
shoulder.
right on you,
What
dude.
is it? It's gonna get you.
Bug.
It's right on.
He's
It's
right
right
on
on you.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you put them on me.
He's on me.
What are you doing? What a freak.
You're the one who freaked out and
Oh,
flipped them
my
on me.
God.
Why would you do that?
We found his weakness. We found it.
That was...
It was a bug, right?
Yeah,
it
a
was
bug
a bug.
was flicked from
Yeah.
Vic's shoulder onto Moser, and he lost it. All 3 of those, by the way, from camp. Where
Yes.
we do our most professional work. What's next? Tyro Estrada, 1-year deal. He hit 217 last year. Second baseman. There we go.
Yeah.
Huge, yeah.
Let's go.
I need you to put your headphones back on because I need to make a point here, especially to you, Mo. So put your headphones back on.
I don't know the difference between Tyrell Estrada and Chet Jones.
Easy. I mean, God, what are you doing? So much rattling.
What happened? What did I do?
That was insane.
Where was I?
Was that from camp again?
Easy.
I mean, God, what are you doing? You couldn't have tried to make more noise.
I could
You know,
not
you know
have.
how you try to be silent in the morning, you don't want to wake somebody, and you're the dad's always just rustling around. I'm always being accused of making noise. That's Moser.
All right, last one.
All right, you're making out with your dog on air.
No, he's just giving me love.
He's just giving some kisses, man.
He's just gonna chill.
I just saw you guys exchange pleasantries there. I don't say that. I saw that. I saw things exchanged.
What's the problem with kissing your dog? You got a problem?
Just right on the face and the mouth like that?
You're set up perfectly. Just don't go anywhere downtown. Go up the fountain if you got to. Do whatever it is you got to do.
The dog's butt is in your face, and you're talking on the radio.
Dog almost choked him out.
The hell are we doing here? I mean, the dog's butt is literally right in his mouth.
All right, so
I don't know
winner,
what's worse, Peter Herbstreit or Moser's dog.
It's Moser eating all of Raj's donut holes during a break. Yeah,
his name is Kirk Herbstreit.
Yeah, Peter's the dog.
No, Peter's the dog. Yes. All right, so let's roll through these here. The next one is for best drunk takes of the year. So how many of these do we have, Nelly?
Jeez. For the sake of time, let's do 4.
All right, 4. Go ahead.
Bob, this beyond fish. This is alien crap. So, like, here's your ear, and then there's an eyeball here looking
Hammer
that
shark.
way.
Hammer shark.
Hammerhead?
Yeah. Hammer shark.
A hammerhead.
Yeah, whatever. Hammer, shark, it's all the same. Yeah.
I got to tell you something big. Our buddies over at Launchpad, they said that they were all wearing headphones listening to the show that day as they were brewing beer. They said they had to stop what they were doing because they were dying so hard at the hammer shark. What's next?
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
What was that? What was I doing?
Just that sound with, I agree. Yeah, great point. Great point.
I mean, can you imagine an adult debate? Someone's making noises and the other guys, I agree.
I agree. What's next?
I'm just gonna be on record as saying it. If you're it's just not good.
What?
I don't know.
One more, go ahead.
Are you from here? What's wrong with you?
I got backdoored.
Oh, those are all so good. All right, and the winner for worst, best drunk take, whatever. Moser getting backdoored because it made him do a literal spit take. Yeah, that's right.
That was Utah State. I was so mad.
And listen, maybe this is self-indulging, and maybe I don't care.
Yeah.
I have never laughed so much. Look at my eyes.
My cheeks hurt.
I've never laughed so much as I have in the last 2 days. So, Nelly, what you just produced.
Hang on. We got one more thing.
We do?
We got one more thing. We have to induct somebody else into the Lifetime Achievement Award. It's a very prestigious honor. It's called the Ed Sprinkle Lifetime Achievement Award. And not only do we go through, we play all of the ones that were in here previously. So these are all the ones that are already in the Lifetime Hall of Fame. So just start with the beginning.
Who the hell is Ed Sprinkle?
Played 1944 to 1955 for the Bears.
You know what I'm saying?
Ed Sprinkle was one of the first African-American players. I do
With
know
all
that.
due respect to all these guys who played, all due respect. Listen, when he's gone.
But for God's sake, wait. What did you say about Ed Sprinkle?
I thought he's one of the first African-American players, no?
Ed Sprinkle's white.
So that's what started this all, and then let's hear the rest of them. What else we
No,
got?
this team is too good, I think. It's too disciplined in too many departments to fall apart. And you can write this down. Hell, record this. I don't think this is a fluke. I think the Rockies, and I said this a week ago, I think the Rockies are playoff bound.
They finished that season like 15 games below 500. What's the next one?
McKinnon's behind the net, passes the puck to McCarr. McCarr's behind the net. He comes around, spins back towards the net, back up against the goal.
All right, how many more? How many years have we done this?
We got 2 more inductees.
All right, go ahead.
He came into this world as the son of a coach, but in these playoffs, he became the Lakers' daddy.
Yes, and then?
Oh, I like it.
Oh my God!
Oh no! 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 Jesus God, no! What the holy
Moser.
And now, the new inductee into the Lifetime Hall of Fame Achievement Award, Ed Sprinkle.
Logan O'Connor trying to play it. Drury picks it up. Jack Drury drops it off. Quick shot. Score! Parker Kelly rips it from above the circles. Butter my button, call me a biscuit. Kelly able to rip it past Merzlikins for his 8th of the year.
Butter my button, call me a
Good job,
biscuit
Moj.
is the new entry in there. Hey,
Which won last year's drop tournament, by the way,
it
Moj.
did. Everybody, get on your damn feet for Steve Nelson, the producer of this
Yay,
program.
Nelly.
Get on
Nelly,
your damn
seriously.
feet. Way
Nelly,
to go,
if you
Nelly.
don't win an Oscar or an Emmy or a Grammy or one of those awards, that is outstanding work, my friend. And yes, it's esoteric. And yes, it's probably funnier to us than anybody else. I don't care. I laughed my ass off for 2 days.
Well, thank you. In honor of that, Vic, I will accept the 2023 Mosey Award, which was Marty O's Employee of the Year Award misspelled.
Yes.
We found it.
Yeah,
It still
repurposed.
exists.
Repurposed.
This Vic's little dinghy is just for you, Nelly. Great job. All right, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's the podcast. Have a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
So the game is over, and for the first time this season, it took till game 42 on the schedule. The Colorado Avalanche have lost back-to-back games in regulation. They fall to just 31-4-7, still at 69 points, and still the first-place team in the National Hockey League.
It's just kind of hot and cold. We got to find some consistency on it, but we're definitely working on it as a group. You know, the guys that are playing it, the coaches, sharing ideas, trying to get some consistency and some continuity there and get everyone's ideas on the same page so they know what's going on, and hopefully it's coming around a little bit. It's been better as of late, but we needed to make an impact on the right nights, like the timely power play goal, even if it's just 1 for 4 or whatever, can help you win hockey games. It's kind of the case last night and in Florida. You know, that being said, we could have popped another 1 or 2 in the net 5-on-5 and easily kept one out of the net as well to make the difference and swing the game. So, yeah, it's definitely a work in progress.
That was Jared Bednar on the morning show with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane today. If you missed him at 9 o'clock, just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to the entire thing, and he was talking about the much-maligned Avs power play, 26th in the National Hockey League right now, as we welcome you into the morning sprint. I'm your host, Alex Ryanemi, not alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, today, who's out with the flu, but we got him, the man, Mark Bertinoli. Berto, what's up, brother?
Get better, coach. Get better, man. Feel better.
I'm happy to have you. You're going to be double dipping here on Altitude as you've got the Nuggets and the Celtics tonight. Your pregame coverage starts at 4:30 p.m. with that dude right there, the Silver Fox. Pregame show is presented by Ramos Law. Nuggets Celtics tonight tip just after 5 p.m. But we'll start with the Avs. We'll get into the Ravens firing John Harbaugh after 18 seasons, whether or not that was the right move, as Black Monday has moved its way into Tuesdays and Wednesdays. This is just a black week for the NFL and underperforming head coaches. We'll get into all of that in just a little bit. But we got to start with the Avs. For the first time all season, they lose back-to-back games in regulation. They go 1-2 on this road trip, which is a gauntlet of the Eastern Conference. The three best teams in the East they played. They played Carolina, they played Florida, they played Tampa. They go 2-3. Yes, injuries, Berto. But in 2 of those 3 games, as you heard Coach talk about, man, it's the power play that lets them down.
Their scoring in general let them down on that road trip, right? Because they got 5 in Carolina, but they scored 1 in Florida and then 2 last night. Right. I mean, listen, when you looked at the road trip, you were like, this is going to suck. 3 games in 4 nights with basically the top teams in the East all just lined up for you. When Brock Nelson scored that goal, though, in the second period, I thought the Avs had got it. I thought they'd figured it out. I was like, okay, I think they're going to win this one. I think they're going to bounce back and win it. I think when it comes to the power play, like they've tried I hear fans, they complain about the power play. They're like, well, what you need to do is you need to take McKinnon and put him in. And you're like, no, man, they've tried I don't know what it is now. At this point, I don't know what it is, right? They've tried. Is there something that they haven't tried, Raj? I mean, you're a hockey coach. Give them some advice. What would you do with that power play? Who would you put on that power play?
I don't think the answer is taking your best players off. I mean, I certainly think that losing Gabe hurts, but it was bad before Gabe got hurt, right? It's been poor all season long.
It was poor last year. That's why they made the change.
When they are stagnant, when they don't move their feet is when I think it goes to die. I think that they don't carry the puck in deep enough to the offensive zone. I'm fine with the slingshot. Most teams in the league use that little slingshot or double drop pass. Mm-hmm. The numbers just say it works better in terms of gaining the zone and holding possession. The numbers say that's the way to get into the offensive zone. A lot of teams do it. It's not just Colorado. Like, Edmonton does it, and that's the best power play in the world and has been for the last 4 or 5 years. What I see Edmonton do, though, is take possession down into the corner. And that's where you start to make your passes. That's where you start to make your cycles. Where Colorado stops at the top of the circles, not even getting to the hash marks. You run out of space so quickly right there because teams are locking up the blue line. And it doesn't take long to skate from the blue line to the tops of the circles. I think that's where it starts. I think where it gets even worse is when they stop moving their feet. I always look at Edmonton's power play and I go, I want to emulate that. How do you do that, right?
It's got Connor McDavid on it, so that's kind of
tough. It sure does, and it's got Leon Draisaitl.
Yeah.
But the Avs have Marty Necas and Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar.
Yeah. Can you imagine what the Avs would be scoring per game if their power play was clicking at almost 34%, which is what Edmonton. So let me ask you, so that's what the Oilers are at right now. The top 3 power plays in the NHL right now are the Oilers, the Stars, and the Penguins. So what do those 3 teams have that the Avs don't when it comes to the power play? I have no idea.
They do have an elite one-time opportunity on the left side.
Okay.
Elite.
Okay.
And have had for a while. Like those 3 teams have Evgeny Malkin, Mikko Rantanen, and Leon Draisaitl, correct? Those are your one-time options on the right side of the ice. Colorado doesn't have that right now. Now, Brock Nelson has gotten a little bit better at it, but he is not those 3 names that I just mentioned.
Yeah.
You can also throw Sidney Crosby out on the right side, left-handed shot, although he likes to be around the bumper and around the net front as well for tips. I think they miss that. But I see them move their feet constantly, right? The issue with the Avs is that they don't have that extra left-handed player. They have too many righties on the power play. Edmonton has too many lefties on their power play, but they move all over the place. And I do think it starts there. They've done it a few times. They haven't done it consistently. 26th in the league scares me. The way that I look at the Avs right now is this. An elite power play cannot win you a Stanley Cup. A horrendous one can lose you one.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, right. It failed the Avs in the playoffs last year. Is that the reason why you think the Avs have lost 2 in a row? The power play. Is that what you're putting the blame on? Yeah.
You go 0 for 6, situational power play. You get outscored on special teams in both of those games. Yeah, it's the reason why you lose. They're so dominant everywhere else on the ice that the power play makes no sense. Now, sure, if you want to use that one piece of data to panic about the Avs, be my guest because of what happened in the playoffs last year. Now, I would also caution you to go look at what the PK did in the postseason. It wasn't good enough. If you keep the puck out of your net once or maybe twice more on the PK against Dallas in the postseason last year, you get through the first round, even despite having a horrible power play.
Yeah.
Right? 3 power play goals from Nathan MacKinnon in that series. Dallas scored 8 in total. If you let up 6, you win the series. I went through the last 15 Stanley Cup champions. Sorry, almost 20 Stanley Cup champions. And looked at power play ranking in the regular season and PK ranking in the regular season, just special teams versus regular season and postseason. And you don't have to have an elite power play to win the cup when you're talking about the regular season. Last year, Florida, 13th in the league, 23.5%. Florida the year before, 8th in the league, 23.5%. Vegas the year before at 20.3% was 18th. The best that we've seen in the last 5 years was Colorado at 7th back in 2022.
What's the worst? What's the worst?
The worst power play since 2007 to win a cup is 17.2%. The Penguins back in 2009. The Bruins, I apologize, back in 2011 had the 16th or 20th ranked power play at 16.2%.
Okay, that's almost exactly what the Avs are at right now.
Right.
The Avs are like 16.1.
Another terrible one was the Kings, 27th in the league, 15.1%.
Well, I'm assuming that was just one of those seasons that Jonathan Quick, one of those playoffs where Jonathan Quick was like, nobody's scoring nothing. Yep. Okay.
Same thing happened with Vegas, right? Vegas didn't have a good power play in 2023. They didn't have a good PK. They were 19th in the league, and it didn't get much better in the playoffs, but they had Adin Hill.
Yeah. So you need somebody to stand on their head if you can't.
When I look at this Avs team, man, what do they have?
They
have elite goaltending.
Yeah. It's hard to listen, I know the fans are freaking out about the power play. I know Riker was freaking out about the power play after Carolina lost? No, they won in that one. It's hard. I mean, it's hard to criticize this Avalanche team because they're one of the best teams in the history of the NHL regular season right now. You know what I mean? They are rolling.
It's the best first half in history.
So let me ask you this. They're not going to have to make a change just because of the power play, are they? Or they're not going to have to make a trade. Is there such a thing as a power play specialist in the league right now that you're just like, let's just go get Ryan Nugent-Hopkins or something just because he wilds out on the power play?
You don't want me to say the name that I want for the power play, but
You're going to say Crosby, aren't you? Damn it, man.
Stop.
You're going to say Crosby.
Get some help.
You would fix the power play pretty quickly.
Listen, if Pittsburgh wasn't have such a good, well, they're not having a good. They're having a pretty good season.
They're
right?
around the playoffs.
You can't be trading.
No,
Sid in
I'm
a
not
season
bringing
like
that
that.
up again.
Man.
I jest.
Okay, but you know what I mean? Like they're not going to have to make some wild change in the middle of an incredibly successful regular season based only on the power play, are they?
I don't think you make a trade solely for the power play. I think the two types of players that the Avs are going to pick up before the deadline are like a sixth defenseman if you can find a lefty and a bottom six forward that's bigger.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people calling for Dave Haxtell's head and the guy that they hired away from Seattle
it's only
and Philly.
been a couple of months,
now,
brother.
it's been bad, and his track record of power play success when he was a head coach in this league is not good. Honestly, when you go back to even North Dakota, when he had, you can argue like a top 5 talent pool when he was with what was then the Fighting Sioux, now the Fighting Hawks. It wasn't great at North Dakota either. But what he does do exceptionally well is run a forechecking system. So the answer is not fire Dave Haxtell. The reason why, or one of the reasons why, you're one of the best 5-on-5 teams that we have seen in the last decade. Dominant at 5-on-5. They have the puck all the time. It's because your forechecking, both in the offensive zone and your back pressure in the neutral zone, is almost unmatched in the league. And you can thank Dave Haxtell for that. So I don't want to fire Dave Haxtell. I would bring in a power play specialist coach.
Really?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
But, like, if I'm McFarland and Sakic and Bednar, I'm looking for someone to come in. Your only job is to work with that 5-man unit.
Right.
Nothing else.
Right.
Because Haxtell's doing a great job everywhere else. It's just the power play is horrendous. Now, the PK is number 1 in the league. PK is pretty good. That can save you. Those are the things that can save you.
The power
Great
play
goaltending
is the
and awesome
only
PK.
thing you have to criticize. Like, that is the only thing you can criticize the Avs about is the power play, right? Is there anything else? Even a little bit?
Can't do it.
So, yeah, you get that fixed, and then you've got a Stanley Cup, right?
Yeah. I'll go through those numbers again, like later on, and tell you what the trends that I found. But more often than not, a terrible power play in the regular season, in order to win a cup, you either have to have a great penalty kill or you have to have great goaltending. And the Avs have
both of those things. And so they did. What was the bet? Was there the number 1 power play in the league? Did it ever win a cup?
Nope.
See, that's
the
crazy.
The best power play in the league that won a cup since 2007 were the Ducks at 3rd, the Red Wings at 3rd in the league, their league ranking, the Penguins in 2017. And those teams respectively from earliest to latest Stanley Cup champion, Ducks at 22.4%, Red Wings at 20.7%, and the Penguins at 23.1%. Those are the best power plays in the regular season that went on to win a cup since 2007.
So you say the Oilers rolling at 34% right now. There's no chance of them winning in the cup.
An elite power play cannot win you a Stanley Cup. A terrible one, if you don't have PK and you don't have goaltending, will lose you one. That's Mark Bertnoy. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Nuggets and Celtics tonight live from Boston. Berto's got your pregame at 4:30 with our friends from Ramos Law. Make sure you guys don't miss it tonight. Nuggets look to go to 3-4 on the road trip. Your home for the NFL playoffs is right here on Altitude Sports Radio. We're going to have all 6 games this weekend and every game straight through Super Bowl 60 in the Bay. The NFL on Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio.
It's going to be great.
That means if the Broncos get there, Berto, you get Denver Broncos Super Bowl play-by-play right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
That's going to be dope.
Speaking of big events, and I'm not going to dive into this, the Utah Mammoth are scheduled to make an announcement in about 5 hours regarding an outdoor game this year, and I'm very excited. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, you think?
I'll leave it at that.
Oh, okay. I think I know where your head's at it. Okay, that is interesting. I didn't think about it from that angle, but I know what you're talking about. All right, I know what you're talking about.
There were a lot of people that thought the next Winter Classic was going to be at Bristol Motor Speedway between the Hurricanes and the Predators, and I think that is wrong.
You think they're going to put it in the mountains somewhere?
I think they're going to put it in the mountains
Did
somewhere.
you watch the – I didn't even – bro, they got housed too. Florida got housed. But I watched barely zero of the Winter Classic this season. Zero.
Absolutely not.
The one that was at – where was it in Florida? It was where Tampa Bay played? No. Where was the Winter Classic this – like, that's how much I checked out on that game in particular. Like, I had no interest on, was it the Rangers and the Panthers, something like that, in Florida playing? I'm like, nah, man, that ain't for me. Not this season, at least. I need some. We got the Olympics coming up, man. That's going to have so much juice. So much juice.
It's going to be awesome.
Winter Classic. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
NFL on Westwood One. It lives right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and our sister station, AM 950. The big news yesterday, rounding up the coach firings. John Harbaugh, after 18 seasons, is booted from the Baltimore Ravens as they failed to win the AFC North when it was very gettable this year. Now, Lamar Jackson in and out of the lineup with injuries, certainly over the last couple of seasons, but I guess the one Super Bowl victory and being above average pretty much every year isn't enough to keep your job in that division. I think he immediately becomes the very best fit for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah. Was it Schefter who was reporting yesterday that as soon as he got fired, every single vacant coach called about him, or every single vacancy called about him, and maybe some teams that already have a head coach also called about him. But, like, listen, John Harbaugh, me and you were just talking about Hall of Famers, because we were like, if Harbaugh takes the Raiders job, that means you have 4 Hall of Fame coaches within the division who are, you know what I mean? Because, like, Andy Reid is a Hall of Famer, and Sean
First
Payton is a Hall of Famer, and Harbaugh is a Hall of Famer, right? Considering
you think Jim Harbaugh's a Hall of Famer right now?
Considering his playing
and
coaching career?
Well, hold on. Do they take that into account?
No, you're right.
Because you either go in as a player or you go in as like a builder or a contributor
You're right.
or a coach. Maybe you can't keep that out of the voters' mind.
Because he's certainly not a Hall of Fame player.
No.
But is he a Hall of Fame coach?
He has to win.
And here's the discussion we were having. We were like, even if Harbaugh, like, we had 4 Hall of Famers, maybe.
Did you?
Did
you?
But you don't think Pete Carroll's a Hall of Fame coach? You don't think Pete Carroll belongs in the Hall of Fame?
Pete Carroll's closer to the Hall of Fame than Jim Harbaugh is. Without a doubt. He's got the ring and he went to 2 Super Bowls.
Like, Andy Reid, Hall of Famer. John Harbaugh, the dude who just got fired, he's a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah, he's 180 and 113.
Sean Payton is a Hall of Famer. Sean McVay is a Hall of Famer. Mike Tomlin is a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Is there what
Top
other
10 in wins.
Am I missing another coach? An active coach right now in the league.
Your active
outside
coaches,
of those 5.
Your active coaches who are top 50 in wins right now. Sean McVay, Super Bowl champion,
Hall of Famer,
is 92-57 in 9 seasons. He has a win percentage of .617. Pete Carroll is 16th overall in wins at 173 and 134. His win percentage dipped dramatically over the course of his last 4 seasons coaching,
just like
563. John Harbaugh, now fired by the Ravens in 18 seasons, went 180 and 113, Super Bowl champion.
And that's a Hall of Famer.
That's yes. Most guys around, it's so weird, man. Like, Shanahan's not a Hall of Famer. Like, Coughlin's not a Hall of Famer.
You know what?
Those guys have Super Bowls and a lot of wins.
You're
Who
right.
knows?
So maybe I'm just handing out Hall of Fame inductions that aren't going to get it.
Right.
Like, am I handing McVay one too early? No, that's
He's got the ring, though. He has to coach probably has to coach for another 5 years to get there, to be in that conversation.
Mike Tomlin is a Hall of Famer. Am I right or am I wrong?
Super Bowl champ and top 10 in wins. If he continues to coach, he will be.
You're right. I don't know if Mike Tomlin's a better coach than Mike Shanahan. And you know what I mean?
Well, going back to that argument about McVay, the only knock I have against McVay right now, has he developed a young quarterback yet?
Dude, he got Jared Goff to the Super Bowl.
But then he also traded him because he got fed up.
Wait,
true, but he got Jared Goff
before
to the Super Bowl.
You put McVay, you want him to draft and develop a quarterback before he makes it into the Hall of Fame. You want the Rams to suck.
I'm just asking a question.
Get a top
That's
pick.
all I'm doing.
Get a quarterback, develop him, and then he can make the Hall of Fame.
I'm just asking.
All right, man. I don't know. That's a little. I mean, he's going to have to, because guess what? Stafford's like 97 years old. He might win the MVP this season, but he's going to retire in the next couple. So, yes, you're right. McVay's going to have to do it.
I don't know, man.
Unless they just go and get hey, let's just bring in Patrick Mahomes or something and get a free. No.
Can't you make the argument that Sean McVay did develop Jared Goff, and Jared Goff is who he is in Detroit because of Sean McVay?
The only reason you can make that case is because of how bad Jeff Fisher was as a coach.
Man,
that's the
Jeff
only
Fisher
reason.
Catching strays on a Wednesday out of nowhere. Okay, listen, I still think that's a little, but you're right. I might, but no, man. Those are the five. Andy Reid,
Hall of
John
Famer.
Harbaugh,
Hall of Famer.
Sean Payton,
Hall of Famer.
Sean McVay, Mike Tomlin.
And you're keeping Carroll out of there. Carroll's got 2 Super Bowl appearances and a win.
Does it? I mean,
but it ended in flames.
Because he was do we call him the mastermind of the Legion of Boom? One of the great defenses in the does he get credit for that?
Yeah, you're the head of the organization. Yes, you get credit for it.
Man, now you got me all confused. I had Pete Carroll in the Hall of Fame, but now you're right. If Shanny's not in, why the hell would he be in?
There's so many coaches that are up there in terms of total regular season wins, and guys that have had both regular season and postseason success that are not Hall of Famers. Like, is Holmgren getting in this year? Right? That's the guy who got in over Shanahan. I'm almost positive Holmgren's getting in this season.
Yeah.
So Holmgren, up until this year, was not a Hall of Famer. Coughlin, with Super Bowl rings and 170 wins, is not a Hall of Famer, much like Mike Shanahan. They essentially have like the same stats across their careers. Shanahan obviously getting his back-to-back titles. It makes no sense why they're there. It's not like every dude in the top 20 in wins is Hall of Fame level.
All right. Well, we got on this whole discussion because of John Harbaugh, who we're already putting in the Hall of Fame, right? After his 18 years in Baltimore and his one title and everything. Is that a Hall of Fame coach? Is that a Hall of Fame coach? What he did in Baltimore? And whatever he does when he goes and takes over the New York Giants or the Vegas job he's not going to end up in Cleveland, is he? I don't know, man.
How's this?
I don't know.
Of coaches in the top 10 of win-loss percentage that have coached more than 10 seasons, where does John Harbaugh, in terms of like north of 600 that have coached more than 10 seasons, John Harbaugh sits right now at 36th in win percentage at 614. 180 and 113. Guys that are ahead of him: Sean McVay, Payton, Tomlin, Andy Reid, McDermott, Matt LaFleur, Jim Harbaugh's top 10 all-time, Nick Sirianni's top 5 all-time. I think he gets in. I don't think Jim's there yet. Jim has to have, you have to have a ring. You have to have a ring.
Well, where do you think he's going to coach next?
I think a great fit for him, if they really want to change the culture in Vegas, is the Raiders.
But, okay. I said this during one of the breaks to you. He just got fired from one of the best run organizations in sports. So no matter what job he takes, organizationally, it's going to be a step down, right? I don't care what, the New York Giants, the Cardinals, the Raiders, the Falcons, the Browns, you know what I mean? Like, all of those organizations are less successful from top down than the Baltimore Ravens have been.
Without a doubt.
So does he just say, to hell with it then? Biggest price tag, whoever pays me the most? Or do you think Vegas goes to him and says, listen, we got Ashton Genty, we got Brock Bowers, We got Max Crosby, and we got the number 1 pick. You pick whatever quarterback you want, Harbaugh, and change this whole team.
Aligning yourself with Tom Brady would be a smart decision. And it's not like Vegas wasn't about to be successful, right? John Gruden in his 2 1/4 seasons before his, emails got leaked out there and was rightfully fired for those emails, he had Vegas kind of going in the right direction. That's a culture changer, right? That's what John Gruden was hired to do. Now, I don't know if Pete Carroll was the same way. It's 73 when he was hired, 74 now, being fired. I think that was just a little bit too late in his coaching career to try and rebuild that organization. I think it's a good fit for him. If Buffalo gets bounced in the first 2 rounds and they fire Sean McDermott, I think that's a really good spot for him.
Really?
For John Harbaugh.
Really? Okay. See, that would be
MVP quarterback who likes to use his legs.
I would not enjoy that as a fan of the AFC. I mean, you know what I mean? Like adding him to that team. So you're right. I'm just thinking about the teams without a head coach. Right. Meow. We have to wait to see if anybody gets got after these playoffs are done. Because you're right. That would be a better position for him to find himself in, is one of those teams. You know what? I heard somebody say that that maybe it was the Cowboys that called Harbaugh and was like, hey, man, we have no problem blowing out Schottenheimer, bro. If you want to come and coach here in Dallas, man, you want to come be the head coach here. You know what I mean? And I was like, I guess that kind of makes some sense too. Because there's got to be a number of teams right now looking at John Harbaugh going, oh, man, he would improve us. He would make us better immediately.
Remember what St. Louis did in the NHL last year? Boston fired former DU head coach Jim Montgomery.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
And then St. Louis,
that's right,
who was halfway through a season with a brand new coach, went to their dude and said, sorry, there's a better guy on the market. They booted a guy who was like relatively successful. The Blues were retooling at that time, but they were doing just fine. Their heads were above water. And Brass went to their head coach, who they just hired, and went, get the heck out the door.
That's tough, man.
And then they hired Monty to come in.
That is tough.
That's essentially what you would be doing with Schottenheimer in Dallas.
Yeah. I mean,
but Jerry doesn't like firing his head coaches.
No. But I mean, now that he's getting up in age, he might just start wiling out, just getting crazy, just being full crazy Jerry Jones. That's what I want to see. I want to see Jerry Jones go wild. I mean, the Parsons trade was already kind of crazy, right? What other owner is doing that nonsense? Just because you get in a beef with your best defense, just best player overall, right? Do we think Parsons is a better player than Dak, right?
Yeah.
Parsons is the best player on that team, and he's like, all right, you got to go. Yeah, I want to see the Cowboys start doing
It's
some
nice
wild
having ownership detached from player personnel management.
So you think if Jacksonville beats Buffalo this week, right? Is that the Saturday game or Sunday game? That's the 11th, so that's whatever. Sunday. If Jacksonville gets past Buffalo, you think Buffalo might move on from their head coach?
I guarantee it.
Really?
Guarantee it.
Is that
if Sean McDermott doesn't, I wonder if they fire him if he doesn't get to a Super Bowl.
I guess Harbaugh could end up in Pittsburgh if Houston gets Pittsburgh.
Wow, that'd be wild.
That Texans defense, man, Houston scares me. They beat Pittsburgh, which is, more than likely. And all of a sudden, Tomlin's out. Harbaugh finds himself in Pittsburgh?
You just swap.
But where does Tomlin go? Right, where does Tomlin go?
Tomlin might go to a broadcast booth at that point.
Okay, it just says, I'm taking a year off.
I don't think Mike Tomlin coaches anywhere else in the league.
Really?
I think the greater chances for Tomlin to go back to Pittsburgh and coach again next year, and maybe he signs another extension, because they've been good enough. Like even with this patchwork quarterback nonsense that they've done for the past 5 seasons, he's been either 500 or above. They make the playoffs. Now they don't win anything. I think there's a greater chance that Tomlin returns next year, even if they get walloped by Houston on Monday.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that's why, because I'm like, if Tomlin gets got, then you have Harbaugh and Tomlin out there, which are, I mean, those are
for two of the biggest reputation jobs in the NFL.
So there's
two coaches you think could lose their job after the first round of these playoffs. After the wild card round of the playoffs, you think two coaches could get got? Because I don't think anybody in the NFC is right. Like if Philly loses to San Francisco, if Green Bay,
Sirianni's safe.
Yeah, Green,
Johnson is safe. LaFleur is
Carolina,
safe.
nah. Yeah, you're right. It's only here in the AFC that it might get a little twitchy.
McVay is safe.
If Carolina upsets the Rams, can you imagine what the market would look like if Harbaugh, McVay, and Tomlin were all out there at the same time? LA.
You want me to add one from the NFC, Berto?
Yeah, add one from the NFC. Who?
What happens if Philly hammers San Francisco?
No.
How's this?
You think Shanny might get got?
I'll do it a different way. What happens if Kyle Shanahan mismanages a game like he did in the Atlanta Super Bowl and Philly comes back from behind to beat San Francisco? They get bounced in the first round when they are one of the hottest teams in the National Football League with a chance to play a home Super Bowl, and Shanahan screws up offensive play calling again.
No, you don't think that's possible?
I think it's within the realm of possibility.
That's crazy, man. I mean, I bet you, is Philly favored in that? Is Philly favored in that game? I bet you they're favored, right? I mean, it's in Philly, right? Let's see. What's that game? I mean, you're right. San Francisco did go from, oh my goodness, nobody wants to play him, to
because they went out with the whimper in Week 18. Philly's 4.5-point home favorites in that game.
Wow.
So they get the 3 at home plus the 1.5.
That's interesting. But yeah, I mean, could you see? I don't know. I can't see it, man. I can't see a future unless they lose that game 50-3 or something. Look completely embarrassed. I don't know, man.
We'll be back with another Nuggets ticket Thursday tomorrow. Keywords all day on the 20s and your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. It's all powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit WilhiteWins.com. That's Berto filling in for the coach. I'm Raj on the Morning Sprint. Rolling along on a Wednesday morning. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside not the coach, Mike Sanford, today, who's out sick, but we are joined by Mark Bertinoli, the network host of your Nuggets, Avs, and Rapids. You've got Nuggets tonight at 4:30, correct, on 92.5?
Yep.
Are they finishing up their 7-game road
Yep.
trip?
Yep. This is the last one.
Final game between Boston, who, by the way, in what world are the Boston Celtics minus Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis, who obviously leave after the championship, and minus Jason Tatum, whose Achilles looks like pulled pork? In what world are those dudes like arguably the best team in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of teams that are jammed right together in the East, and then there's the Detroit Pistons, who are just a little bit better than everybody. But like the Celtics, Knicks, and Raptors are all within a game of each other there. That's 2, 3, 4 in the East. But you're right. The Celtics have no business being 23-12 with, the injuries that they've been suffering. But I think that just goes to show that, one, the Celtics are a very deep team, and they play well even without their best player, although Jaylen Brown thinks he's probably their best player, right? And
I mean, that dude's got, I think he's got 5 40-point games. He dropped 53 games ago. He has the second most 40-point games in the NBA right now. He has as many as Nikola Jokic does.
Really? I did not know that. But
4,
actually. He's keeping them afloat. And I mean, the East, the other thing I think it speaks of is that the East is just so much of a weaker conference than what's going over here on the West. Because it's a nightly war, man. I mean, the Nuggets had no business doing what they did to Philly. No business whatsoever. And you know what? The Sixers are pretty good basketball. That's a pretty good basketball team. And I cannot believe the Nuggets pulled that thing off. That was like Kaz was saying to me that he's like, if this was reversed, if the Sixers were coming into Denver without their entire starting 5, and without their backup center, and without their leading scorer off the bench, I would almost guarantee a Nuggets win at that point.
You expect like a 15 to 20 point win.
But this is why we love sports and why the NBA is so crazy, because any night something wild can happen, and you can have just Jalen Pickett going nuts in Philadelphia. You can have KJ, I've never heard a man cheer so hard as when Zeke Naji was hitting bucket after bucket. He was like, Zeke, tell him, man. Am I lying? Am I lying?
You're not lying, man. Listen, I don't know how many Zeke fans are out there listening, but I'm a Zeke Naji guy.
That little gangly reverse 2-hand layup that he had.
That thing was nice.
It was nice, but it looked so bizarre.
I know.
There's Zeke Naji dropping 21 in a game against the Philadelphia 70.
Jalen Pickett going, 54% from 3?
Yeah.
Over the last 5 games?
I just read the game notes for tonight. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was 5 new season and career highs set by Nugget players in that game. Because, like Jalen Pickett set a new season and career high for points in a game. And it was like the same thing with, not Zeke, who was it? Who else? I mean, Peyton played well in that contest. There was a couple of guys who came off the bench who looked good in that thing. Bruce Brown looked good in that thing. It was like, man, Nuggets, what are you doing?
It does certainly help that you have, despite missing, 7 rotational pieces in that Sixers game, the 2 guys that stayed healthy were veteran, calm the boat, we got this type of dudes in Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway.
Yeah. And I mean, the Nuggets they're a small team now. You don't have a center on the team. You're going to get out rebounded every game until you get
Who's
healthy
their tallest dude that's healthy right now? Is it Zeke?
That's
6'10", Zeke and Duran?
Yeah, you're right. It might be Duran. Is it?
I think Zeke's taller.
Well, I'll tell you right now.
You certainly don't have a 7-footer. Technically on the roster, you don't have a 7-footer, but I disagree.
Duran's
with
6'9".
height demarcations for Jonas and Nikola.
Zeke's listed at 6'10". So yeah, Zeke's the tallest player on your team right now at 6'10". So yeah, Zeke, you got rebound, my man. You got rebound. Such a weird roster, and we don't know who's going to play tonight either.
But you're expecting to get Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, and Christian Brown, correct?
I mean, they're all listed as day-to-day. Tim, Christian, Aaron, and Jamal are listed as day-to-day, and they are all listed as questionable for tonight. So you got 4 guys listed as questionable, and I don't know. I mean, Tim was dealing with an illness, so he might be better. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like he had an ankle or a shoulder injury. He was just dealing with an illness. So maybe you get Tim back tonight. Christian and Aaron, you held out because they were the second game of a back-to-back, so maybe you get them back tonight, but they will still be on a minutes restriction. The only big question is, what about Jamal and that ankle? Like, is his ankle bothering enough that you had to hold him out against Philly and Boston? Because then you get him almost a week's worth of rest before you return home. And what's the next game? The next game here is on Friday? Yeah, when they host Atlanta. So you would basically, Jamal would have gotten almost a week's worth of rest on that ankle if you hold him out tonight for that game on Friday.
Let's say you hold him out and they fall to Boston, which, again, I know I was the Debbie Downer the last couple of times the Nuggets had these improbable victories. And honestly, they should have beaten Cleveland as well. They kind of choked that away.
Yeah.
I was the Debbie Downer going, no Joker, no Cam Johnson, and then the additional injuries to AG and Christian, even though they came back in that second game. I was the Debbie Downer going with, when you're missing that many dudes, you're more than likely not going to win this game. You play it 10 times, you lose it 9 times. And I would expect if Jamal doesn't play tonight, Boston walks away with the win. The good news is you can afford a loss. Right? You stole 2 wins on this road trip despite not having hardly anybody play. You can afford the loss. The loss drops you to 24-13. You're still in basically the same spot. You'd be a game and a half or 2 games behind San Antonio. You'd be a game or a half game behind LA. You're in a fine spot. So if that means you get a couple of extra days for Jamal Murray to chill, you need him to drag the team until Nikola Jokic is back. And now there have been reports saying that Joker, he's shooting, he's running around, and he might be back by the end of January. You need Jamal Murray healthy in order to get that 500 mark through the end of the month.
Yeah, this is December and January in the NHL and the NBA are the grind. That's when, and January for the Nuggets is their busiest month of the season. They got 17 games this month. I mean, they are playing every other day they're playing, or they're playing 3 games of 4 nights. They got several back-to-backs this month. Just like, it's just going to be one of those months where you're just going to have to find ways to grind out wins. And the problem is that Joker's probably going to miss almost all those games. He's probably if he comes back at the end of January, that'd be great. If you can get him back for that little homestand when Detroit and Brooklyn and LA comes to town, because you know what that is. You know what? At the end of that road trip, or at the end of the homestand, you know what happens. You know what happens at the end of that. That's the first time all season that you will face the Oklahoma City Thunder. Woo! So it's that will be a measuring stick game between 2 of the best teams in the West, or 2 of the teams that think they're the best in the West. And hopefully at that point, Joker will be back, because that's February 1st.
So want him
February
back
1st when OKC comes to town.
Joker went down in the Miami game, right? That was the Monday game.
Yeah, that was the second game of the road trip.
All right, so Joker goes down in the Miami game, and after that injury, we saw there were 25 games from Toronto on New Year's Eve to February 11th at home against Memphis. What happens after February 11? The NBA goes on their All-Star break, and the Broncos. The Nuggets don't play another game for 8 days. They would not play again until they leave and go on a 3-game road trip at the Clippers, followed on a back-to-back against Portland, and then 2 days later at Golden State. And my thought when we saw the original injury was, do everything you can to hold Joker out until after the All-Star break.
So you mean,
but
so
you
he missed the first week and a half of February is what you'd like. Because after the first week and a half of February, you're right. Then you hit the All-Star break. Because at that point, then you could give Joker, almost more than a month and a half off for that hyperextended knee. But nah, man, I mean, if he's good to play, come on back at the end of January, man, and face off with OKC and see how it looks.
It's so funny, man. When Joker goes down with an injury like that and you hear 4 to 6 weeks or 4 weeks and then you're going to get a reevaluation, and just because it's Nikola Jokic, you go, he's going to find a way to come back early. He's going to do the Adrian Peterson torn ACL thing, and you go, you're like 4 months ahead of schedule. What is happening right now? Because I don't know if he has a pain tolerance. I don't think there is one that exists in his body. And luckily, you skirted any ligament or soft tissue injuries right there. I have changed my course. If he's already running and shooting, I would like you back before the All-Star break.
Bring him back.
Yep.
Yeah. Because, get a little work in. Come on back.
Get ready for that big 4-game homestand at the end of January. But just, the Nuggets are just going to have to grind out the rest of this. The only thing that scares me the most is you cannot overwork, and I think David Adelman obviously is aware of this. You cannot overwork Jamal Murray because he is the best player remaining on your team right now. And it's just like, you know what I mean? When you want to put too much pressure on the healthy players because then they get injured is what I'm trying to say. So
you can't have it snowball.
Right. So even you might even have to put Jamal on a minute restriction. I mean, it'd be like 34, 35 minutes. It'd still be a full, but at the same time, you can't be playing Jamal 42 minutes. You can't be playing Tim Hardaway 38 minutes a night.
Were you in the camp that went the 2 seed is everything this year?
I was at the beginning, but matter of fact, I mean, you're on the other side of the bracket if you get the 3 seed too. So you could finish 1, 2, 3, stay away, and you're away from OK. You won't run into OKC until the championship game. But at this point, I'm like, I don't care. Stay out of the play-in, and I'm fine.
I'm fine with that too. You know what I've been going at? I was like, get OKC out of the way as early as possible.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on you because the Western Conference is stupid, nasty, dumb. You're gonna face a good team in every single round. Right now, the Denver Nuggets would host the Houston Rockets in the first round of the NBA playoffs.
It's a 6 or 7 game series.
Right? That's going to be a tough series. And then when that happens, you would face the winner of OKC and whoever came out, either the Suns, Warriors, Blazers, Grizzlies playing thing. So it's probably, yes, you would get OKC in the second round, then you just have to be like, all right, let's go. Let's get it on. OKC doesn't look as indestructible and as unstoppable
they've been poor as of late.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to demolish the Golden State record. That ain't going to happen.
Yeah, no. I mean, they start off like a house on fire, and then they've come back to earth lately. I think, listen, man, the San Antonio Spurs got them shook because the Spurs in a week and a half just went win. And, I mean, they just lost 2 in a row. Charlotte Hornets just beat those turkeys in OKC. Charlotte went in there and beat them.
Hatred. Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City. I love him.
Was it the first or second win by San Antonio? He hit him with the ethical hoops. It's just like, okay, Wemby's, let's go. Let's get it.
It makes me like the Spurs so much more, man.
He's coming after the free throw merchants.
If you sports hate the teams that I sports hate, I then sports love you.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's Mark Bortonoli filling in for Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Don't go anywhere. Rolling into hour 2 of the morning sprint on Altitude 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The morning sprint rolls along. Mark Bertinoli filling in for the coach Mike Sanford. Coach is out sick today. PhD coming up from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, a truncated version of the afternoon show from 3 to 4:30. And then that man right there, Mark Bertinoli, to take you guys through the Ramos Law pregame show as the Nuggets wrap up a 7-game road trip at the Boston Celtics. Been talking about how they can find a way to get to 3 and 4. We don't know who's going to play tonight. Maybe Jamal. Maybe Tim.
Yeah,
maybe Aaron Gordon. Maybe Christian Brown.
Right before tip-off when we... You know what? I was just thinking about. This is Wednesday, right? We're at Wednesday?
We are on Wednesday, yes.
Starting tomorrow, it's the football holy land. Because Thursday, we got a college football semifinal. Friday, we got a college football semifinal. Saturday, we got NFL playoff games. Sunday, we got NFL playoff games. Monday, we got NFL playoff games. Although the college football championship game isn't until when? It's like 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks? How long away from it?
Yeah, it's the 19th. So not this Monday, but the following Monday.
That's too long.
It's still a long. It's a long way away.
You don't
until we
get
that
2 weeks.
Championship game.
Like, I understand that you have to wait for the Super Bowl. You don't get 2 weeks in college. You shouldn't.
Yeah. Just play
now,
it, man.
It used to be prior to the playoff, right? Like, it used to be you would get the BCS 1-2 matchup, and then you'd wait a month to play your opponent. I can't remember who I heard talking. I think it was like a Barstool podcast. They've got a couple of dudes who played, like third string offensive line for LSU and Bama and something like that. And they were all talking about how we had a good LSU team, but anytime you give Nick Saban a week, let alone a month to prepare for you,
you're in trouble.
You're kind of screwed. And that's what happened between Bama and LSU in that national title game. Is like, yeah, he had a month to deal with a Les Miles offense, and it showed because Nick Saban's a freak. Who you got getting through then on Thursday and Friday?
That's what I was going to ask you. Now, listen. Now that you're married with a young child, you do not recklessly gamble like you did when you were younger.
No, I don't. I've seen the light. Thankfully for my
but let's pretend
my lovely wife Caitlin.
This is like 10 years ago. Just rabid Raj, just crazy Raj, looking at Miami and Ole Miss and Oregon and Indiana. Which way would you go? I mean, which money where's the money heading for like old school gambling Raj when it comes to these two games?
I'm taking Indiana.
Right now, it's Indiana -3.5 against Oregon. That's the Friday game.
I don't think I'm taking a team in points in this game. I think I'm just sticking on the money line. If I were old betting Raj, I would take Indiana. And we all know who listen to this show that the Raj curse is real. So when I take a team, they lose and they lose poorly. I would take Indiana because Kurt Signetti is like my favorite meme on planet Earth. He looks like Bob Parr's boss from The Incredibles.
Yeah.
I think I take Miami over Mississippi because eventually the turmoil and chaos around that coaching staff has got to come back and bite you. In Miami, they did right in the portal. They run the football well. The defenses looked awesome for the first couple of weeks in the college football playoff. I think I take Miami on the money line, and I take Indiana on the money line, and that's my college football national championship.
The Indiana-Oregon game features the two best quarterbacks, right?
Yeah, Heisman Trophy winner.
With the Mendoza line and Moore going head-to-head.
Moore might go number 2 overall, although...
If he gets,
saw some reports that said the Moore camp and the Oregon camp are going to talk to Las Vegas and go, we need to know if you're taking us.
Oh, because if you're not,
we're not going to the Jets. We'll go back to Oregon. And we'll make $5.5 million
because the Jets have the number 2
top 5 pick. Yeah,
you're right. So you're you're right. So if Moore comes back to college, you already know that Vegas is like, no, we can't guarantee you that we're going to take you. And he's like, I'm not playing for the Jets, bro. But yeah, I mean, and more than likely that you can watch the quarterback the Broncos will have to face next season twice in the division in this game. Right? Because it's going to be Mendoza. Like, the Raiders are going to take him. And if not, they'll probably take more, right? So it's going to be one of those dudes in that game. How about, so do you don't think the Ole Miss thing can work in reverse, where the chaos works in favor of Ole Miss with all the just like, where it was just like, yo,
teams,
man, whatever, we're just going to go out there and hit some people and let's see if we can win this thing.
They've got the real cool thing with Trinidad Chambliss having the opportunity to win back-to-back national championships at D2 and at D1.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool.
What
would be the most entertaining championship game? Give me the most entertaining championship game we can get.
Oregon, Miami.
Okay, I'm down with that. Yeah, I'm down.
Because I need to see.
Although I wouldn't be a fan. Dan Lanning can kick rocks. I don't
He
need
can,
that dude
but he's
winning
entertaining.
a natty. But you're right. But so is Signetti.
He's a punchable face,
Signetti's
but he's
crazy.
entertaining.
Is he going to get an NFL job? Is somebody
so
going to offer Signetti an NFL job after this?
Speaking of rumors, there's a rumor going around Vegas that they are going to speak to Curt Signetti after the national championship, assuming they get there, after the national championship game, and go, would you like to come to Vegas and you get the right to draft your Heisman Trophy?
That's right. I didn't even think about that. That's right.
You get the chance to draft your Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, and you change everything. You're a program builder, right? The one thing holding him in Indiana, though, is you figured out NIL, and not everyone has figured this out.
Yeah, you might not. Well, you might hang on for a while, win a couple more of these natties before. But let me ask you, if that happens, the AFC West would have the swaggiest coaches in all of the NFL, right? You know what I mean? Because Sean Payton's got some swag, and Signetti's got all kinds of swag, and Andy Reid is a legend.
I talked about this yesterday. Signetti has the quarter zip with nothing on underneath it swag that I don't think in my wildest dreams I'll ever be able to pull off.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not an undershirt guy,
Yeah.
but I'm wearing a shirt under my quarter zip.
Mm-hmm. But not Signetti's like, I don't care, man. I want the world to see.
I love it, dude. It's elite. It's elite, like New Balance old man style.
You know what? I think that's much more likely than the Raiders hiring Harbaugh or Tomlin. If you know what I mean? I think it's much more likely than you're right that Signetti takes the Vegas job, drafts Mendoza, and it's like, all right, let's go.
What's better for the Broncos?
It's Signetti, right? Because you already know how good Harbaugh is. You don't want to deal with that nonsense. Because that could be another 10 years of another team just being good in the division. I'd rather, because you don't know what Signetti other than what he's done. Yeah, that's yeah. You're right. If my only goal is for the Vegas Raiders to suck, who's the head coach we need them to hire? I want them to implode. I want that team to absolutely implode. I want them to be worse than the Jets. What head coach do they need to hire? Give me that name. Who's that guy? Who's the worst possible fit?
Kevin Stefanski?
Okay. I'll take that.
Now, he did bring Cleveland to the playoffs and won a playoff game with the
Walt
Browns.
Weiss kind of hiring. I want an outside of, just an insane hiring.
Oh, you want like Jeff Fisher then?
Yeah. See, the second time somebody's mentioned Jeff Fisher in this show. That's two.
Did you name Jeff Fisher?
That's too many times.
Earlier on, the first segment of the show.
Too many times for Jeff Fisher to be talked about on this show. But you're right.
But that's who you want. You want a guy who is chronically 500.
Dion? Could Dion go into Vegas and just? I don't know, man. I need who's the worst possible hiring for the Raiders?
I mean, as it stands right now, recent vintage of Deion Sanders would tell you it would be a disaster in the NFL.
Oh, Hackett?
That guy's never getting another head coaching job.
I'm looking for that kind of name.
What about Matt Nagy?
Okay.
He was named the offensive coordinator in Kansas City 2 years ago, and they have ranked 23rd and I believe 25th in the NFL in offense in those 2 seasons. What if Matt Nagy goes to Vegas and is the head coach? I think that would be best case scenario for Denver.
Wow.
Stefanski, Nagy, I don't know. It was like Jason Garrett's name is being thrown out there for Tennessee.
How about if the Raiders hire Freddie Kitchens?
Yeah, sure.
Joe Judge.
I still think Joe Judge has some squeeze. I think Joe Judge has some success in him as a head coach in this league.
I got the name. If it's not Nathaniel Hackett, the worst possible. If I want to destroy the Raiders, tell me I'm not right when I say they should hire Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
I feel like that would just be the final nail in the coffin for the Raiders.
Yeah, but
Urban Meyer coming in there doing Urban Meyer stuff.
Urban ain't getting another job, is he?
No, he ain't getting it either.
No, he's toast. The best case scenario for the Broncos is if Matt Nagy goes there or Kevin Stefanski goes there and they decide not to get a dude who's going to completely change the culture like a John Harbaugh might, like a Curt Signetti certainly would. That would be the best case scenario for the AFC West, because if Kansas City sucks again next year and Andy Reid decides to stay there, Is Andy Reid still going to hang on? Now, he would have halfway through the season a healthier Patrick Mahomes, but there's a good chance that a year and a half, 2 years from right now, you're living in a world in which you looked at this AFC West and you go, Harbaugh, Peyton, Reed, Carroll, and 2 of those guys are gone.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. But then
Harbaugh
again, I
and
thought
Peyton
the
ain't
Raiders were
going
going to be a
anywhere.
lot better than they were this season. I thought Pete Carroll was going to turn it around. I didn't think they were going
You
to be
and
like...
Coach thought they were going to be a playoff
Yeah,
team.
I thought they were going to be a lot better than they were. But it didn't work out. But maybe, once again, there are 3 or 4 organizations in the NFL that I don't care if you had the greatest player in the history of the league quarterbacking your team, you're not going to win just because the ownership group and the front office, it's never going to work. And I'm looking at Cleveland, and I'm looking at the New York Jets, man. You know what I mean? Like, you're just never going to get it right until you clean all of that
Who
out.
are your most cursed franchises in all of sports? So you've got your 3 in the league right now. You've got Cleveland, you've got the Jets, and you've got the Raiders.
Would we say that are the Cleveland Browns more cursed than the New York? I would say the New York.
The Jets at least had the Rex Ryan success. The post-99 Browns might be the worst in
the
history.
Jets, at least they had Joe Namath and that little bit of glory, even if that was
How many
50
decades
years
ago was
ago. I don't know, man. The worst organization in sports. That's a good question. What's the worst run organization in sports right now?
Might be
The
right down
Colorado
the road.
Rockies?
Might be right down the road.
It's unfortunate that's the first team that came to mind, but you're right. It is right down the road. So maybe somebody on the text line or somebody, what's the worst run organization in professional sports right now?
You can make the argument in the NHL because they haven't made the playoffs in 15 years. The Buffalo Sabres.
Oh, yeah. They're on the list.
But the
They're
Sabres
absolutely on the list.
But the Sabres are starting to buzz right now.
Yeah, I
They've
don't
won like
care,
10
man.
of 11.
But they do this all the time, and then they're like, and the fan base is like, the rebuild has worked, and then they crash, and the fan base crashes with them, and then they blow it up again and start all over.
What about the formerly known as Oakland Athletics, who, as of yesterday, failed to secure the trademark of A's or Athletics in the state of Nevada. So they're not going to be able to be called the Las Vegas A's, the Las Vegas Athletics, the Vegas A's, the Vegas Athletics. They can't do that. They've been told that not only does another group have the naming rights to one of those 4 that I just mentioned, they've also been told that it's too generic of a name, despite having that name as a professional sports organization for the last century and a quarter.
Wow. Man.
That might be one of them. The A's are pretty terrible. Pretty bad. They did give us Moneyball.
Yeah, which is one of my all-time favorite movies. But I will say...
The Hornets, great one from Bradley Fink. Great.
Right. The Hornets, yeah, I'll put them on there. The Cleveland Browns is definitely there. The Cleveland Browns, but that's all about the owner, man. That's all about the owner. You just like, you know what? The New York Jets are all about the owner too, man. Sorry, Woody Johnson, but you just don't get it. You just don't. Like, the reason the Denver Broncos have gone from where we were 5 years ago to a team that just tied the most wins in the history of the franchise this year is because smart, wealthy people listen to smart football people, and everybody got together. You know what I mean? Like, the Walton Penner Group listened to the people that they hired who knew football, and here we are. And things are coming up orange and blue. But there's just some organizations that just don't do that. In baseball, it's not, I mean, the Rockies have been bad, but it's only been half a decade of truly, truly epically bad baseball, right? There's got to be...
I mean, if you want to go back to 1993,
the problem
isn't that great.
Right now, there are 2 baseball teams on that list of the top 5 worst-run sports organizations. It is the A's and the Rockies. So those have to be on that list.
Yep.
In the NFL, the Cleveland Browns are on the list. We're going to put the New York Jets in there, too.
Sure.
In the NHL, the Sabres go on there.
Some people say the Blue Jackets, but I think you're listening to Bill Simmons say that they're the most irrelevant. I don't think irrelevant and worst run are the same. That's not congruent.
Yeah.
They're irrelevant. They're not terribly run. The Blue Jackets are like, for what they are, they're kind of generally successful. Okay, that's fine. So we put the Sabres in there. Who else do we need in the NBA? Is it the Pelicans or is it the Hornets?
We're putting the Hornets in there.
There's your top 5.
We're putting the Hornets.
You guys let us know. 303-504-0925, the worst run sports organizations in the world. Who are they according to you? KJ's NFL notes are next. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Birdo's filling in for a sick Coach Mike Sanford. KJ, what you got?
Well, yesterday we brought to you guys the teams that are looking to interview defensive coordinator for the Broncos, Vance Joseph. But here's the actual schedule in which he will be interviewed. So today it will be Tennessee. Tomorrow will be the Giants and Raiders. And then Friday will be the Arizona Cardinals. Atlanta's still trying to work their way in. It's just his schedule's starting to get a little tighter here on the back end of the week because Sean Payton made it clear Sunday they are going to have a full, real padded practice, and it's going to be a joint practice, good on good, Friday and Saturday.
That's what he meant about joint practice.
That's what he meant.
We're going ones on ones.
We're going good on good.
That makes sense now.
If VJ isn't a finalist for one of these 5 jobs, would that say more about the candidate pool, or would that say more about Vance Joseph?
Candidate pool, right? I mean, there's names in there. There's really great coaches in there. Like Vance Joseph, like if Harbaugh hadn't have just got, he'd be in the top 3, but I think it probably pushes him out of the top. But which one of these teams do you think would best fit Vance Joseph?
We had the conversation yesterday, and we landed on Tennessee.
So
Tennessee's probably the best
the team
spot.
he's interviewing with it today.
Yes, and they were the first team to come out and go, we need to talk to you.
Well, I mean, they already have a pretty good you're right. He could do some dangerous things with that defense, and if Cam ever got it together.
The other Titans head coach interview requests are as follows. Lou Anarumo, Vance Joseph, Matt Nagy, Kevin Stefanski, Steve Spagnuolo, and Jason Garrett, former Cowboys head coach, is also out there too. So there's the 6.
You know what? Of that list of names, the one I would never hire is Stefanski. I'm done with Stefanski. Why would a team give Stefanski a chance after what the hell he did in Cleveland, man? No way.
You think
I'm
it's
not
more,
hiring that dude?
I mean,
you
it
think
seems
it's
as though the organization and the GM did saddle him with a quarterback that he didn't want.
Tough,
Again,
brother, your job is to win football
That is
games.
true.
Nah, Stefanski, I'm not down. Matter of fact, there's another. Go ahead, go to the Raiders, Stefanski. I'd love to see you screw that up. Let's go.
I think Tennessee's probably the one that he lands before any of them. Now, Steve Spagnuolo being as good as he's been in Kansas City and having previous head coaching experience, although it's not like great in terms of his win-loss record, I think Spagnuolo's got a really good chance to win that one. The New York Giants have Mike McCarthy, Lou Anarumo, Stefanski, and Vance Joseph as their 4 coordinators that they've reached out to or former head coaches.
Interesting.
Miami has not asked to talk to Vance. Vegas has asked. They also have Nagy, and 30-year-old Broncos quarterbacks coach Davis Webb is interviewing for the head coaching position in Vegas.
Oh, wow. That'd be wild. You know what? I always keep forgetting, how much is Tom Brady involved in these decisions for the Raiders?
Far more this time around than he has been in the past. They're like, Brady's very much involved.
Interesting.
Which is why I think John Harbaugh's he's a fit there.
Right. I mean, the best opening is the Ravens job, right? If VJ wanted the best job available, it's probably the Ravens job is the best one, right?
How many of these jobs have an MVP at quarterback?
Unless you just think Jackson Dart's the next coming, and you're like, no, it's the Giants' job, man, with Cam and Jackson.
It depends what you think about Lamar Jackson's health and if you can run an offense with that in mind, knowing that like any day, one big injury and Lamar Jackson's no longer who he once was.
What do you give the odds that Vance Joseph is a head coach in the NFL next season?
50-50.
50-50. Yeah, that's probably about right. Yeah, it's a coin flip that he gets one of these jobs. I think he's going to be good at it, man. I know we basically made fun of the man for an entire season when he was the head coach here in Denver, but because it felt like the Broncos were sometimes they'd hit the field and just, you're like, did you prepare at all for this game? You look incompetent out there. But I think he's going to be great second time around. You know what I mean?
I don't think he gets the Atlanta job. Atlanta just fired Raheem Morris. I think you might look at like a Clint Kubiak.
Oh, interesting. You think Kubiak might get the Atlanta job? Wow.
I think they go offense. Atlanta.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah, why wouldn't you, man?
Unless
Bijan Robinson's fun, Drake London's great,
Yeah.
Kyle
You know what?
Pitts has turned into something.
Hey, KJ, did Bijan break that record? Because the last Bijan had a chance in the last game of the season to break the all-time record for yards from scrimmage in NFL history, but he needed like 260 yards in that game.
If I remember correctly, he didn't do it because
He
trust
didn't?
me, we would have heard about that.
Okay, you're right. We probably would have heard. So but I was like, ooh, Bijan just shattering records, but that was not the case.
All-purpose yards record in a season was.
It's probably like Christian or somebody, right?
Darren Sproles.
Sproles. Was that what it is? I mean, it
all-purpose
certainly
yards,
sounds.
2,696.
Mm-hmm. And Bijan
Bijan
with
had
like
2,298.
Wow.
So he finished like 400 yards, but that's also including kick, punt return.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was
So
just
is he
breaking
just-
the
he was
yards
just
from
yards from
scrimmage.
scrimmage.
Yards from scrimmage, yeah. So
Instead of all-purpose.
Listen, man, I love watching him play football. I wish they could find out a way to use him more there in Atlanta, but maybe their new head coach will.
Yards from scrimmage, single season record is CJ2K, 2,509 yards with Tennessee. Marshall Faulk is second. Christian McCaffrey is third. Bijan, 12th all time. I still have him like 300 yards short. So didn't quite get there, but still a pretty darn good season from Bijan.
Yeah, well,
I think they go offense with that guy.
And I don't know what's going on with Penix Jr., right? And what's happening with that entire quarterback situation because they restructured Kirk, right? They took his, he is owed, I believe, we'll have to check, he's owed like a $67 million payment, and they're going to have to decide before that payment.
March 13th.
That's what it, okay, yeah. Yeah, and they're just like, okay, well, we now have a date where it's either like, here's what's going to happen.
$67.9 million.
Nobody's paying him that money. And Atlanta's not going to pay him.
Well, no one's going to trade for him.
Right, so what are they going to do? Just
go into the next season with him as your quarterback.
Wow.
If he was the quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons the whole season, they're probably a playoff team.
Yeah, maybe.
The
Right?
South was won by an 8-9
No, I
team.
get it.
You don't think Kirk playing for the entire
No,
season
I
is
get it.
worth a win?
Yeah.
I think he is.
Maybe.
What's next, KJ?
Let's find him in 2027 and see where we're at.
John Harbaugh, obviously, as we've noted multiple times today, is out as the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. He was the NFL's second longest tenured head coach, only behind Mike Tomlin. He coached 18 seasons in Baltimore. And John Harbaugh is expected to emerge as the favorite for the head coaching job of the New York Giants, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. In the first 45 minutes after Harbaugh was fired, his agent, Brian Harlan, said he received calls from 7 NFL teams expressing interest in his client. There currently are 7 NFL head coach openings, including Baltimore's, which means one team hasn't fired their coach and is still calling. Who do you guys think that one team may be?
Is it Buffalo? You think it's Buffalo?
I think it was Dallas.
Maybe Dallas?
I think it was Dallas. But
I wonder if it's Buffalo.
It just like, man, but you can't be going behind Sean's back the
Why not?
couple
What
of
has
days
Sean
before a
McDermott
playoff
done
game.
for you?
Before they got to go to Jacksonville and beat the. You can't be like the week of your playoff game. Be like, hey, John, listen, we don't think Sean's going to win us the Super Bowl. We gonna fire him. You want to? That's crazy to me, man. That's crazy.
It is crazy. I'm going to read the tea leaves that Coach Sanford's been throwing out there. I think it's Green Bay.
You think Green Bay called him?
They would boot LaFleur? LaFleur and Love look like they mesh.
I agree, but is there even remotely a chance that Green Bay feels that they've stalled with this current version?
I don't know. There's some injuries, man. I don't think so. I think there's a greater chance that Buffalo has called them going, hey, if they get bounced by Jaguars, man, don't take the Miami job, John. We have an MVP for you. You want to go from
Lamar
one MVP
to Josh?
That is a dual threat quarterback that can't stay healthy to another MVP dual threat quarterback that is always healthy? That's an upgrade. Now, the defense isn't.
Vegas has him taking the job. Vegas says the most likely head coaching position for Harbaugh is with the New York Giants. I mean, is that I don't know, man. Is that such a great job that Harbaugh would jump at that?
The Giants?
The Giants gig?
Massive market. If you're successful there, you're
Yeah, I guess
an
you
all-time
stay on
great.
the East Coast instead of coming down here to the West if you take the Vegas job. But then you get to hang out with your bro all the time, play 2 games against your bro if you take that Vegas gig.
Dude, the text line is coming in hot with Pittsburgh.
You think the
I'm
Steelers
like,
went
wait a
behind
minute.
Mike Tomlin's back?
I do. I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would do that. Like text line, I respect what you guys are saying, but I don't think it's going to be Pittsburgh. Not
I
in
hadn't
this
even, you're right. I
situation.
haven't, because Pittsburgh's kind of an old school organization, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they'd.
How great would it be if they just swapped head coaches and those guys just stay in Pittsburgh and Baltimore, but on opposite sides for the next 15 years? KJ, keep it going.
Let's find him in 2027 and see where we're at.
This weekend is Bears versus Packers as one of the 6 games you can hear on the station. This weekend, courtesy of Westwood One. Caleb Williams talks about being in many big games in his career, but I think with his answer, he forgot that the NFL isn't exactly college football. Quote, I think I'm built for these moments mentality-wise, how I've worked. I've been in a bunch of big games before and a bunch of big rival games. In those moments and in these moments, I think I can provide a spark for the team. I think I can do whatever my team needs me to do, whether that's stay in the pocket, whether that's run, whether that's scramble, whether that's hand the ball off 30 times and be energetic about it. Whatever it takes is where I'm at and where I'm going to be at for these next couple of weeks, hopefully, end quote. Does Caleb Williams have what it takes to carry the Bears past the Packers, knowing Love and LaFleur's desire to continue to grow their legacy in Green Bay?
Well, we're gonna find out, right? This is where you find out. This is where you find out whether you're like right now. Caleb Williams is a decent quarterback who's a young guy who has blossomed as he's got a new head coach who knows how to get the best out of him. But you're not a dude in this league until you do it in the playoffs, right? You're not a guy in the you get respect from what you do in the regular season, but you earn it in the postseason, right? So we're going to find out whether or not Caleb has got what it takes. I mean, this Green Bay-Chicago game's got all the juice, right? I mean, they hate each other. They see each other all the time, and now they're running into each other in the playoffs.
It's the most favorite game I have this weekend.
Yeah, well, you're just like, this is going to be fun.
Yeah. It's a great all-time rivalry between 2 fan bases that hate each other. A team that has been searching for a quarterback as long as I've been alive, and a team that has gone through, well, basically 3 quarterbacks as long as I've been alive.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best game of the weekend. Now, I think Bills and Jaguars could have some crazy offensive fireworks. I think Chargers and Patriots is going to come down to the wire. None have the juice that a Saturday night game at Soldier Field. Is it supposed to be crappy on Saturday?
It's Chicago in the middle of January. It's gotta suck, right? Give me a snow game. I know give me a snow game.
Saturday
What is
has a 85% chance of precipitation at 38 degrees during the day and a 36% chance of snow. Now, it's not going to be crazy
go. 6
cold.
p.m. kickoff at Soldier Field.
But 25-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, wow. Okay. That might be an ugly-looking game. That's going to be...
A snow game? Sideways, like intergalactic Star Wars snow game?
Yeah, where it's just coming down like that. Just like, yeah. Yeah, good luck, fellas.
Those are the bus trips in Syracuse, man, that always freaked me out. We're in the middle
like, we're gonna
middle of the
die.
night coming back from Niagara or Buffalo. And this bus is going 85 miles an hour down the highway with no one else on it at 2 o'clock in the morning. And all you see is like you're in hyperspace on the Millennium Falcon and you're losing your mind. You just got to make sure that, don't take anything that messes with your mind on those long bus trips. Might be gripping the seats a little bit too hard. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at Mountain High Appliance. There's some NHL news that's happening today. The Utah Mammoth and the NHL are slated to make an announcement in just a few hours from right now, live from where the Utah Utes play their college football. And to that I say, oh, really? 303-504-0925 is where you can find all of our shows on the Ramos Law, or rather the Champ text line. Ramos Law is where you can call us, 303-504-0925. PhD's coming up next from 12 to 3, a truncated version of Kreckman and Lindahl from 3 to 4:30. Birdo, right there. He's going to be on pregame for the Nuggets and the Celtics. They're 2-4 through 6 games on the 7-game road trip. Do they get to 3-4?
Well, you know what? I haven't even looked at that spread yet. Boston has to be heavily favored tonight, right? Mostly because we still don't know who's going to play for the Nuggets. Let's see. Yeah, Boston minus 9.5. That's tough. If Jamal plays, then you always have a chance. And, I mean, once again, that overtime win they pulled off 2 days ago on Monday night in Philadelphia is absolutely one of the wildest wins they've had in years. I mean, just crazy, insane win. But it took a lot of energy, and it took overtime. So how much juice do you have tonight for the final game of a 7-game road trip? Although, let me ask you this, Raj, because I've heard both. This is one of those things that they say both in the NBA and in the NHL. A lot of people believe this. So it's obviously game 7 of a 7-game road trip. Your team is beat up. They're tired. They've been on the road for 2.5 damn weeks during the middle of the holidays. So they can't be in the best place. But a lot of people think that the hardest game of a long road trip is the first game back at home after that road trip is over. So does this game tonight make you more nervous, or the game against Atlanta on Friday when the Nuggets play their first home game in a couple of weeks?
The game against the better team makes me more nervous. With less time to get either ill players, Tim Hardaway, or injured players, or guys coming off injury, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, just to name a few.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta's
it makes
already
me more nervous about arguably the best team in the Eastern Conference. I am more nervous about the Boston game, without a doubt.
Because, yeah, the Hawks are like, let's trade Trae Young. Let's blow this thing. Let's blow this thing up. So I don't know how motivated the Hawks are going to be when they come to town.
The Hawks have won. I think they're like 2-8 in their last 10.
Yeah, they're in a bad way.
That does not worry me.
Yeah,
I think they can do. I think if you put out the same roster that you did against Philly, you could find some success against Atlanta.
Because tomorrow's game against Ottawa for the Avalanche kind of worries me, because you're coming off that crazy road trip, 3 games in 4 nights. You've lost back-to-back games for the first time this season. And now you got Ottawa, who isn't, I'm not going to make fun of Ottawa. It's a bad team. I'm not going to make fun of Ottawa, but they're not the
it's the third worst team in the East.
They're not the world beaters or anything like that. So you should get the win in that one. I say should, but I think that's a tough game.
The rest of these. With the Avs, it could be trappy, but you're coming off 2 straight losses, and that can't feel good for a team that doesn't know what losing is.
Yeah.
So I would argue you're coming back home for some good long home cooking, 7-game homestand. You start off with the 3 worst teams in the Eastern Conference, according to the standings. Now, the last place team, which I believe right now is Polumbus.
Yeah, I was talking about this yesterday.
They're 3 points out of a playoff spot.
Yeah. So I think I was talking about the Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs are 3 points out of the final wild card spot, but they have to jump over 6 teams to get there.
Sorry, 6 points out of it.
So yeah, you have to clear a bunch of teams. The East is just jammed together, and the West is these are the greatest teams in hockey, and then everybody else.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's crazy.
I think the first 4 games of this homestand, Ottawa, Columbus, Toronto, Nashville for the Avs, is a great chance to get the power play right.
Okay.
But you should win all 4 of those games. Then it gets harder against Washington, Anaheim, and Philly to finish it off.
All right. Yeah, I'm here for it. Let's go.
I feel very good about the Avs against Ottawa. I don't feel so great about the Nuggets against Boston. Now it changes if Jamal and AG and Christian are all back, and if Timmy comes back and can give you, 24 minutes, it changes everything. I think they've proven that regardless who they put out there, they can beat a good basketball team. Again, they should have beaten Cleveland.
Right. And the only game on this road trip for the Nuggets that seemed off was the Brooklyn game.
Yes.
But that was just the effort. It felt like, you know what I mean? Like the Nuggets, this entire season, the Nuggets always show up. No matter what happens or who's in or who's out, they show up and ball. They play. It was the Brooklyn game where they didn't get the effort, and Coach Adelman was so upset after that game. And then Monday night, despite not having your entire starting 5, you find a way to beat Philadelphia in overtime. I think part of that is the reaction to
how they played in Brooklyn when they're like, that's not who we are. That's not what we do. And this game against Philly, we're going to show you who we actually. Did you see the response by some fans to what Spencer Jones put out there about how it was such an amazing. KG, you know what I'm talking about? Did you see that?
About Spencer Jones?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
No, he just put out, after the game.
Spencer Jones put out a LinkedIn post.
Yeah. It was just like, yeah, man.
Yeah, this is sweet.
I'm going to remember that forever.
But we talked about it how yesterday he went and he goes against a way heavier center. I went, Joel Embiid has nearly 6 inches and 65 pounds on Spencer Jones.
He's a massive man. Now that Joel Embiid lost that game for Philadelphia.
Yeah, he did.
Joel Embiid hit the game when he shot for the Nuggets with that. I mean, he took that ball off the glass way late. What were you thinking there, my man, Joel? But yeah, that's
my favorite reaction from that game was David Adelman when Joel Embiid swatted the ball off the glass. And Adelman sprints out 10 feet onto the court and starts just hammering his right finger down to the court.
Yeah. My favorite moment from that game was the video they caught of Joker talking to Peyton Watson, breaking down, like they were talking hoop or whatever, and Peyton was just focused, man, laser focused on what Joe. Yeah, it was great. It was wild.
I told you guys before the break, the Utah Mammoth are expected to announce an outdoor game for next season a few hours from right now. And Spit and Chicklets and Paul Bissonnette did leak this a handful of hours ago. So that is confirmed. The Mammoth and the NHL are making a joint press conference
for an outdoor game
at I can't remember
Rice
what the name.
Rice
Eccles, wherever Utah plays their
that's
football.
the Ute Stadium.
Really cool stadium, right? So they're expected to make that announcement today. Now, what I think is very interesting, there's already going to be a Stadium Series game hosted by Dallas in February of 2027. So we're looking not at the 2026 calendar, we're looking at next year. So with the Stadium Series game already being announced for Dallas, I think this guarantees that the Colorado Avalanche will be playing in an outdoor game sometime this year.
Ooh, you think they'll play?
Dallas
the Mammoth
is going to
will
host one, and the Mammoth are going to host an outdoor game.
And the most likely opponent for
either one of them, the most likely opponent is Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's Minnesota. Either one of them, the most likely opponent is Colorado. Now, what it makes me think is this announcement is the Winter Classic, right? Because the Stadium Series has already been announced in Dallas.
You think the Avs are going to play in their second Winter Classic? Because the Avs have played in 5 outdoor games.
They have not played in a Winter Classic.
Yeah, I thought the 2020 wasn't that the winter? When
Air
they played
Force Academy,
the Stars game.
No.
Am I? Which one? The Air Force was the Stadium
Air
Series.
Force was a Stadium Series. Coors Field was a Stadium Series.
Lake Tahoe.
That was technically not the Winter Classic.
What
that
was
the
then?
NHL Outdoors.
Okay.
Technically not a Winter Classic.
Lake Tahoe wasn't because of COVID, right?
It was because of COVID.
It was?
Yep.
Because that was like 2021.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, I'm all confused, man. Obviously, I remember the game at Coors against Detroit. That was dope. And the game down at the Air Force Academy, that was freezing to cold against the LA Kings. Although, you know what? The Avs lost that game. The Avs lost,
Didn't the Avs win the Vegas game? They won the outdoor game.
They won the outdoor game, right?
They won
yes,
the NHL
3-2.
Outdoors at Lake Tahoe, which
they
was
won
not,
that
again, a Winter
3-2.
Classic.
Yeah.
They lost to the Red Wings at Coors Field, I think.
Yes, they did lose that game.
And then they lost to the Kings on that. Remember how cold that was for us?
That's the coldest I've ever been in my life.
It was you,
man.
myself, McGahee, Johnny Mitchell, and Springer down there alongside Jesse Trujillo.
Yeah.
I have never been colder. I went to Syracuse for college. Yeah. I have never been colder in my life.
Yeah, I was super cold. We were on the glass for that NHL game, and I was like, I'm out of here, bro.
I got to leave. Spring and I were doing a post-game show, and luckily, we had to stay out there for another hour to do Between the Pipes, so we didn't have to deal with all the chaos of leaving the Air Force Academy, which was a nightmare.
I was with you, man. I sat there and watched you do that whole thing.
It was so cold that the people running the show and running all the cables just unplugged us at one point.
Yeah, they were like, we're going out of here. We're going.
We're becoming hypothermic.
Yeah, no, that was cold. But so they would play Utah, maybe.
What all of those things tell me is that with Dallas hosting an outdoor Stadium Series game and Utah making an outdoor game announcement at the University of Utah today, it tells me Colorado's basically guaranteed to play an outdoor game. And I hope that it's not a Stadium Series game.
Yeah. Yeah. Get you a Winter Classic.
Yep. That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
That'd be so cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Utah's a good team. That's a fun young team. Plucky.
Do we
They might
have
make
to
the
put it in
playoffs.
Salt Lake City? Can we put it in the mountains there in Utah? Is there like a small mountain town? Like, I'm fine putting it at the University of Utah there at that stadium but that's downtown Salt Lake City, man. Put them up. You know what? Like, do you
want something on top of Park City?
Like, I always thought it'd be fun if the Avs hosted an outdoor game, like up in the flat, up at like CU or something.
Folsom
Actually,
will be cool. It would be a nightmare to get in and out of there.
or even like put one up in Vail or Telluride or something. I want it in the mountains, brother. You know what I mean? The mountains.
You want Mystery Alaska.
Yes,
that's what you
exactly what I want.
I want that too, but that's not going to happen. The closest you're going to get to Mystery Alaska was the Tahoe game.
Yeah, absolutely. All you needed was Russell Crowe out there, bro. I haven't seen Mystery Alaska forever, but that's
What a movie.
The New York Rangers coming to Mystery Alaska to play Russell Crowe and his local cronies, right?
All right, it's going to do it for us
stuff.
today. For Mark Bertinoli, as always, a wonderful job filling in for a sick Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. Thanks to KJ Granderson behind the glass. Don't go anywhere. PhD is coming up next. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10. The Utah Mammoth making an outdoor game announcement later today. I think there's some good things happening.
Oh, man, what a banger day today. Holy cow. Absolutely gorgeous. And I know we got a little weather coming in. Chris Bianchi sent me a little bit of note. He goes, hey, man, not to freak anybody out. It's a long ways away. But there could be weather. I don't know if you guys have looked at it for when the Broncos are playing, but there's a pretty good chance that's a snowy day coming up, which is ironic because the weather's been so great.
Okay. All right.
So,
well, you know what? That could be maybe a good thing.
Yeah, football, Colorado, playing a bunch of indoor teams. So.
Oh, and here in New England right now in Boston. So
what's going on there in New England? You're not far from Peter and Eileen in Ipswich. They're right up the road there.
I went and knocked on their door for breakfast, and they had a pineapple on it. And they weren't home.
They had a pineapple on it. Oh, okay.
Pineapple on the door stoop, and they were gone.
Dude, you and Marlo and the gang should take a little field trip up to the Clam Box in Ipswich. That's right. We have a restaurant in Ipswich called the Clam Box, and it's a building that looks like, come on now, take a guess.
A clam in a box.
The Krusty Krab.
It looks like a clam box. Doesn't look like a clam.
In a box.
No, it's like a, do you guys know what all right.
Yes, I know what a clam is.
No. Do you know?
Do I know what a box is?
Do you know what a clam box is? It's just it's not anything special, but
saw one on Friday night.
All right, anyways.
The sides, is that netting or is that metal mesh?
Huh? The hell are you talking about?
On the clam box, don't they have netting on the outside of it?
Well, I mean, there's like how you clam. I mean, that's a whole different thing. Clam box is just what you get your fried clams in. It's just a box.
Do you know I've been to the clam box?
I think you have mentioned that.
No,
before.
I know I've been to the clam box.
That's awesome.
I'm looking it up right now, and I've definitely been to the clam box.
It's an Ipswich. It's been there forever. There on 133, right down from the high school. So right before you get to Rowley, you can stop off at the clam box. Get yourself some fried clams there, Scotty. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they taste good. You keep going down 133 past Ipswich High School, you're going to run into the Donkey. It's the closest Donkey right there, so listen, I don't want to set your day for you or anything. I know you got a big Celtics game tonight, but, there's some incredible things in Ipswich up there for you.
How many Celtics players do you think have been to the clam box for dinner?
None. Zero.
The clam box is not exactly an upscale joint.
Oh, God, no. There's nothing. Everything in New England is kind of downscale, upscale. Well, you could go to Crane's Castle. If you went to Crane's Castle in Ipswich, that's pretty upscale. You ever go flush a toilet?
Actually, I remember what I got at the clam box. I got a lobster sandwich. That's what I got.
That is fantastic.
It actually
choice.
was really good. It was.
That's awesome. Some people just get some sort of disease at the clam box, but you got a lobster sandwich.
Well, last Friday, what did you say, Tyler?
What?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep. You got it.
So anyway, Celtics tonight. Scott, I've seen the latest. I mean, this is a while ago. Do we have well, just tell me, Dan.
DNVR Nuggets is reporting, guys, that Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, and Tim Hardaway have all been upgraded to probable for tonight's game.
All right. So they're all good.
That's the latest news we have.
All right, Scott. So we don't have Mission Impossible tonight. You got Jamal, AG, Christian. Are they all think Aaron's in the starting lineup? Does that make sense?
I don't know. It depends how you feel. Do they make an adjustment for the Brooklyn? Does it affect how the team plays? We talked about it yesterday. I'm going to talk about it in the pregame show today. The freedom with which those guys played, the Impossible Nine or whatever you want to call them. Can they play, no matter who's in tonight, can they play with that same freedom and go that they did against Philly, because they didn't against Brooklyn? Coach thought they didn't play, super hard. I think they played like they were, subservient to the others on the floor, and they ain't going to have any success if they do that.
All right. Well, how do you like the chances there against them Celtics?
Well, now it seems boring having guys out there. Now I just want to see the backups play.
You know what's funny? With those four guys I mentioned, they may all four start. In fact, they probably will, I would guess. I mean, Jamal, Christian,
Well,
AG.
you can do that and then bring that group that won in Philly. You just make that the second unit and you say, go. We're going to play like you played the other night. So
Sure.
when you guys get in there together, go. Boston's one of the slowest teams in the league.
Oh, okay.
Yet they're one of the highest scoring.
All right.
Last year they set NBA records and averaged 48 threes a game. This year I think they're down to like 42, 40 to 42, 43, somewhere in there. And yet I think they're number one in offense and Denver's number 2.
Look at that, huh? I know they have practically the same record. The Nuggets are 24-12, and the Nuggets are 23-12. The Nuggets the Celtics are in second place in the East. Nuggets now are in 4th, but that's weird because all these teams in the West are like, everybody's just a couple games away from each other. Even Oklahoma City, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's such a slam dunk anymore necessarily.
Well, I've been trying to tell you that.
What? You're a smarter man than all of us, Scott. We should have listened to you instead of completely ignore you like we do most days.
Well, that is true.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Oklahoma City's still very, very, very good. But in videos and clips I've been watching, they've caught on to some of the calls, and they're not putting them to the free throw line 30 times a game, and so that'll be interesting. And Boston's one of the lower free throw shooting teams because all they do is stand out and shoot threes.
Are they a boring team? Is that where you're going? Kinda.
No. Well, they crank it up. I mean, if they're making it, and like I said, they're the leading scoring team in basketball, so. I don't know, and they've dominated Denver throughout Denver's history. Even Joker is 1-5 in the last 6 times he's played in Boston. So you tell me, how you're going to do.
Well, I don't know how you guys are just all feeling. It's been one hell of a trip. I don't know when you guys have been on a longer trip. So you'd have to just tell me, man, just overall, as a collective Nuggets unit, are you guys exhausted or you got enough energy for this one tonight?
Well, that's always a big question. The 2 hardest games, I think, in a road trip is that last one and then your first game home. Friday night's going to be a big crapshoot also.
Right.
It's been 2 weeks. It's been today or tomorrow's 13 days. We left the day after Christmas.
It's wild.
Nuts.
And it's January
it's crazy.
7th.
Raj already had another kid in a vacation.
Yeah, there you go. So I tell you what, I don't do nothing. I do radio and I get a workout here and there. I go to lunch or I go to dinner and I go to do games, and I am mind fatigued.
Are you?
To be honest with you,
really?
It's just we stay in great places. We have great accommodations and nice comfortable flights and all that. Although I didn't even tell you, this trip also, it took us, we were on a over 2-hour delay in Toronto leaving. We had a 3-hour delay leaving, was it Cleveland or Brooklyn? Cleveland, I think. We had a 3-hour delay there. And then even last night when we got to fly to Boston, we sit outside the security gate. They didn't have the people there enough to check cars, and there was a line of about 20 cars to get onto the airport. We had another hour and a half delay there. It's been a crazy. It's been a mentally weary trip. In fact, I was told today that the team buses were going to shoot around. They get over to where they're doing the shoot around, and the police have cordoned off an area or whatever. So basically, bus drove over there 25, 30 minutes. Just turned around and came back to the hotel. So it's been a handful of just one of those. Come on, man, let's go.
Yeah, you're gonna have some logistics pop up on a trip that's long.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Are you in Copley Square right now?
No, I don't know. I do not know the area we are in.
Looks a little gray there.
Well, it was snowing when the show started. It stopped snowing all of a sudden.
All right.
It's been snowing, and it rained all morning, and then it turned into snow.
Yeah.
I got a whole bunch of brownstones right here, and I got a old building with a big dome on top of it there.
You like your time that you played in the Garden there, Scott? You have good memories?
I love playing in the Boston Garden.
Yeah, did you?
It was one of my favorite places, and I remember one of the first games. In fact, it was the first game I ever did as a broadcaster, and to me, it's the Boston Garden. I mean, that's history,
absolutely.
It's like the first time, you play at Lambeau Field or, the old Chicago Stadium,
right.
A Candlestick the first time we play, whether they're dumps or not. it has this unbelievable history and tradition you just love. And so I'm sitting there playing, and this guy, he didn't play in the league very long, 2 or 3. He was horrible, but he was their first round pick, I think, from Iowa. And I'm down the court. I'm just taking it in, man. I'm like, yep, there's where I skinned my knee that one time, and it basically stayed infected for about 3 months. And there's this, and I knew where the dead part of the floor still was. And I'm listening to this kid, and he got a couple boys down the side, and he's just shooting warm up. He goes, look at this place. Isn't this place a dump? And I went, man, I've never wanted to smack a player more. First of all, he's a rookie. Second of all, I'm looking up there, and there's 17 banners hanging up from the wall.
No
There's
kidding.
15 names that are legendary in the sport, and you're calling this place a dump? Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on. All right.
It was, but I mean, it was.
Oh, it was awful. It was horrible. But it's so legendary, and it's the echoes of basketball's greatness. Now, of course, it's all done now. It's TD Waterhouse, whatever the freak it is. I've never been in the new building. I have no idea. I'm sure it's beautiful, like all these stadiums are. So, I don't know if you get the same sense of history.
You don't, other than they brought the parquet floor with them.
All right.
Which I thought, which I always thought was kind of funny. I mean, couldn't you just buy a new parquet floor? I mean, couldn't you just do? I mean, I understand you want to keep the tradition, but couldn't you just done it in a brand new parquet? Does anybody not do that?
All right. So, how are you feeling about tonight then overall? If you just to base feeling right now.
Well, it's the same way I felt against Philadelphia. I mean, your margin of error is thinner. You saw that at the end of the Cleveland game. You could have won. I think if they play hard, they'll stay in the game. They'll give them fits, and if they don't, then and they're already 1, 2, 3. Let's get home. If you're in that mindset, then it could be an ugly night.
Well, we have it for you tonight, starting at 4:30 with the pregame, 5 o'clock, and it's the end of the road trip, and you guys are not staying overnight. Forget that, right? It's time to get on the plane and come on home. So long day for all included, and we're hoping for the best. Meanwhile, we have so much news going on in the NFL. It's bananas. Jeff Legwalt will join us at 12:30. We'll have Adam Schefter at 1:20. John Harbaugh was fired just as we were getting off the air yesterday. Tyler, your reaction to Harbaugh getting the ziggy?
Yeah, I was waiting for that hammer to drop. It felt like the news was going to happen, whether it was Tomlin or whether it was going to be Harbaugh. It sounds like it came down to just a typical quarterback head coach battle, and you had to make a choice. The Ravens had to make a choice. So you could choose Lamar, you could choose John Harbaugh, and they chose Lamar. So interesting to see that drama can unfold anywhere. I think the Ravens are probably making a huge mistake there, quite frankly. Good luck finding a better coach than John Harbaugh. But Harbaugh immediately skyrockets above Kevin Stefanski as the number one available.
Well, it was
option.
funny. There's 6 jobs. Hold on.
This is
6 jobs open. However, the interest was more than 6 for Harbaugh.
Yeah, did you hear who the 7th was?
I heard Miami.
Yeah.
Which makes
that's who I would have guessed.
So Miami, who Mike McDaniel is the head coach, has not been fired. Allegedly, he's made calls about Harbaugh.
Yeah, I bet they're not the only team that already has a coach that might be interested as well.
Sure.
So we'll track that as it goes, and it'll be good to have Adam on. I do have a conspiracy theory for you guys because Davis Webb getting a head coach interview with the Raiders. Well, let's dig into that coming up next. Jeff Legwald will join us at 12:30, and I look forward to talking to Jeff about all the gossip with what's going on. I do have a little bit of a conspiracy theory for you guys. Davis Webb interviewing for the Raiders job.
Yeah, that one caught me off guard.
Okay. Let me just run this past you, and I'll bring it up.
Not me.
No, what do you, not you what?
It didn't catch me off guard.
It didn't catch you off guard. Why?
No. Because I think the guy's got a great reputation and is well respected. And if you get a team that wants a coach that's young, vital, and maybe with some new ideas, why wouldn't you go with somebody like that?
Okay, cool. He'll be 31 later this month.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be an insane rise to the top. Now, I agree with Scott. Like, he clearly does have a great reputation, but even with a great reputation, it's still, on the surface, an insane interview. 30 years old, never called plays, never – I saw some people discussing this. This would be the biggest challenge for him, honestly. Does he know enough coaches to assemble a staff? Like, seriously. Like, do you know enough people that you would be able to assemble a full staff? That would be a challenge at 30 years old.
I don't think he's really interviewing. Here's my conspiracy theory. If you want the X-Files music, Dan, you can throw it out there. And as soon as I bring this up to Jeff Legwald, he'll tell me instantly I'm wrong, which is always the best part of talking to Leggy. Shooting down my cool ideas.
Don't you get used to that?
It's a pattern.
Yeah.
Like chemtrails. Okay. Here's what I think. Tom Brady is going to have a bigger role than ever. Davis Webb, quarterback. They are definitely going to draft either Dante Moore out of Oregon or Fernando Mendoza. Up to them, right? And by the way, I'm not going to bore you with mock drafts there, Scott, but I'll just let you know. Right now, them's the only two. Now, Ty Simpson just told his coaches at Alabama I'm going pro, and we'll see if that wiggles things. But right now, it's more Dante Moore and Fernando Mendoza. I think they're going to bring him in to possibly be an offensive coordinator, maybe period, but especially if they hire VJ. So my concept is they're doing this as an excuse to get his vibe on Dante Moore or Mendoza, and I think he's going to get a lot of credit for the development of Bo Nix. So I think this may be part of a package deal that sees VJ as the head coach, and they already know VJ is going to bring him in, and this is the way to get a look at him as well. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, you come up with a lot of crazy ideas. I don't think that's that crazy. I mean, if Vance Joseph is the guy they're targeted and they really just want to get to know Vance Joseph's plan.
Yes.
Like, this is just a secondary interview of Vance Joseph more than anything else.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, you know, Vance is going to be busy, by the way. His interview schedule, Wednesday, Tennessee Titans. Thursday, New York Giants and Las Vegas Raiders. Friday, he's got the Arizona Cardinals. And there's a fifth team. Why am I forgetting who it was? But there's a fifth team on there as well. So Wednesday he's got an interview. Thursday he's got two of them. Friday he's got another. And you do wonder, like, how do you prep for that many interviews? You know, like
That's a great question.
How do you present a game plan to all these different organizations that is unique and customized to their quarterback, to their system, to their products, all those sorts of things? It's a wild deal. But I mean, back to your point about Davis Webb. I do think it's a huge leap to go from quarterback coach for 2 years to head coach in the NFL, and a far more logical solution would mean more than likely offensive coordinator.
But if you're leaning towards VJ anyway, and you know, as I think it's pretty public, that there's good consideration he would bring Davis Webb as his offense coordinator, which makes total sense. I think that's a pretty sly move, Scott, if this is the case, by the Raiders to get the offensive coordinator guy in the building, especially when who knows what we're going to do with Mendoza or Dante Moore. Seriously, probably a coin flip right now.
It's probably smart if you've had enough and trust his reputation enough anyway that you'd like to see us taking one of those two guys. That's great. You know, we've always I stole this from Sandy years ago, and they always use it and always botch it up. But, you know, whatever you're going to have to do inevitably, you might as well do immediately. And if Davis Webb is eventually going to be a head coach, why not sooner rather than later?
The head coach thing to me seems wild without being a coordinator.
You know why? But you know why? Because you're stuck in the stereotype. And so is Tyler a little bit. And listen, of all of us who should be stuck in the stereotype, it's me. Listen, I think all the leagues have bypassed really good young guys because they just don't have the experience. Dude, it's football or it's basketball or it's baseball. Do you know it or do you not know it?
I don't entirely agree, I guess. I mean, I think that, like, you can be in the NFL for a long time and absorb a lot of information even though you didn't do the job. But generally speaking, there is a certain amount of work threshold that you got to be on the job before you've absorbed all the information.
I'll give you this. I think Vic Fangio, who's obviously established as a tremendous defensive coordinator, the thing that I saw Vic struggle with the most is the management of the duties as the head coach. All of that stuff. And I'm not sure how you get that experience aside from doing it on some level. And that's why college coaches theoretically are pretty appealing because they've had to manage an entire program. Heck, running a hardware store would be better preparation than Vic Fangio had. The dude didn't own a suit. There just is no replacement for being able to handle everything that goes with being a head coach. I think it's a wild leap to go from where Davis Webb is to managing all that, because he just hasn't had that opportunity. How do you know what to not do? How do you manage your time? How do you organize
we've seen
things?
guys that knew what to do. Did Pat Sherman, has he got enough experience? How'd that turn out?
As a head coach?
Either or.
Well, we're talking about being a head coach. I mean,
that's how do you do as a head coach?
I'm kind of stuck on the, like, who does he know, you know? Like, and I don't mean that as shot at him and his ability, but, like, assembling the coaching staff is the most important thing. We're just going to bring in blind interviews of people that I've never met, I've never coached with. I don't know that I've no hands-on experience, and I'm just going to be like, well, yeah, you were cool in a 2-hour interview. Why don't you be my offensive coordinator, my defensive coordinator, my quarterback coach?
I think it's just an excuse if they do hire Vance to get a better sense of who would be, running the offense. That's what I think.
Well, so, I think there's probably legitimate appeal there to some degree. Like maybe it's both. Maybe because we've done these things in the past. Maybe it's both. There's a little bit of interest there, but hey, fallback plan, offensive coordinator.
It'll be fascinating, won't it? But VJ's interviews, like you mentioned, tomorrow, or rather today, Tennessee. Then Thursday, Giants, Raiders. Friday, Cardinals. The Falcons were trying to get an interview with them, but the clock might run out. Because VJ and the Broncos are getting back to work on Friday and Saturday. I don't know if you can squeeze an interview in then when you're preparing for the playoffs. Maybe you can. Who knows? But pretty wild. Pretty wild. I'm looking at some other candidates for the Raiders job, and, it's Cliff Kingsbury's one of them. Listen, John Harbaugh, guys, is going to be number one, if not number two, on literally everybody's list, including teams that already have coaches, right?
If I'm the Ravens, I'm intrigued by Cliff Kingsbury.
Okay. What about the Raiders?
I mean, yeah, maybe to some degree. I'm just talking specifically about Lamar Jackson.
I'm looking at one more. This is just for the Raiders that I'm looking at. Clint Kubiak. How many interviews does Clint Kubiak have set up? Where's his level of hotness at these days? So Clint is going to have multiple teams, and the Raiders being one of them too. Real quick, would you guys have, do you think it's dangerous at all if VJ stays in the division? If Davis Webb stays in the division, do you think that poses any extra special difficulties for the Broncos over the next couple of years?
I mean, sure, to some degree. Yeah. A coach that knows you very intimately and is going to see you twice a year? Absolutely. That being said, and this is no shot at Vance Joseph because I love Vance and I'm rooting really hard for him. I want him to be a head coach again, all those sorts of things, personal level, professional level, all of it. Just rooting for Vance Joseph. I would be far more disturbed if the Raiders were to pull a coup and hire a John Harbaugh than Vance.
Let's bring Jeff Legwald into this conversation. He's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. Yeah, Jeff, what are your thoughts about Davis Webb getting an interview for the Raiders, which kind of caught everybody by surprise, and VJ also interviewing for the same job.
Well, it's interesting that, VJ interviewed for the Raiders last year too. So I'm not sure what they would ask him, again, hey, you really had a better season type thing. But the Davis Webb thing, I know GMs and team presidents around the league, some teams do this when they're looking for a coordinator too. They'll interview a guy for a head coaching job when in their back of their minds, they're really interviewing them to see if they would bring him on as a coordinator too, or for future reference as well. This is the time. And, frankly, it's easy to interview Davis for that because you can't block anybody from interviewing for a promotion. So even if they were interviewing for a coordinator position, the Broncos can't block that because that's a promotion. You have to let guys pursue a promotion. And he's thought highly of. And look, everybody in the league knows he's not going to call plays here, so he's gettable.
Jeff, as of yesterday, I thought Vance might be the second most attractive candidate behind Stefanski. Now he's probably 3 because you got Harbaugh 1, Stefanski 2. There's only 5 jobs out there. So I don't know if Vance will have the ability to, or 6 jobs as of today, 6 jobs, I think. I don't know. I don't know if Vance will have the ability to choose, but let's say he could.
Yeah.
Rank the teams in the best situations for Vance Joseph.
Well, Tyler, obviously Baltimore is the best situation. You got a 29-year-old 2-time MVP at quarterback, but is that something where they're going to be looking for an offensive guy and all that? But I think Vance is, having talked to him about this, over the years, I think he knows what he didn't have last time, and that was a strong situation at quarterback and a big voice in hiring his staff. And I think the best situation for him are the teams that can offer him that, and maybe a team like the Giants is willing to offer him that. I think the Raiders with the number 1 pick, and I think John Spytek is a good football guy. If he's really running the show, is that a Tom Brady show? Is that a traditional football setup show? But I think the teams where if you guys went through them and said, okay, this situation at quarterback, there's a definitive plan. And there's like Atlanta has no cap space and no draft picks, and the quarterback situation is pretty unclear. So to me, if you're Vance, that's not an awesome situation. You went through that. Why do it again? Because if you're Vance and you stay here, you'll be a hot candidate next year too. I don't think the team or the defense is going anywhere.
Well, saying that, how fast does Sean Payton want Vance to get a head coaching job?
I don't think he does, Scotty. He will support him and has. He has told teams Vance is ready and I think he understands what Vance gives him as a head coach. But I know, Sean always has a plan about what would I do if this person goes or this person goes. So I don't think this is something, he would be waving pennants at or something. I think he'd like to have Vance around. It works, obviously. And they work together. Working for Sean is not always going to be the little fun fest ride. You're going to have to be in the hot seat of the moment from time to time, and every guy that works for him knows that. But I think Vance is an important voice in the building and in the locker room. And I think if he left, it would be a big hole for them to fill.
Who would likely fill that? And if Davis Webb left, not only fill that, but perhaps you can talk to the relationship Davis Webb has with Bo. And if he left too, what kind of impact do you think that would have in Bo's development?
I think it'd have a significant development because Bo's a young player. He hasn't been through this in the NFL world yet. Change is a constant in the league, but Bo hasn't really been through it yet in his couple years. And the quarterback coach, whenever the play caller is the head coach, the quarterback coach is the guy who spends the most time with those guys day to day, practice to practice, even on the sideline during games. He's the buffer. I mean, look what happened when Gary Kubiak left and there was no buffer between Mike Shanahan and Jake Plummer. The buffer is gone. There can be moments where you got to work through that until there's another buffer. So I think Sean would be cognizant of the fact he would need somebody in that role who can relate to Bo and help him like Davis has.
Logistics, Broncos, injuries, Garrett Bowles, ankle, how's he doing? Are we expected to be healthy to go? Keep us update on what you can.
Well, Tyler, the ankle looked pretty ugly after the game.
Did it?
When I talked to Garrett, yeah, it was. You know how when you cut the tape off and it explodes like a balloon?
Yep.
It sort of looked like that, but Garrett. I don't think there's any way they're keeping Garrett out of a playoff game. He went back in that game, which tells me how much he wants to be around this. But he says he'll play and be ready to go. But again, until I see the guys on the practice field. But I think overall their health is pretty good for this point in the year. And are they going to get Dobbins back for the playoffs and all of those things? I don't think we know yet, and it would shock me if Greenlaw and Dobbins are back soon, at least until I see them on the practice field.
What is the one thing that they have to improve on between game 17 and the first game they'll play in the playoffs?
Well, kicking field goals will get you beat in the playoffs. You got to close drives with touchdowns. And the last 2 years, look, I know Bo has done awesome things for the first 2 years of your career at quarterback, and Sean has done great things with getting the franchise back into playoffs. But you cannot be near the bottom of the league in 3 and outs in back-to-back seasons and not think there's a fundamental problem with the way you're doing offense. So they have got to find a way to finish drives because, look how the Broncos defense has turned all of those 4-point plays into wins. You kick too many field goals in the playoffs, then one fumble gets you beat, one blown coverage, one step out of bounds at the wrong time. Your margin for error goes from slim already in the playoffs to almost nothing.
Do you think Sean was being intentionally bland in that game?
I do not. I never buy that. I've been around it. Now, did he hold some things back? Sure. Any coach would, your call sheet is never the entire playbook anyway. So, yeah, you're always holding things back every week. But I think in the back of his mind, he thought maybe playing him again in a couple weeks. But I think in the heat of the moment, he was trying to score with all of those play calls, and none of those calls were made to just move on to the next down. So I don't buy into the whole. It was a tactical decision to kick field goals. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I'm with you on that too, Jeff. Especially inside the 10-yard line. What advantage do you really have? And what are we talking about here? You'll do what
And DMac, I'm on board. Don't tell me every week you prepare for everything, that it's all on film. Look, you're gonna tell me you can hold back. No.
I agree.
People got the information; it's out there, and Sean's running basically the same playbook he ran in 2009. So I don't think people have any shortage of information.
All right, from how you want to do it? You have 4 possible opponents. Worst to first. Who would you want to face the most? Who would you want to face the least? So,
I consider the playoff, and Tyler, you've lived it. So, and Scotty, you guys know from playing, but I consider the playoffs of all of the rules that applied in the regular season about offense and the way things are played don't apply anymore. So I always look for the slug it out teams as being sort of the tough outs. And that, to me, that makes Houston
the toughest,
a tough out. And I think a lot of people I know in the league say the three toughest outs in the postseason field are the three best defenses: Seattle, Denver, and Houston. And so I think Houston is, and defenses play better on the road. So, when you're looking for road teams that upset teams in the playoffs, it really often is traced to who plays the kind of defense, because things get really tight and closed down in the postseason. It's just more difficult to move the ball.
Well,
So,
by that logic, then the Bills probably have the worst defense of the last four teams. And
worst run defense left for sure.
so would it be the Bills? Would be the ideal team?
Well, you always got to factor in the quarterback element of it, but I think
and you ain't got a
of,
running game. You ain't got a running game, so the run defense doesn't need to matter.
The Broncos are, some people probably would say they're not the toughest out, but I just think defense makes you the tough out. I think in terms of matchup, I think a younger quarterback like Drake May would have a harder time against the Broncos, even though I think he's the youngest quarterback ever to lead the league in completion percentage and yards per completion, that's really kind of a staggering stat when you think about a young player.
Scott's in. Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
Hold on. You've been on the other end of the wrath of Sean Payton a time or two in your career.
That list is long. That list is long, Scotty. The list is very long.
Yeah. Well, Kisla got in the middle of the wrath this past week for questioning the efficiency of how Payton calls his offenses. Fair? Okay? What's your thoughts on that?
I always expect it. You're not doing your job if the coach isn't in your wheelhouse from time to time. That's just part of it. And I'm pretty good at getting yelled at and yelling back. I'm an excellent closed quarters exchanger, let's say. But no, I think Sean's a fiery guy. I mean, Mike was a fiery guy. Mike hit it better in public from time to time, but Gary Kubiak is one of the most fiery guys I've ever been around. It's just people didn't notice because he's so good at, his public demeanor. Tyler played for the guy, but he's a feisty guy, all in all. I just think it's part of the gig, and it's, if you think it's unfair, I always give coaches a choice. You want to address it at the podium and we do it here, or you want to do it off to the side like grown-ups?
Kiz's biggest point of his column in November was Sean's ego would stop them from winning a championship. Do you agree with that premise or not?
Well, I guess it matters what you count as ego. Is it confidence in calling plays, or the way you run your team, or your playbook? Every coach has ego. Everybody calling plays has ego, and that's part of it. And Bill Belichick won a lot of Super Bowls with an enormous ego. So I'm not sure, bad ego is, it's like everything, in moderation, I guess. Bad ego is when you are unable to look at what you're doing as part of the problem. And if Sean Payton isn't accountable, I would say that's an impediment. If his team isn't accountable, that's an impediment, because I've always said it's not the two best teams in the Super Bowl. It's the two best and the two most accountable teams are in the Super Bowl. And I think that's the way it's always worked.
All right. Great stuff, Jeff. Thank you so much. Enjoy. If you have a break, I don't know. Who knows? Probably not. But
No.
back at it Friday.
But thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. See ya.
Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. We'll get back to the Nuggets and what they're facing tonight. maybe we should go through who we think the Broncos, who we're looking forward to as we look at the playoffs. And I have a message for Avs fans that they're going to hate. So we're going to piss off hockey fan. See if you guys abide by that coming up next. Let me play you guys something from Mark Rycroft a couple days ago about the Avalanche.
1-1 game in the second period. You have 3 power plays. You go up 2-1 in this game, you're going to win this game. Not only did the power plays not create anything, they were terrible once again. They had 2 turnovers at the blue line that almost went the other way for goals. So finally, here we are at game 41. The power play finally cost you a game. We're sitting up here talking, going, we're a little surprised this has not happened yet. But let's see you get into the playoffs as we're talking. You get a tight game like this. If you get 3 power plays in the second period, you have to score on one of those against a team like this. And in a regular season run, back-to-back, guys have no gas. You've lost your captain. Something's got to be done because it is not working, and that's why they have no points here tonight.
The Avs are coming off their first time they've lost in regulation in back-to-back games. Against 2 really good teams. Now, they were close games. And, aside from empty net goals, well, Florida was just 2-1, and last night was 4-2, but it was an empty netter, so that's a 1-goal game too. Guys, against Carolina, they were 2 for 5 on the power play, but they were 0 for 4 against Florida and 0 for 2 against the Lightning. Not great. In terms of where that puts them, listen, it's not the worst in the league, but they're like 26th in the league in the power play. Fellas, and I don't want to bum out Avs fans, nor is it the end of the world, but do we all realize that you aren't really going to have bigger playoff success unless you get going on the power play?
Oh, is that what we're doing?
Oh, yeah. That's
That's
exactly what we're doing.
You know where I want to go, though, but we're going to be okay going into the AFC games here without an offense, right? I mean, my point is
different sport.
Yeah. I think an offense is pretty important, but
hypocrisy has no boundaries.
If you want to make apples to apples, I'll tell you this: the Broncos better be better in the red zone than they have been of late.
They do.
Sure, if you want to compare that, yeah.
I don't know, man.
That is a good comparison, actually. Listen, I called this out at the beginning of the year. We were in the first 15 games. They didn't lose any, but they had remember when they had a period like 4 straight tie losses, I guess, but they were ties. They got a point.
Yeah.
And we went and calculated the power play, and at one time to start the season, they were like 3 of 34 or 31 or something like that, and it wasn't good then. They are so good. They could even be better. And that should be the scary part for the rest of the league. If they figure out the power play, the rest of the league should be panicking.
Well, but not only could they be better, they need to be better, or you're going to lose in the playoffs.
Yeah, see, I've got a confidence with Avalanche that's going to come because they can score goals, right? And they can do that 5-on-5. They're okay. Like when you tie it back to football, it's hard for me to assume that the Broncos are going to fix the red zone issues because offensively they struggle, right? But for the Avalanche, I think if you're good at one thing, over time it's going to be good there as well. But this does go back a long ways, right? And we go back to last year going into the postseason, and gosh, I'm drawing a blank on our special teams coach that we fired, but we got rid of him because power play was struggling then, might have cost us a series, and here we are. Even though you're having all the success that you still haven't fixed the same issue that's been out there for a long time.
Yeah, and just a heads up, number 1 in the league on the power play, the Edmonton Oilers. Number 2 in the league, the Dallas Stars.
But doesn't it feel like if you are a good offensive team, that's going to come? It's hard for me to understand why the two could be so far apart.
It does, but there's Riker. And their Colorado wagon and rah-rah and the pom-poms and all that, there's Riker. Riker's telling you that. Riker's saying, hey, I get it. It should be coming at any point here, but we're halfway through the season.
Well, he said it finally cost you a loss. It finally cost you a loss. I would tell Riker, you're absolutely right, but go back at the beginning of the year and how many games did it cost you where you didn't get 2 points? You got 1, and everybody's happy when they get 1. Ties are good in the NHL. But you probably have 3 or 4 games you win in regulation that you end up losing in a shootout or an overtime.
The truth of the matter is you can go through a regular season and, 3 games in 4 nights, teams coming out to Colorado, yep. The fact of the matter is the vast majority of playoff games against whoever are close, tight, 1 or so goal games. And the ineffectiveness on the power play, and we just saw it. We just saw it in this road trip. You got a couple, and you won a game. Way to go, 2 for 5. And then you were blanked on the power play by Florida and Tampa. Guess what? You lost 1-goal games. And it's just a little bit of a heads up. Sky ain't falling. We're not down on the team by any stretch. They're still the favorites wildly to win the Stanley Cup, as they should be. But, guys, they got to figure this out, man. They got to figure this out. So, there you go, Avs fans. I'm sure you're thrilled. But they do have a 7-game homestand that they're coming back to.
Wow, that's nice.
How about that, huh? You guys have a 2-game homestand over the weekend.
Yeah, and then go on the road for a back-to-back.
All right. So
got a game Friday and Sunday. Leave Monday for a game Tuesday and Wednesday.
Hey, you know what's good, Scott? Your suitcase will already be packed. Just leave it by the front door, brother, or leave it in the trunk, wherever you keep it. We do have an update on the Joker's rehab. We'll give you what that is coming up next. Tonight, the Celtics host the Nuggets. 4:30 is pregame right here on 92.5. We are hearing that Jamal, CB, AG, and Hardaway Jr., Scott, are all more or less good to go. Looks like they're all gonna play tonight. We do have an update on Joker from Shams. Let's go to that.
Nikola Jokic is rehabbing around the clock, and it's really been every few hours he's been weightlifting, he's been getting cardio in on the bike, he's been icing that knee, and I am told he has started spot shooting on the court. The Nuggets won't be rushing Nikola Jokic back. He's still weeks away from a potential return, so you're looking at the end of this month as a window for that. They still need to allow him to build some movement, sprinting, running, cutting, and that's going to take place over the coming weeks. And in the meantime, before the Nuggets player development coaches can begin working on Nikola Jokic on the court and doing 3-on-3, 5-on-5, they've got their own player development guys that they've been concentrating on, Jalen Pickett to the world, Zeke Naji to the world, to step up in Nikola Jokic's absence, at least for the next few weeks.
Is there anything new there, Scott? That feels like things we've already known and talked about. Is there anything new there?
For me, no. I don't think so. And I'm sure if Shams, we know how those position works, and the Adams that we're going to have on here in just a little bit, how that works. So I'm sure the somebody in power has made that known.
All right.
I'll just say from my own experience. Well, no, I can't. I'm told certain things I can't say, but it's okay to say Sham's been working around the clock, and for me to sit there and say, yeah, I've seen him at least 3 times in the gym since we've been on this road trip, I shouldn't say.
What else shouldn't you say? What else should you not mention?
Well, I mean, I've seen him at least 3 times in the gym.
You certainly shouldn't say how good or effective or how hard he's working out. You shouldn't say that at all.
No.
I know this, and this is just who he is, and I'm just going to say this, not reported from anybody else. This is just my opinion, and having known this guy his entire 10 years, he won't rest and use this injury to take a week extra off, and I think there are guys in the NBA that will. I had a coach buddy of mine, a head coach of mine one time. They were going to activate this young player. He'd missed the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season. Everybody gave him a green light. He was thumbed. They had him in practice the day before the game. He's going to go and blah, blah, blah. He said everybody's out shooting before the game, and he's in his office. He hears somebody talking in the locker room by themselves. He goes in there, and this kid's on the phone. He goes, "What are you doing?" Because they had no phones in the locker room an hour before the game. He goes, well, yeah, I was just talking to my agent. My agent thinks it'd be a good idea for me to wait at least one more game. That ain't Joker.
Okay.
In fact, I would almost guarantee you he ain't been on the phone with his agent, and his agent going, well, you know what, take the full time and do the – Joker's like, no, I'm going to tell you how I feel. If I'm still hurting, I'm not going to do it. If I'm uncomfortable, I'm not going to play, but I'm going to work my ass off. I told you this. I saw him walk on the plane out of Miami. He could hardly walk. I saw him 24 hours later. We all did. We saw him walking into one of the games.
Looked better.
On the road, and he was behind one of the players that they were talking about on the video, and he's walking pretty good. And I went, wow, that was 24 hours. So there ain't nobody – listen, I don't want anybody hurt. But if you're worried about rehab, that's one cat you ain't got to worry about rehab, and I will say that. I'm pretty confident saying that.
It was interesting with the Avs, Tyler, Scott, that they sent Taves and Landeskog back to Denver. They were like, no, you go back. Not staying with us.
Yeah.
But we think, or at least the expectation is with Taves a couple of weeks. With Gabe, it might be as many as 6 weeks. He may miss the Olympics, that sort of thing. Is it a positive sign? And I know we've talked about this before that, hey, the training staff is there. The facilities are good enough. It's better just to stay on the same target with the team. I'll tell you this. It was great to have Joker coaching up Peyton Watson and some of his other teammates when he wasn't playing.
That was amazing to see the way Peyton Watson was dialed in. Like the eye contact, did not break eye contact. I mean, that dude just listened, soaking up every word. But to your point, DMac, it is unusual to me from a football world, right? If you are injured and like it's going to be a minute, right? 9 out of 10 times they're leaving you at home. Or we don't have these extended road trips, so there's really no such thing as sending the guy home. You would just go home with the team and not go on the next trip.
Yeah.
And we would almost always, you would take the lead trainers and I guess, quote unquote, the best trainers go with the team, but you would leave a skeleton staff back at the facility to work with the injured guys. Scott would know this far better than I would. I don't know how that works in basketball. I don't know if they even leave. Do they leave a skeleton staff in Denver for the training staff, Scott?
That was what I was told was going to happen more this year. And if you notice, Cam's not on the trip. It's also why I speculated that I thought Aaron and CB would come back before this trip was over because they did make the trip. If they weren't going to play, obviously it wouldn't have been there. And as far as Joker getting hurt in the end of the half of the second game, one, I think everything that you can do for him, you could do here, and you could probably do it easier here because guess what you don't do? You go up the elevator 8 floors. You don't drive 35 minutes away and then have to drive 35 minutes back, and you don't you're a captive audience. Guess what the trainers can do? They can go up the elevator with you, and you can ice and stem and those machines you put on legs that help keep the motion in your leg and it moves it for you.
Sure.
They've got those on they've traveled with those. Those are here. And we highlighted Jason Miller the other day, who's the associate head trainer, who's also a trainer for the Serbian national team. That's how close Joker and he are. I mean, he's been to, last year he was in the Euro Cups, 2 years ago. He was in that, remember that big square where they celebrated the Serbians' bronze medal and everybody was hammered?
That was crazy.
He was on the stage. Our boy, the assistant trainer here in Denver, he was going to stay back, and I guess a couple of the other players grabbed him and said, no, and he said, man, he said, after we won the bronze, it was about 2 hours before they got done for the gold game. He said, by the time we all got our medals, everybody was just hammered, by the way, in the Olympics. It was kind of funny. So I know he and Joker are close, and there's a trust factor. And you know this, Tyler, when you got somebody that you know has your best interest at heart, you want to stay tethered to that guy as much as you can. It's the first significant injury he's kind of had.
Sure.
And so I think it just made sense for him. And then cap it off with what you saw in Philadelphia, that he's not dressed, he's not playing, he's hurt. And in key moments of the game, what's he doing? He's talking to younger players and saying, check this out, fellas. Let's go.
Well, listen, if it's all working out and it all makes sense, fine. I just want to point out this is the 5th game on this road trip where he's not playing. I mean, he could have been back, a long time ago. And Jonas Valanciunas as well. I'll throw this out there, too. In Rah-Rah team, today is the Orthodox Christian Christmas that Jokic does celebrate. So Merry Christmas to him. And I think that is something he does celebrate, Scott, with his family. At least I've been aware of that in years past. And so that is today as well. So I do think it's interesting that he's with the team. It gives me hope, I guess, is where I'm going with this whole thing. I hear the report from Shams. I hear things you don't see. And I can just interpretate that as positive. A lot of positives, in my opinion.
But I think it's a big-time positive because, like I said earlier, he's not the kind of guy that's going to take a 2-week injury and make it 3, a 4-week injury and make it 5. He's not going to do that.
Yeah, there were a lot of reasons he could have just came back here to Denver, Scott. Wouldn't you agree? A lot of reasons.
And I promise you, if you just go by the Shams report, what they say, he's rehabbing around the clock. You go home, guess what you aren't doing? You aren't rehabbing around the clock. You got family, you got kids, your parents came in, whatever it is. You're not, what do you mean I got to come down? Do I have to come down now? Let me come down a couple hours. No, he's captive audience, and I think he knows that.
Okay.
And listen, here's another thing I'll say about him. and I think you guys will both appreciate this. I know I do. Just because you get paid to play a sport doesn't make you professional. Makes you pro, but it doesn't make you professional. This cat is professional. This is a business to him. And he's going to take it serious, and he looks at, listen, he's making god-awful money. It's unbelievable. But he feels, you're paying me this. You deserve my best effort to get back as soon as I can. And that ain't a lot of guys, and that's professional. And there ain't a lot of guys like that in pro sports anymore.
So never mind waiting until the All-Star break. Forget it. If I'm good to go, I'm going. Even if we got 4.
If he's not, then guess what? He's probably not. But if he is, then guess what? He probably is.
Okay. Well, we look forward to the game tonight. The Nuggets and the Celtics live from Boston. Coverage starts at 4:30 pregame show. It's presented by Ramos Law. Real quick before we take a break and get to Adam, Tyler, Fernando Lovo said that we're all about the football team, everything we're doing. But Sean Keeler wrote an article saying there are Buffs donors that are hesitant because of NIL and football production to donate money. What is your vibe there in Buff country and what Lovo has to face with the muckety mucks there in CU lands?
Yeah, well, he's going to be facing the same issues as a million athletic directors across the country. I did read the article. The article was not about the donors backing away because of football production. The article is actually about the frustration with NIL. The frustration with paying these kids $200,000, $300,000, and they've got no loyalty to the program. Barely have got an ounce of gratitude for the money that you gave them, and then sayonara, we're out of here the next year. And for some of these donors, that's an exhausting experience. And they're like, we're done with that. So if there's no – go ahead, Scott.
Is the next evolution of NIL that, I'm going to donate $200 to Tyler Polumbus to play, but he's going to sign on a contract that he's going to be here at least 3 years.
Well, that absolutely should be the next evolution of it, Scott, but they did it all so backwards from the beginning that we're stuck with this chaos and anarchy that we're in. Of course, that should be the natural evolution. You take that amount of money from somebody, there should be an actual real-life contract, that there's consequences if you don't live up to whatever that contract is.
How big of a deal do you think this is going to be for raising money for the Buffs?
So the challenge for the Buffs is that you're dealing with 25, 30, 50 different one-off significant donors that can find you 50 grand, 100 grand, maybe even 200 grand, right? But they don't have that Mark Cuban who just committed to Indiana.
Did you see that?
Right?
Oh my God.
We don't have that billionaire that's just got limitless money that they're like, well, the kid took my money and he left. Oh well, tax write-off.
Right.
It's
How is CU, that's supposed to be this great academic facility, I've been told for the last 30 years, not have any super rich guys that graduated from CU?
I'm sure there are. I mean, I'm not sure who the billionaires are.
They got to have a couple.
Yeah, but my point is,
South Park guys.
They did Casa Bonita.
Yeah,
they did Casa Bonita. How about doing Casa Folsom?
That actually is like that actually is a good point.
It's actually not a bad idea.
Like, why don't
right?
we name the stadium after South Park?
Cartman Fields.
Yeah,
that'd be fantastic.
Oh, that
Cartman
would be hilarious. Hey, if you will call CU Cartman Field, we'll give you $50 million.
They are billionaires. I mean, their business, they are.
I don't know if they're billionaires, but they got to be close.
That's a crazy fun idea right there. That is hysterical. Trey and Matt, they redid Casa Bonita. What if they got a bug in their butt just because it's such a ridiculous situation? We'll show you how ridiculous it can get.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. Adam Schefter joins us coming up next. Hey, it's DMac. And here's another great idea. Men, with the new year, positive changes. If you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, who wants that? If you're ready to move past that frustration and embarrassment, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There's no better resolution than taking care of your ED. It's a new year. Make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. Call 720-440-7900 or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The initial visit's only $99, and if the pills or herbals are failing you, they have success rates well over 90%. $99. You got the consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25. This is the answer in 2026. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Drums, please. Adam Schefter brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. We'll get to our own guys in a second, But how much, Adam, did the firing of John Harbaugh upset the apple cart, not just with available jobs, but with some teams that think, ooh, that might be better than the guy we have?
Well, his agent called me last night about 45 minutes after, and he said, feel free to report that since they fired John 45 minutes ago, 7 teams, including some that have current sitting head coaches, have reached out to inquire about John.
Amazing.
That was 45 minutes in. So is that number 9? Did it stay at 7? I don't know. Every team, I think there are certain people that when they come free, you have to look and you say, are we better off with our head coach or are we better off with John Harbaugh? And by the way, and I'll give you one other piece of information that's relevant to Colorado. When Sean Payton became available, and Sean Payton is about as credible as John Harbaugh, very similar, right? They both won Super Bowl, both veteran proven coaches. When Sean Payton became available, the Denver Broncos were willing to give up a first and second round draft pick to get Sean Payton. And by the way, he's been worth it. John Harbaugh, nobody has to give up anything for other than compensation to the coach himself. So why would many teams not be trying to get it done? And it's not really the teams, it's more John. He gets to decide where to go because he's the free agent. He's the belle of the ball. He's got a lot of teams that are interested, and he gets to pick what he wants to do in his next coaching job.
Yeah, I almost have got a gut feeling, Adam, that where Harbaugh lands, they haven't fired their coach yet. Because he's probably going to have the ability to pick and choose, and there's teams out there that would swap him out in a heartbeat if they knew that he would come to him. How many teams do you think would swap out their current head coach with John right now?
Few.
Yeah.
A few.
Enough.
A few. Oh, again, I think he's going to have options. And we'll see what he decides to do here.
The interesting thing to me is, and that's you're right, he is the belle of the ball. He's the guy who gets to decide. How quick does he really want to do this and get into another situation? It would seem to me, he's been pretty stable. He's probably got all the money he needs. He's been there 18 years. Let's not just jump into the first one that offers me, $12 million or 15 or 18 or $20 million. Let's find something where I could have success too. So this shouldn't be a quick decision by John Harbaugh, should it?
No. And in fact, I don't think it will be. I think there are teams, I know this. I think there are teams that have wanted him to come in this weekend. And my sense is he's going to put things off till next week. Why do we have to rush? He just got fired yesterday. 18 years. Take some time. You know what else? Take some time. Study some film of these teams to see what they're made of, see what they got. Further educate yourself on the respective teams that are interested. See what you like, see what you don't like, and be better informed for the decision that you have to make at some point in time starting next week.
I think life ought to imitate art, and Man United ought to reach out to John Harbaugh, like Ted Lasso. I think Man United ought to call John Harbaugh and say, "Hey, it worked on TV. Let's go."
By the way, speaking of people doing roles, that they're not accustomed. Scott, I'm very sorry I'm not in Boston with you tonight to do that game. This long East Coast road trip, it coincides with the coaching cycle. Not great. I would have loved to have been in Boston tonight doing the game with you tonight.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Yeah, I was kind of semi-Ken. I wore my lucky tie and everything.
That would have been great. Okay, Adam. Extensive reporting by ESPN about, a couple of things. About what went wrong in Baltimore and also the dysfunction in Las Vegas. 2 really good articles about that. Maybe you can clarify what went into the decision to let Harbaugh go, and also, can you really fix this system that exists culture-wise in Vegas? And I know Tom Brady is going to be a big part of it.
I think I'd say that with Baltimore, I think it's time.
Mm.
Like, was something wrong with Mike Shanahan when he was fired after 14 years? No. Was something wrong with Jeff Fisher when he was fired after 16 years? No. John Harbaugh's been there 18 years. Is there something? I don't believe there is. You know what's wrong? They didn't get over the hump. 3 years ago, Zay Flowers fumbled a touchdown against the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. Last year, Mark Andrews dropped a 2-point conversion in Buffalo. This year, Tyler Luke missed a field goal. Businesses, top flight businesses, change out CEOs after a certain amount of time. I just think that's what happened.
Mm.
Right? Like, that's it. They just felt like, there's been 18 years, time to freshen it up. That's all. Nobody did anything wrong. That's what I think in Baltimore. That's my opinion. Vegas, there's been a lot of things wrong for a long period of time. I also think it's nothing that a great quarterback can't solve. Like, Washington was the worst franchise there was. And then they drafted Jaden Daniels last year, and they went to the NFC Championship game, and everybody is celebrating Washington. So if somehow the Raiders can hit on Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore or whatever quarter, and all of a sudden that guy turns out to be a rookie sensation, I guarantee you we're not thinking and talking about the Raiders in the same way.
Hey, I think we're all rooting pretty hard for Vance Joseph over here to get a head coaching job, and he's awfully coveted right now. He's got 4 interviews lined up, and it sounds like Atlanta was trying to get one as well. Of the jobs that are open, who do you think makes sense would be open and willing to a defensive-minded head coach?
I think when I look at that group for Vance Joseph, I think Arizona is the best chance. I think it's the best chance of all of them. I don't see Atlanta. I'm not sure that he'll even interview or whatnot. But he's in play in Tennessee. He's in play in Arizona. He's in play. What was it? The Giants, I think, right?
Giants and the Raiders.
The Raiders are interesting.
The Raiders are really interesting. And my little conspiracy theory there is Davis Webb gets a head coaching interview. I don't know, Adam. That reeks to me. We're interested in VJ. We know he may bring Davis Webb as his offense coordinator. We want to use that opportunity to see what's what and get his take on Mendoza and Dante Moore in an interview situation. That's what it feels like to me.
It could be that. Like, there's no reason not to pick the brain of a division rival. I still think, like, Arizona knows Vance Joseph, is familiar with Vance Joseph. To me, that's one that I definitely could see. I'm not saying he's getting the job. Like, nobody knows who's getting any of these jobs right now. And the only thing I'm confident in is that John Harbaugh is going to get one of these jobs. And I think once that domino falls, we can begin to reassess the board and then take a look at where people are going to go. And the interview process hasn't really even begun, by and large. So there's a lot of things that still have to play out.
What is most interesting for this first week of the playoffs, and how do you view where the Broncos will sit, getting the bye the first week, being able to be successful from that spot?
It hasn't always been a great spot for the franchise, but listen, I wouldn't want to be in any other position than they are right now. I mean, this is their clearest path to the Super Bowl. It gives them the most advantageous spot. I like where they are. They're going to have to play better than they've played. I think we all could agree with that. Their game's going to have to rise up to the next level. But they got to win 2 home games. 2 home games to get to the Super Bowl. It's real close. It's real close. And the chances are they're going to be favored in both, right? They're going to be the home favorite in both games, right? I would think. There we go.
You think that's what it's gonna be, Adam, in the AFC? Think it's gonna be your good old Denver Broncos, your old stomping grounds, going back to San Fran, Santa Clara?
Be great to see. I mean, it'd be a great story. A team that's overcome a lot, cap space issues, developing a quarterback. I mean, let's be honest. A few years ago, this franchise was kind of as great as it's been, kind of like whatever.
Oh yeah.
whatever, right? And they're not that way, which is great.
All right, Adam, I'm sure you're busy today. We appreciate your time. You got on a dress shirt, so you must be working. Look at you and Scott, both you guys wearing like button-downs and dress.
But Scott and I together would have looked great on Altitude TV tonight.
You would have.
Would have looked fantastic. Absolutely.
That would have been great. All right, Adam. Anything else we should just ask? Anything else we should know? As it's a crazy NFL time.
See, if we had done this spot yesterday, DMac.
Yeah.
You could have said at that point in time, like, anything we're expecting. And we would have popped the John Harbaugh news right after, and your paranoia would have been through the roof that I held it out on you.
You would have, because that came out like at 3:01 when we were off the air. And yeah, you're right. You're right about that, Adam. You're correct. So I'm just throwing it out there. I don't want you to, Adam, I don't want you to hold back on anything here, pal. Don't hold back.
No, I don't have anything that I know is in the pipeline, right? Like, by the way, I was just thinking, like, Sunday we had the games and the 1 seeds and the finals and the number 1 pick, and then the Falcons go and overhaul their organization that night. And the next day, the Browns fire Stefanski, the Raiders fire Pete Carroll, the Cardinals fire Jonathan Gannon. That was Monday. And then Tuesday, we get the Cowboys firing Matty Eberflus and the Commanders essentially firing Cliff Kingsbury. And then those were the appetizers to John Harbaugh. That was Tuesday. Today, I think we're quiet unless one of these teams that reached out to John Harbaugh decides to blow up its team to go try to hire this guy. That's the only big thing that I could see happening. And I'm not telling you it's got, like, I don't think it will happen, but it could.
What Mike Tomlin good? Yeah.
I think so, but I don't I think so, but I don't know. If I had to bet $1 and I don't feel great confidence in it, I'd bet he's back next year.
Okay. Let me ask just a dumb question, perhaps, or procedural sort of question. Does a team have to let go of their head coach in order to interview for a new head coach? For example, do the Dolphins have to? They do. That has to happen.
Dolphins example. How are the Dolphins going to go interview John Harbaugh when Mike McDaniel's there?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
That's like, are you taking out another woman tonight while you're still married?
You've seen me. So, yeah.
He would if he could.
Well, I didn't even know if you could do something off to the side. I don't know what the protocol is. I don't know if there's something, I mean, aside from it looking bad, obviously.
I think there are, hey, if you're interested, we might be interested conversations, you know?
Right?
Interview anybody. Either you're making the move or not. But, you know, I don't think it's going to happen because I think John Harbaugh is very open-minded. And you come up with any team you want, the Dolphins or any other team. Like, they don't know, they wouldn't know that they're getting the guy. They just wouldn't.
I understand, but John Harbaugh's agent certainly made some coaches with jobs feel uncomfortable through you yesterday. No doubt about it. Zero doubt about it. I mean, that did happen.
Apologies.
No. All right, we'll end it on that. Thank you, Adam.
Have a great game, Scott.
We'll talk to you later.
All right, buddy. See ya.
That was funny.
That's the greatest line he's ever. Apologies.
Sorry for doing my job.
That's great.
Adam,
hey, you made a few teams really nervous yesterday that still have head coaches. Apologies.
Adam Schefter brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Scott, what's your schedule here? What do we got? You're all dressed up. You look fantastic as usual. What's good here?
Yep. I'm on, bus is at 4:20, so I'm going to shut it down at 4, which is 2 your time.
All right, well, let's take a quick break. We'll come back, and we'll just be stupid. No dumb questions next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, I think we just stumbled into a brilliant idea earlier on the show when it came to CU. And that was in light of the NIL situation and the big donors. We should start some sort of campaign to get Trey Parker and Matt Stone interested in throwing away their money on CU.
It'd be freaking hilarious. They're probably not the wealthiest donors from CU.
Well,
or alumni, I should say. But
you know what? That's a great question. One of our listeners on the Shot Mazda text line threw a Google inquiry. Phil Anschutz, number one, $19.4 billion. Okay. Mark Stevens. Familiar with Mark Stevens, Tyler?
Don't know who Mark is.
$10.5 billion he's got. Charles Ergen, who I am, that name does ring a bell.
Charlie, he started Dish Network.
Okay.
Charlie
Ergen. Do you know him, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe you should chat him up. $8.2 billion. Jayshree Ulai? Anybody?
Nope.
No? Bueller? $3.9 billion. So those are four known billionaires with CU ties. After that, Trey Parker and Matt Stone.
Yeah.
Both valued at a personal wealth each of $600 million.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of money. And
I just read on my Google search they were worth $1.2 billion each.
Well, regardless, the combination was probably worth $1 billion. And no matter what the money situation is, by far the most influential of CU alumni. By far, the ability to impact, and I do think it's funny just making, okay, we're going to have this Wild West of NIL. What better people to mock it, have fun with it, turn it into something? I mean, have characters on the shows, in the stadium, all of the above.
Here's the irony. They've already done that with CU. They did an entire episode about Cartman being a landowner from the South and having a crack baby basketball team that he was paying to be the best from CU.
I don't know. I think they owe me. I think they owe me some money because they did use my name one time, and I didn't get it. I didn't get an NIL check from them.
The offensive line is led by senior tackle Tyler Polumbus. He's really good at being offensive. He offends just about everyone, all the time.
So,
how much do you think I could have got for that back in the day?
I don't know. I mean, worth an inquiry.
Yeah.
So I guess I'd throw it out there to everybody. If we were to get, no dumb question, here we go. If we were to try to get Trey Parker and Matt Stone interested in doing something stupid, and there was no reason for them to bring back Casa Bonita. None. Zero. And the amount of effort they put into that was crazy. As a lark, or just under the headline of, what the hell, if Mark Cuban can do it, so can we. What should we collectively as a community do to get their attention to sink a whole ton of cash into CU?
Well, I actually heard that they had offered $70 million if they would start a basketball team.
Buddy,
that's good. That's good.
Hey, speaking of basketball team,
great movie.
Why
by the way.
Why hadn't the CU fraternity and sorority systems put an annual for charity basketball tournament together? Greek basketball tournament, and just try to raise money and have fun. You don't think they'd eventually get those two guys get involved somehow?
Scott, I have become distinctly more aware of life up on the hill near the sororities and fraternity of CU, and focus on something other than themselves is not exactly what they do best up there. But it's been a hell of a couple of nights I'm aware of back from winter break. That's what I've been told. The Sodom and Gomorrah sort of stuff going on up there. I don't think anybody's that interested up there, Scott, in doing something other than having a good time. And they're good at that, Tyler. Having a good time.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Well, there's your answer why you don't get anybody donating anything up there.
Yeah.
I do have a relationship question and financial advice question.
Okay.
Okay.
Do it if you don't have to.
What's that?
Don't do it if you don't have to.
Okay. Good advice. My dog had been stuck in the mountains with my girlfriend for like a week because, long story. Anyways, girlfriend's driving the dog back to my house last night. She gets cut off on the highway. She's got to slam on the brakes.
Okay.
My dog goes flying.
Oh, no.
Cracks his head.
Oh, no.
On the windshield.
Oh, no. That's terrible.
Windshield shatters.
Oh, my God.
Windshield
Samson.
shatters. Samson appears to be A-okay.
Oh.
No harm for the foul.
Wow.
Like still like responsive, no bleeding, like being a goofball. Took him over to see my dad's new puppy.
Okay.
Like it appears to be just 100% fine. I was legitimately worried about a concussion.
Did you go into the blue tent?
Yeah, I brought him into the blue tent.
Okay.
My question is, should I feel some sort of responsibility for that windshield?
It's your girlfriend's windshield?
Yeah. It was my dog that went flying, but the dog technically went flying because she slammed on the brakes.
Tyler, how serious is this relationship?
Made it longer than a high school relationship.
I think the degree of responsibility towards her windshield is a marker as to where you are in terms of where. Yes. If you're not serious about it, it's her fault. She should have buckled up your dog or had your dog in the back seat.
Right.
Which she probably should have, by the way.
I mean, it was my dog, but I mean, my dog
How do we
didn't
not
hit
know
the
that
brakes.
the dog didn't come from the back seat?
That's a good point, Scott.
All right.
I don't know where the dog was.
Then perhaps we need a little investigation here to answer this question. Where was the dog?
I don't know.
I would say make the offer.
Make the offer.
She probably has insurance for broken glass windshield, so it may just be a $100 deductible and say, hey, you want me to get that for you?
Yeah.
Unless you really don't care about her and you don't care.
The only thing I cared about was my dog, to be honest.
Yeah, here's where you're a little phony. Here's where Tyler's a little phony on this. Of course you're going to pay for it. That's you. That's Tyler. I know you're going to pay for it. You're always going to pay for it. It's a little bit of a bogus question. There's zero chance that you would not pay for it.
Probably true, but it is a funny theoretical situation. Like, are you responsible for your dog's damage that somebody else caused?
I would say,
or your irresponsibility for not getting up there and picking him up yourself.
Exactly. I think if you leave a pet under somebody else's care, whatever happens with that pet is on you. Period. Because you made that decision at the end of the day. So, but you're going to do it anyways. It wouldn't matter.
What if something serious happened to my dog?
Well, then that's your fault as well. Unfortunately.
Put him down.
Wow.
Put him down.
Wait a second. Whoa. Watch out.
Whoa.
Watch out, Scott.
Whoa, we're taking a big leap right there.
Yeah. All right.
Well, he's had something serious happen to him,
Scott, you got anything dumb going on in your life?
Darren.
What is the most ridiculous thing about being on this road trip? How about we do that before we lose you here? What's been the most ridiculous thing for being on this epic road trip?
I don't know. You know what? I guess I've gotten pretty good at it because I'm just waiting until I leave here. But the packing, unpacking, pickup bag time, bus time, it's just unbelievably ridiculous. Find something to eat. We don't get to eat with the team anymore, so it's like, oh gosh, we gotta get something to eat. One day I didn't have a chance to get something to eat for some reason. I had coffee in the morning. And then we had to do the show, and then I go to the game. I get off the bus at the game. I got lightheaded. Cleveland. I got busted lightheaded. I was like, dude, I think my blood sugar just went wax because I hadn't eaten all day. So, yeah, it's just,
What if you
responsible at 65? That's what's bogus.
Okay.
Is having to find some sort of responsibility at my age instead of being catered for. I've got to be responsible. That is ridiculous.
I feel that, Scott.
There you go. That's really what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what it is, right there.
When I saw that Elway documentary and he's sitting on the lake and he's got the grandchildren and he's kicking back and he goes, well, at 65, I'm blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, my God. Elway is the same exact age as Scott, and we're doing this like I'm riding my boat into the sunset thing, and Scott's grinding out a 13-day road trip with 2 jobs.
Yeah. Golly, I didn't even. Thanks. Wow.
Well-
Send me away on a happy, cheery mood right there. You know, I did make an offer to John one time. When John sold his original car business, in, what was reported like $85 million or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, here's what you need, man. Give me $5 million.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to just put it in escrow.
Uh-huh.
And then whenever you need a boy to go on a trip with you or do something for you or have to be somewhere or you need, boom, you call me and I'll be there right away.
You're his guy.
I'm there.
You're
I'll be your on-call boy. I just need $5 million in the bank account.
I'll be your turtle from Entourage. I'll be your guy.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
I offered to be turtle.
Right, because if you're going to play, and listen, you want me to play golf with you? I will. If you got 3 other dudes, fine. I'll sit in the car.
That's what I told him.
Yeah, whatever.
You're going to Palm Springs for a weekend golf
I'm
trip.
there.
You need a 4th.
Right.
I'm your 4th.
And if you got 3 and you don't need a 4th, I'll be at the
I
pool.
said, but I got to have 5 because if all of a sudden I get canned, because I'm on call. Hey,
Yeah, so
Darren, sorry, I'm heading up to Aspen for the week with John.
Right. You
So
know
he just laughed.
hey, by the way, our boy Brandon Stokely does kind of live that life with Peyton Manning right now.
Yeah, he does.
He really does do that.
It's actually incredible. it really is. Like I'm not even making fun of
It is a
him.
riot.
Like he has figured out the key to life.
You know what I'm saying? Like if the Country Music Awards, he's there. Masters, he's there. He's just like whatever. He's just there for Peyton. He's
Private jet to Pebble
Now,
Beach.
is he
Let's
having
go.
to pay expenses and stuff, or is he?
Hell no. He's just there. Like Manning's got Drees is kind of in that crew too a little bit, right? Like Peyton's got a couple of dudes that is just his crew that he does that with. It's actually not a crazy idea. What did John?
The problem is those guys made enough money they didn't have to ask for the $5 million.
Oh, you think that was the make or break deal?
I think that was it. And I told him I'd put it in escrow for 10 years. Wouldn't touch it.
Well, I'm sure he laughed and then moved on.
He did. He laughed at it. Yeah, it was a good. I saw him about 8 times between. Yeah, I kept saying that to him. I said $5 million. Every time I'd see him, I'd just go $5 million.
Scott, I
your boy.
saw the documentary. You may want to give him a holler. He's just, as far as I can tell, he's sitting on a lake in Idaho. I mean, how
You
long?
know what?
How
I
long
could
can you
have
play?
been right there. I could have been bringing the barbecue sauce and unhooking the boat for him. Come on, man. Hey, they're ringing the door to come grab my bag, I think.
All right, we'll let you go. We love you,
Have
buddy.
a good one, buddy.
We've missed you.
All right,
Get
boys.
home safe, and we'll watch you on TV tonight.
See everybody but DMac tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm off. I got a couple days,
Yeah,
so
God bless.
whatever. You'll see me eventually, because you still have to work. All right, thank you, Scott. We love you. We'll take a quick break. Big story of the day: the shakeup in the NFL and how it's going to impact the Broncos. The Nuggets with a huge game against the Celtics. Is PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today, and they're going to get you taken care of. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they really believe in what they do. Matter of fact, they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Why did Davis Webb get an interview with the Raiders? Where is Vance Joseph likely to go? If he doesn't get a job, what does it say? And what happens with John Harbaugh? Just some of the big questions about this NFL week. And we'll look ahead to some of the playoff games here too, Tyler. But let's go through those at first. Take any
Baxter,
of them.
you know I don't speak Spanish. You just asked me 12 questions. You think I can remember 2 of them?
Davis Webb Raiders. Why?
Davis Webb Raiders. I mean, you've got a decent theory on him. It's your theory, and I give you credit for it. I think it does make some sense. Vance Joseph is a legitimate target for the Raiders. The Raiders want to vest the Vance Joseph plan. If the Vance Joseph plan includes bringing Davis Webb with them as an offensive coordinator, then that would make sense. It's just another opportunity to kind of double down on your interviews with Vance. You get a secondary interview about Vance's plan without actually talking to Vance himself. If, in theory, Davis Webb is his guy, we're making a lot of assumptions here. I think it's fair. I also think that Davis Webb has got a lot of interest across the league. So sometimes these head coach interviews, let's say you're wrong, which I think you could be right. But let's say you're wrong. It's just totally independent of Vance Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
I do think sometimes head coach interviews are almost treated like free agent players that are brought in on Tuesdays. It's like, hey, we're going to bring in some players on Tuesday that we've got no interest in, but in 8 weeks, we might need these guys. We're going to get a head start on Davis Webb because we're the Raiders and we fire our coach every 2 or 3 years, and you never know if we might be interested in him in a few years.
Vance Joseph's most likely landing spot.
Well, Adam Schefter said it would be the Arizona Cardinals. That makes sense to me in terms of mutual interest. He's spent a good amount of time down there in Arizona after he left Denver as a head coach. He did a great job as the defensive coordinator, and there's probably plenty of mutual respect. The only reason why I didn't think that made sense is that the Cardinals are firing Jonathan Gannon. That's Vance Joseph. It's pretty much the same human being. It's a relatively younger defensive coordinator that, when you fire a younger defensive coordinator, you tend to go offense. You fire old guy, you tend to hire young guy. So I thought Arizona might want to try a different game plan there. But, hey, Adam said it's probably Arizona, so I'll take Adam's word.
If VJ doesn't get a job, what's it say?
I don't know. Before the addition of John Harbaugh, I would have probably answered that question. I don't know that I even think it would mean anything anymore because now you've got John Harbaugh. You got Kevin Stefanski. Let's say there's a wild card coach that comes out like a Mike McCarthy or whatever, right? You've got 2 coaches that are clearly going to be ahead of you, and Harbaugh and Stefanski. There's 6 job openings. Then you got to narrow it down even further. How many of those teams are going to be interested in a defensive-minded coach?
Right.
Maybe 1 or 2 of them.
Right.
So I don't think it means an affirmative anything other than there might not be as many opportunities for a defensive-minded coach.
So VJ gets a job as a coin flip?
Yeah.
Got a shot.
I think he's got a really good shot at it.
But he has an equal shot of not getting it. But he's got a shot.
Yeah.
More so than most.
Harbaugh added to the equation, changed things radically for Vance.
All right. I think Harbaugh, his next job, isn't going to be one of these jobs that's open. I think somebody's going to blow out one of their coaches for Harbaugh. And I think that will be the best opportunity for Harbaugh. The thing that these teams that have all fired their coaches, maybe except for the Giants, is that they're in quarterback limbo. And even the Giants, even if you like Jackson Dart, cool. But don't tell me he's a finished product. You got a lot of work to do. A lot of good things it looks like there. But, compared to, oh gosh, and it's very unsettled in Miami with the quarterback position. But look how many other things are actually pretty darn good in Miami. There's good things to work with there for sure. But who knows, Tyler? Who knows? If I'm John Harbaugh, why would I want to go somewhere where I have to work from the bottom and build up, a couple of Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore? Why would I want to bother with that?
I don't know what's bothering with that. Like,
is that exciting? Is that something that would be like awesome?
It could be. Yeah, it could be. For sure, it could be. When you're taking over now, like Harbaugh will get the best job that's available. Whether that job is currently available or not doesn't matter.
Yeah,
he will get the best job that's available, and he'll pick the best destination. But any job that becomes available is going to have warts. The majority of these jobs are not, probably all of these jobs are going to have questionable quarterback situations. Nobody loves Jackson Dart in particular. Nobody's all in on Cam Ward all the way. Fernando Mendoza, they've all got the same exact problems, all of them, right? So the idea that you get to handpick your guy and you got the guaranteed spot of it, that could be compelling.
All right, last one. And then we'll preview some of the games coming up this weekend. Bigger loss for the Broncos. Bigger potential loss. Vance Joseph or Davis Webb?
Vance, and it's not even close. Not even comparable. Davis Webb's role on this football team right now is very limited. It's not a very impactful role. Like he's a quarterback coach, and that's important to Bo Nix's development. And I don't want to take that away. But Vance Joseph is controlling a defense. Vance Joseph is controlling an entire side of the football team. I mean, Vance Joseph is in control of a coaching staff. Like Davis Webb right now is in control of a human being. It's an important human being. His name's Bo Nix.
Right.
But it's Vance far and away.
All right. I guess I lied. One last one.
And by the way, Davis really is in control of Bo Nix. Sean's still in control of Bo Nix.
Okay, I was just going to go there. The concept of the buffer. We saw in the Elway documentary how important Shanahan was as a buffer between Elway and Reeves. And then they had a big meeting where they yelled at each other, Reeves and Elway, that is, and then Reeves fired Mike, which might not have been a great idea for Reeves to maintain his relationship with John, probably. But we've seen other instances where that buffer is a pretty important guy. Your opinion, how important that relationship is for Sean Payton and Bo Nix, that there's somebody between the two of those dudes.
I don't know. I mean, I think you have to operate under the assumption that there's issues between those two guys for that to even be an important subject. So if there's not issues between Sean Payton and Bo Nix, well, it's a dumb conversation, right? No, I'm not calling it a dumb conversation. I'm just saying, if those two guys are fine, Bo and Sean get along just fine.
I'm rolling. Like, there's no buffer between.
Literally no need for it.
There's no buffer between Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, right?
Well, probably to some degree, maybe. I don't know, because I don't think those two guys did like each other very much.
Okay, all right. I guess maybe
I don't know who would have been, but maybe. I mean, but see, even there, you're implying that there's a toxic relationship that I just have never been on the same page 100% with you. Like, I just don't think there's a toxic relationship between Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
Well, in the Patriots documentary, Robert Kraft basically laid out, Robert Kraft's own words, he had a decision to make. Was it going to be Brady or Belichick near the end?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. By comparing it to that, there's an implication that our situation is toxic also.
Okay. I think there were some issues earlier on. I think it's relatively minor. I mean, Bo in the heat of the battle is screaming at the sidelines.
Who hasn't?
The offense hasn't been as effective as you'd like to see. And it seems like it's been a little worse in the red zone in the past month than it has been all season. It's been kind of, mid all season for the most part, numbers-wise at least, red zone. Can't win in the playoffs if you don't convert in the red zone. If we're just doing field goals, you're going to lose in the playoffs. You gotta get the ball in there. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So we'll see. It's about to lay itself out. But it feels like there's going to be change. Would you do anything interesting or different to keep Davis Webb around here, knowing how well he is working with Bo? Is there a promotion that the Broncos can offer?
Well, the only promotion you could offer him is taking away Joe Lombardi's job.
All right.
And that's really not a true promotion. Like, it's all it is a way to give you more. Joe Lombardi is offensive coordinator in title.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
He's not calling plays. He's got a heavy influence on the game plan and all those sorts of things. But Davis Webb's next opportunity he's looking for, it's to either call plays or be a head coach, and probably to call plays. So I don't think that's that attractive of a promotion for Davis Webb, because all that really is, it's a financial promotion. I give you the title. I get to pay you more money to keep you, but I'm really not giving you any added value to your resume.
All right, here's one. Last one. Real last one. Most likely to not be with the Broncos next year, VJ or Davis Webb?
VJ.
So you don't think there's another coordinator job, just Davis Webb's going to pick it up no matter what?
I'd be very surprised. I'll put it this way. Without Vance Joseph becoming a head coach, I'd be surprised if somebody was like, hey, Davis Webb, we got to have that.
That's our guy. All right, good stuff. All right, let's look at some of the games this weekend, Tyler, and a bit of a rundown. I mean, it's an early sort of peek at it. Just wanted your vibe on it. I am taking off for a couple of days, so I'm curious where your head's at with Los Angeles at Carolina, and Los Angeles on the road is a 10.5-point favorite.
Yeah. That one doesn't feel like too tough of a pick, does it, to you?
No, it does not. It does not. It happens occasionally that the subpar teams, because of division stuff, get in the tournament, and I don't think that one's going to be close at all. Although, I tell you, the Rams, though, Tyler, I thought there were moments they were just going to run away with things this year, and they just, I don't know, man. There was like really fits and stalls.
You don't want
to
face the Rams. You don't want to do that.
All right.
I agree with you, by the way. They've had their moments, as they have had most years where they've had deep playoff runs. They've had their moments in the regular season where they looked human. You don't want to face that team.
By the way, I do want to point out your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We'll have all 6 games this weekend and every game straight through Super Bowl 60 in the Bay. The NFL on Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio. So these are all games you'll hear here. Green Bay at Chicago. Green Bay is favored. Coin toss, 1.5.
Yeah, maybe the best game in the first round, either that or Bills versus Jack. Actually, there's 3 pretty good games. I take it back.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, San Francisco, Philly, good one.
Yeah.
Green Bay, Chicago, good one. Jacksonville, Buffalo, good one. Wow, I'm going to take Green Bay. I think Chicago is probably the more trendy pick, and they have got a lot of momentum. But I'm going to take the experience factor of LaFleur over Ben Johnson in his first go-around of the playoffs.
Buffalo at Jacksonville. You know what I'm realizing here? This is crazy. For the first 3 games of Wild Card Weekend, the road team is the favorite. How about that?
Weird.
And that is, in fact, now I'm looking down on it. 4 of the 6 games, 4 of the 6, the road team is the favorite.
Wow.
That's a trip. All right, Buffalo 1.5 over Jacksonville. I think that's a hell of a game on Sunday.
I'm pulling for Buffalo because I'd rather face Buffalo than face Jacksonville.
Okay.
My gut tells me it's probably going to be Jacksonville that wins this game, and Josh Allen's going to be under a lot of pressure for an early round exit without Lamar, without Mahomes, and so forth.
San Fran, Philadelphia. I can't even, and Philadelphia is favored by 4.5. Hey, Kyle's done a hell of a job, but I don't know, man. Can what he has left win a playoff game, Tyler?
Yeah. They were not fantastic in Week 18, but did you see Week 17?
I know, and maybe if Christian doesn't bobble the ball and it gets picked, maybe they got a shot there too. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely, they could beat Philadelphia.
The Chargers at New England. New England is favored by 3.5. Sunday night. Huge game for the Broncos to watch, obviously.
I think that game's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a 2 versus a 7. It should be easy. I took the 7 in the other 2 versus 7 also, though.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the Patriots, but I'm really, really intrigued by the game.
I'm just having a hard time buying the Patriots. Like, people sort of have poked fun at the Broncos for facing a lot of teams without good quarterbacks. You got to take a peek at the Patriots schedule, man. They have played some bad teams. Now, good teams do what they should do against bad teams. But I don't know if New England's really been all that tested, Tyler. So, and I know you're kind of freaked out about the Chargers coming here. So, I think New England wins too.
I'll tell you
but
this,
I don't know if I believe in them.
Between Buffalo, Jacksonville, and Chargers, the potential teams that the Broncos could have to face off against. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I prefer to play Buffalo.
Because of the defense?
Just all of the above.
Everything. All right, and last one, Houston at Pittsburgh. Houston's favored by 3.
Yeah, I got Houston.
I got Houston there too. But you have Buffalo beating Jacksonville. So you do have Buffalo playing here.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong on that?
I said I was rooting for Buffalo, but I think Jacksonville.
Okay, all right.
I'd prefer to play Buffalo, but I think Jacksonville's going to win.
All right, I'm sorry, my bad. So you got chalk. You got the home teams.
Well, on that one, I took Green Bay over Chicago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I took San Francisco over Philly.
For AFC. You got the Broncos playing Houston.
Yeah.
Okay. How you like that matchup?
No. Oh, yeah, you're right. That would be Houston.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of it. It doesn't scare me because Houston's not a juggernaut offensively. Obviously, they're really great defensively. But come to Denver, maybe the weather's not great. I don't know.
The weather's not supposed to be great.
Houston's a team that we could beat for sure.
The weather, Chris Bianchi, he did not want to, get people too upset, but he sent me a little note. He goes, DMac, take a peek at it. It looks like we might have a little bit of weather.
I'll say this. I'm not even sure it's about the matchup for the Broncos anymore. Like, if you don't fix the offensive issues, you're going to struggle against a lot of these teams.
Broncos off today, off tomorrow, back to work on Friday. Let's football go. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, the year is here, and to improve your health, your big resolution may be just to get your T going. Listen, if it's low energy, you're not sleeping well, progress in the gym stinks, okay, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help with that resolution. These symptoms are often signs of low testosterone. Low T can really drag you down. And guys in their mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. Okay, what do you do? Well, you go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes, no big deal. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results, and you'll talk about what's what. The appointment's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If you do sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So there's no need to wait. Don't go another year with low T, y'all. Come on, get with it in 2026. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. By the way, that really is Trey Parker. That's not somebody imitating Trey Parker. That's Trey Parker doing that. What was the context of that? It was something for the scoreboard or something.
No, it was just we were playing Nebraska. It was my senior year, and they had Cartman do the introductions.
That's awesome. That is so great. All right, Dan Buds, Quinn Sander, what do you got?
All right, just a quick bit of Broncos news here, guys, and then we'll hear from Peyton Manning's thoughts on Bo Nix's second year. The Broncos have promoted quarterback Sam Ehlinger to the 53, and they have waived 85-year-old tight end Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah.
So thoughts on those two moves here real quick.
Well, you'll see Mercedes at the alumni gatherings there, Tyler, and ain't that going to be fantastic?
I don't know. What is? I mean, are we assuming he's gone now?
Yeah.
Why?
They cut him.
Nate Atkins. There's no reason to bring him on the practice squad. I think. Am I wrong? Am I missing something?
I don't know.
He got 0 snaps in the last game.
There's no reason to not keep carrying him. Also, you can carry 17 guys on your practice squad.
Okay. All right. I listen. Who knows, man? It is wild when teams sign dudes for the first time or whatever in the playoffs.
I think Sean Payton genuinely values Mercedes Lewis. I get why you're saying it. Obviously, logically, I understand it. I just think that Sean likes having him around.
Sure. Well, we'll see. I guess we'll see. Because there's not news that he's been signed to the practice squad. It's just that they let him go.
They waived him, yes.
Yeah, I suppose that.
Well, they have to waive him. They've had to waive him like 5 times already. So they've been through this. You're probably right.
Who knows?
I'm just saying, but just because they waived him, it doesn't mean anything. That's what they have to do before they can put him on the practice squad.
I think with Troutman and Adkins, I think they. Oh, you know what's happening? I actually know what's happening. Lucas Kroll is getting healthy. And is coming back.
Well, if they got all 3 of those guys. Okay.
Yes. I forgot about that. So
Lucas Kroll's back, huh?
I think he was working his way back. Like he's close to being back. It's something like that. Kind of forgot he was even around, right? So, and we'll see with J.K. Dobbins.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice? Where are you guys at with the Broncos tight ends?
Drew Sanders. Broncos tight ends.
As they head into the playoffs. Like, what's your confidence level in a guy like Evan Ingram? Can he get it going in the playoffs?
Sure, possibly. I mean, he could step up and have a game. Troutman could have a couple of big catches. You never know. I mean, that's it, though. Listen, we talked a lot about tight ends in the draft, didn't we? We talked about Colson Loveland and Tyler Warren over and over and over again. Then we talked about guys on the second level, including dudes who are from Colorado. And we probably, Tyler, spent more time talking about tight ends than any other position leading up to the draft. And they just didn't take a shot on anybody except for the basketball player they got in the 7th round.
I mean, look, I'd love to have more production out of Evan Ingram, but I also don't think he's been a total disappointment. Evans had multiple games, including last week, where he had a 37-yarder last week. He had a 41-yarder earlier in the season. He's not as productive as you would expect for the amount of money that you're paying him.
Yeah.
But he also seems to be good for anywhere between 4 to 5 catches per game. So he's a productive member of this team, just not as productive as you wanted him to be.
I don't have the opportunity to be out there as much as I have in the past just because of the timing of the show, which is fine. But post-game, I was in the Broncos locker room standing next to Evan Ingram. He's not a big dude. Like, Cortland Sutton is, like, way bigger than Evan Ingram.
I would love to know who the first coach ever was that just looked at Evan Ingram and they're like, you should be a tight end.
I don't get it. Like, most of these tight, like Troutman.
It's worked out pretty well for him.
It has. But even when you go like Troutman's 6'4", 6'5", something like that. Sutton is way bigger than Evan Ingram.
Yep.
Ingram's what, like 6'1", maybe?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But
that seems
he's the least imposing tight end.
6'3".
Okay, that feels generous, but all right, whatever. He ain't a big dude. Next one, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Peyton Manning. Here he is talking about what he saw out of Bo Nix's sophomore season.
It's been good complimentary football. The defense is really good. Bo knows that. He makes a lot of plays with his legs, which don't necessarily show up in the statistics because the quarterback's passing statistics probably show up more. And he's had some days where hasn't been for a lot of yards, but he's run for some critical third downs. He's kept the offense on the field. He's kept drives alive. He hasn't turned it over. So I'm a Bo fan. What he's done this early in his career, I think just says a lot about him. The team believes in him. And look, he's very honest with himself. You don't hear him making excuses. And I know he loves to go out there and throw 4 touchdowns and complete 75% every single game. I don't know if that's, always going to be possible, but I think he's been a solid winning quarterback this year. I'll say that.
All right, so just thoughts on Peyton's comments on Bo there. And let me ask you guys this question. Let's say there's a scenario in the playoffs where the defense just has a bad day. What's your guys' confidence level that if they do have a bad day, the defense, Bo Nix can go out and win the Broncos a playoff game?
Very high. To answer your question, he has an amazing amount of comebacks. They have dramatically outscored their opponents in the fourth quarter, and they have 2 games at home. So my confidence level in Bo Nix in that particular situation is significant.
6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, something like that. He's done it. Yeah. He's also struggled a lot. He's struggled far more than he's been dynamic, right? Struggled's probably not the right word. Struggle's not fair.
He seems to do what needs to be done in whatever situation's in front of him.
I debate that. Did he do what needed to be done this weekend? Last weekend?
Yeah, kind of.
No,
they need to get field goals, and that's what he got them.
No, he did. Oh, come on.
That's what they needed to not turn the ball over and get scores, and that's what they did. Listen, it wasn't a great performance.
You didn't get a touchdown.
You were 0 for 3 in the red zone. That sucked.
That was 0 for 4. Was it 3?
I believe it was 0 for 3.
Was it 3? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll take your word for it. He's done it, so I know he can, right? And that's why it's not like a 5 or a 4. But I'm not too high. You have a bad day at the office from the defense, and we're going to be stressed out as a fan base.
Well, we're going to be stressed out as a fan base no matter what. It's been 1-score games that come from behinds in fourth quarters the whole year. I mean, we've won some ridiculous games. Listen, if you're freaked out about anything, you got to be freaked out about what it looked like against the Jags. Other than that, while it's not been very satisfying, at least the Broncos got it done. And hey, Bo Nix is that guy for the Broncos. There's not been a lot of style points, okay? I'll give you that. What were they? I'm looking at it now. Red zone. Yeah, 0 for 3. Did they get blanked on a 4th down? No. The Chargers were... No, the Chargers. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, kind of an interesting article on Tom Brady's role with the Las Vegas Raiders. The headline is, Tom Brady's limited presence contributed to the Raiders' dysfunction this season. It says, this was his arrival as a minority owner in 2024 was supposed to herald a new era for the franchise, but his limited presence and failed personnel decisions contributed to continued dysfunction during their 3-14 season. It says Brady visited training camp and attended just 3 regular season games in person. He lives in Florida and travels weekends to work NFL games for Fox, limiting his availability despite wielding significant influence over football decisions. Do you guys think Tom Brady has to get more involved with the Raiders, and should he consider leaving Fox to go more full-time in on the Raiders?
Dude, let me tell you, there's zero evidence Tom Brady knows anything about football management. Zero.
Okay, hold on. You could also say that about Peyton Manning, and everybody'd be thrilled if Peyton Manning was in the building.
I think Peyton Manning's been an effective consultant, is somebody to bend an ear with, but I haven't seen Peyton Manning develop a football organization. I don't know if he knows how to do it.
Yeah, but you would be fired up if he was a part of things. I mean, for years we were begging for Peyton Manning.
I'll tell you this about Peyton Manning, though. What's been good? Him running and being part of Omaha Productions, where he has to deal with a big staff and a lot of things going on and leadership and all that sort of thing. That is actually pretty good training, because at least you sort of know what it's like to work in a bigger group dynamic where you can't do it all yourself. What experience does Tom Brady have doing any of that?
It's the same experience Peyton's got. But
has he run something like Omaha Productions? Is TB12 run with 200 people and Tom's been in charge of that?
I don't know how many people, but yes, it was a huge organization with gyms all across America.
And he was running it.
I don't know. Is Peyton Manning really running Omaha Productions?
Oh, I absolutely believe he's got a significant
How do you know
hand.
that?
By the nature of Peyton Manning being Peyton Manning. I significantly believe that he's been, I believe it.
Look, I mean, to answer your question, though, Dan, yeah, I think it's unfair, actually. Like, it's if he wants to do the I want to control and I want to have influence over the Raiders, then be present. Yeah, be present and be a part of things. Like, if you want to control the draft, if you want to control the head coach, if you want to have influence on the game plan, if you want to watch film, all those sorts of things, the team has to feel your presence. It doesn't work for you to just show up and have influence 2 or 3 times a year. That's not going to work. So I think he could be more or less a silent owner if that's what he wants to do and continue to do his Fox thing. But I don't think and this probably goes to what you're trying to say and what I would agree with. I don't think the current setup of Tom Brady is going to be a healthy setup for the Raiders. If he wanted to be all in, I have no doubt that Tom Brady could have just as much success as Peyton Manning.
I think, where we could come together, I think Tom Brady this year with the Raiders had the same amount of influence that Condoleezza Rice had on the Broncos. You're there when it suits you, and it's cool that you're part of things. But I agree with you. If you really want to have an impact, you need to be like Greg Penner, there all the time. Like Harry Walton, there all the time. And that was the greatest thing that we might have been a little sketchy about with Broncos ownership, Tyler. Like, how involved was this ownership going to be? And the answer to that question is they're there all the time. Like, it's not a surprise to see them bumping around. So they weren't ghosts. However, Condoleezza Rice, Lewis Hamilton was in this year. And it's cool. It's good. They just sort of come in for the games. They're happy to be there. That's what they are. And by the way, that's what Tom Brady was too this year for the Raiders. Now, does he even know what he's doing? I know the article you're referring to, Dan, and it just painted this crazy picture of dysfunction with Mark Davis. Did you know he was 70 years old, Tyler?
I knew he's up there, yeah.
So here's a 70-year-old guy with a little boy's haircut who hired Pete Carroll. And I know John Spytek's involved there too, who has, deep Broncos ties. But that thing is a mess. And Tom Brady's spending more time with them. First of all, he should do it. And if he wants to have an impact, he's got to do it. But we don't know if Tom Brady's any good at doing this stuff. Not really. And they're going to have their firm test because it's all about their quarterback. It's all about their quarterback and what they're going to do to support him. And I hope it falls apart and they take a linebacker. Next story, Dan.
All right, well, speaking of old owners, this is Jerry Jones from today, guys.
God.
Yeah, weird one from Jerry. Let me set this up by saying, first off, he said that he wants to, when he's done owning the Cowboys, when he passes away, he wants to lead the NFL in Super Bowl victories. Well, he's 3 behind Robert Kraft with the Patriots, so he's got to get at least 3 more before he's gone to tie him. He's 83 years old. He was doing a press conference today with Schottenheimer and was asked if Schotty's going to have influence over their new defensive coordinator.
Will Schottenheimer get to hire his own coordinator?
Trump just said it. I'm running. Venezuela. Seriously. Shotty had everything to do with hiring Matt Eberflus last time, and that's not done as a negative. But had no way in the world he's here if Shotty didn't want him here.
Oh, my God.
Okay, let me be real clear about that. And he can tell you in his own words there, no way in the world if Stephen didn't want him here. But I particularly had a party when we got him.
What is Jerry talking about?
Oh, my God, that guy is. Tyler, he's out to lunch, man.
Yeah. Glad that's not our situation.
I mean, what's the question?
I guess the question would be, is it time for Jerry Jones to let his son just fully take over the reins? Is Jerry Jones holding back the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, he's got 3 children. The documentary about the Cowboys was really good this year. Learned a lot about him. He's got 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter who are deep, Tyler, in the organization. So it's not just one, Steven. It's another brother and his daughter as well. But my biggest takeaway from watching that documentary, Tyler, this guy is never, I mean ever, going to give up his position with the Cowboys under any circumstance whatsoever.
Yeah, he's getting up there, man. He's he doesn't sound like he's all the way there anymore.
Yeah, I think if the question is it time? Yes, it's time. But he ain't going to give it up. And you know what? I don't think they're going to have success because of it. Tyler, I think the one thing that's the most clear as we reflect about like what have the Broncos done well. And you've had personal dealings with ownership. This ownership group, man, I don't know if we spend enough time saying how great things have been and what they've done.
Well, they've not been afraid to swing. They've taken a huge swing on Sean Payton, including and I'll include Russell Wilson in that as well. They allowed that to happen. Did that happen before?
It was like in the first week of them taking over.
Okay.
Like it was like, I mean, it was
yeah,
like.
But still, I mean, they could have easily been like, this is a huge deal. Give us some time on it.
It would have been really, really difficult for them to veto that because the ball was so far down the track.
Yeah.
But it's technically it was on their watch, although I give them a little grace on that one.
Well, they come in, they know that they're going to build a new stadium, and they pour $100 million into the one that's going to be defunct in a few years.
Yeah.
Build a new jumbotron. They put the new fields in.
Yeah.
They're one of the very few teams that put in 2 new fields every single year.
How about that?
They've got the money, they've got the resources, and more importantly, what you were starting to say. Honestly, if you didn't know any better, you would think the Broncos were like the only thing going on in their life. That's how present they are.
I agree. They've been awesome. And if you haven't had a chance, maybe since training camp or whatever, to be over at the facility recently, dude, wow. With what that looks like now as they're building basically a whole new center over there next to the field house. I mean, it is, it's mind-blowing. So what a place, man. Great place to be. Great place to play at. Great fan base, man. And the audience and the games, Tyler, it's been as exciting. You can feel the stadium. Remember that was a criticism about Empower? You can feel that place, man. You can feel the fans. They've done an outstanding job there, man. It's been fantastic. But none of it matters. Well, of course it matters. Their expectations is to win here in the playoffs, and they know the offense has to be better too. That's a true statement as well. All right, we'll take a peek as to what the Nuggets have on tap. It's PhD here on 92.5. Oh, I'll just. How's the dog doing? Not your dad's dog.
My dog?
Well, how is your dog? You definitely got me concerned with your story.
No, my dog's okay. He's fine. He hit his head on a windshield and he shattered a car windshield. But everything's great.
Okay.
Like father, like dog. We bang our heads, we get concussions, and we carry on.
All right, no dumb question. How do you test a dog for a concussion?
I don't know. It's a good question. I actually wasn't there when it happened, but girlfriend actually parked the car, took him outside to see if he could walk.
She must have felt terrible.
Oh yeah. I felt horrible.
Oh my God.
But took him outside to see if he could walk. She was doing responsive tests, to see if he was like Samson. Does he turn around? I don't know, everything, no bleeding, nothing like that. And we took him over to my dad's house to see the new puppy, and he seems fine, so I think he's good.
Did Samson get along with the new puppy?
Samson got along fine. The only problem is he just wanted all the bones because there's 1 million bones in the house. So Samson was stealing all the puppy's bones.
Oh, God. And your dad is good with the puppies?
My dad's about to be 81 in a week, and he's got a brand new puppy, 9 weeks old.
That's awesome.
Name is Winston, golden retriever, English cream, by the way, beautiful color. That's that lighter color.
Okay.
Yeah. Winston's a maniac. He's a puppy.
Yeah.
But they love him to death, and you know what? I think it's great. It's going to keep him young.
Would Bo Nix pet Winston, Tyler?
Would Bo Nix? Well, you know what? I'm getting yelled at by a texter today.
I'm
getting yelled at a texter today because I was mean to Bo that he's scared of dogs.
Mean. You were having some fun with a funny situation.
But no, Bo Nix would be terrified of Winston because Winston actually does bite because he's a puppy and he's got really sharp teeth.
Do puppy bites hurt?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Do they really?
Yeah, because their teeth are they're insanely sharp.
Can they puncture you?
Yeah. Oh, for sure they can. Yeah. Now they're not actually biting you; they're just they're teething.
Right.
They're like babies; they're teething.
All right. Well, good. We're happy for the update. And Bo Nix, he's scared of dogs. It's funny. It's a funny thing.
I actually took my time to respond to that guy, and I thought I was overly kind to him.
Well, we're making up for it now.
Yeah.
Tomorrow it's a Nugget Ticket Tuesday. Keywords on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. I am looking forward to the Nuggets game tonight. You can hear it starting the pregame at 4:30. It's on Altitude TV. It's the final game of this insane road trip. And by the way, they are not staying overnight in Boston. They're you know what I'm saying? Normally they would. This is
getting out of Dodge.
Yeah, man. I mean, my God.
Time to go.
13-day road trip. That's longer than baseball road trips. A lot longer. So that is extraordinarily long. And I think the game on Friday is going to be rough. Then they play on Sunday. And who they got on Friday, Dan? Do you know who it is off the top of your head?
Let me check.
Yeah. But those games back from road trips are always a little tricky.
Atlanta. They have Atlanta on Friday and Milwaukee on Sunday, and then they're back out on the road for a back-to-back in New Orleans and Dallas.
Is Trae Young still going to be on that team?
Good question. I don't think so.
That has been quite the drama, hasn't it? Where's the rumors about where he's going to go? That's been kind of a big NBA sort of piece of gossip. It's melting down for them. So Atlanta's not all that great, obviously, but that probably doesn't even matter.
You know where I bet he goes?
Where?
Nuggets fans aren't going to like this.
Clippers?
The Lakers.
Oh. You see LeBron talking about how he's 41 and back-to-backs are kind of coin flips for him and, how old he is and all that sort of stuff.
As much as it drives me nuts because it's LeBron.
Yes, Dan, thank you.
Never mind.
No, go ahead.
No.
You're going to defend LeBron.
No, definitely not.
No, go ahead and defend LeBron.
My microphone stopped working. I can't. Can you hear me?
Barely.
No. Now that you put that on there, I'm not stepping into that. I'm not stepping into that batter's box.
You're not going to defend LeBron now?
No.
God, did he sound like a baby? My God, boo-hoo. Back-to-backs. Yeah. And then you hear the reporter, oh, you look great. You look great. Mwah. Mwah.
All I was going to say is he has been doing this for 23 years. Like, I mean, at some point the body does actually slow down.
He wants you to know it.
Yeah.
He wants you to know it.
That's the part that drives you insane.
Just everything with LeBron. I'm not doubting how great he is and all that. Of course, he's in the argument of best of all time. It's all of that. But the way he just, oh my God. He would drive me nuts if I had to cover him on a regular basis. Seriously. That would drive me absolutely. That would be an issue. Because you have to acknowledge how great he is. But his personality is just, oh my God. We don't really have anybody that with the Nuggets. The worst guy we have like that with the Nuggets arguably is Jamal, who's just kind of moody. But he's not like that. He's different.
And also, when Jamal gets injured, you just never quite know the timeline.
Well, he's gonna make sure he's good.
Like Jokic, I hear 4 to 6 weeks. I'm thinking 3.5.
Do you think Jokic comes back before the All-Star break?
I actually think it'd be stupid. I
it's
don't
like
know.
4 games.
Yeah. I bet you he
February.
wants to.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that would be, if you left it up to him, he'd probably tell you I'm good to go with 4 games left. And I would say, why? You've come this far. What's another 4 games?
I would tend to agree with you.
And by the way, if you are healthy enough to play before the All-Star game, does that not mean you have to play in the All-Star game?
There's an argument there.
I'd rather him just not be healthy and not play in the All-Star game.
He's there. I think he's 3rd overall in the NBA in votes, and he's 2nd in the West. So he's going to cruise to be a name to the team.
Of course.
Yeah. So I think he kind of hates going. There's a big push right now for Jamal to get into the All-Star game. I'll tell you this with Jamal, because he's had some great games and good moments, and a campaign for him is legit. But I think he has to put on a little bit of a show here between now and then to cement that. I think he still has some work to do.
Did you remember my story yesterday as you and James are sitting there talking about Fat Man bringing back kickoffs?
I didn't.
Do you remember it now?
No.
Really?
Tell everyone again.
I'm actually. Oh, are you setting me up right now?
No.
I feel like you're setting me up.
I'm not. I don't remember.
We've done radio together for a long time.
Dude.
Well, set the stage. I mean, what you and James were talking about.
Well, so James Gomez, our old producer, shout out to him.
What's up, James Gomez? How's he doing?
Isn't it funny how you split up shows, but you don't ever really, I guess there was one show where you really, well, maybe 2. I'm thinking of the morning show for you. It should be clear, where maybe you and the guy who you were done with weren't friends, but you've stayed friends with most people you've done shows with, right?
Most, yes.
Yeah.
James is a great guy. I love James.
Yeah,
sometimes
James is awesome.
Sometimes you become friends again.
Sometimes you do.
Sometimes you're not friends, and then you become friends again.
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah. That's not where I was going. All I was trying to say is we stay in touch. That's all Andy's trying to do.
What's the story here?
So he sent us a video and he goes, Tyler, did you ever have one of these? And it showed a fat guy. It was just somebody talking about no one runs faster than a fat guy trying to score a touchdown. It was this Patriot lineman.
It was that big offensive lineman for the Patriots.
That was the most unbelievable thing of all time.
And I just was like, man, it felt bad. He was 4 yards
that
away from
That was
glory.
on the kickoff, right?
Yeah. So
was it 4 yards?
Dude, he got tackled at the 4. He was right there. He
He rumbled for like 60, right?
Oh, he was really.
Who was that dude? Dan something or other?
It was Dan
Skipper?
something.
No, that's
Dan Warren. Dan something, man.
Yeah.
Like 50.
If you said it,
something
I would
like
know
that. 54 or something like that. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, so anyway, it got James wanting to know, because we still have our little text chain together. And he's like, didn't you have one of these or something like that? And I just felt bad for the guy failing at the 4. And Tyler goes, yeah, I had that happen. He goes, the first time I fielded a kickoff, I fumbled, right?
Yeah, no, this is actually, it's sort of an epic story, and I'm shocked. I think you're going to remember it here in a second, but the only time I ever fielded a kickoff, I'm back there in the old school wedge when we're holding hands and taking concussions, and they tell you when you're in the wedge, you're the fat guy, right? Like ideally they would prefer that you don't touch the ball, right? If the ball comes to you and you have no choice, catch the ball, okay? If there's any choice in the world, don't catch the football. In other words, if you have to step forwards to catch the ball,
let it go.
No, you catch it.
Oh, okay.
But if you have to step backwards,
never do that.
Let it go.
Gotcha.
Right? So this is the first game of the season with Josh McDaniels. The very first game, Josh McDaniels' first game as the head coach. We're out in Cincinnati. And if I remember correctly, it might have been the opening kickoff of the season.
Oh, my God.
I might be being dramatic on that, but it was in this game. And I'm in this wedge, and they kick one of those bloopers, right? And it's like, lo and behold, this thing's coming right at me. I'm in my second year. I'm not the most confident dude in the world, you know. I'm just trying to hold on. This ball is coming right at me, and I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? Do I catch this dang ball? I know they don't want me to catch it. And it's like, it's coming so close that I have to take one step backwards to catch this ball.
Okay.
Right? They tell you don't go backwards.
Okay.
But I mean, literally, I had to take like a baby step to go backwards to catch this football.
All right.
So in my head, I'm like, do they literally mean don't take one step? Is it 3 steps? How many steps am I allowed here? You know?
You don't have a lot of time to make this decision,
No,
do you?
this ball's coming at me. So finally, I just take a step back, and I'm like, I'm catching this ball.
Yeah.
Like this.
I'm an athlete.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Here we go.
I'm catching this dang ball.
Yeah.
So I do catch the ball, but I kind of catch it like right on my hip, and I'm looking forwards. And the problem is, I wasn't the only one that caught the football. Peyton Hillis happened to catch the football at the same time.
Oh, he's a real ball carrier.
So Peyton Hillis is coming up from behind. I don't see Peyton from behind.
Right.
I catch the ball on my hip. Peyton's catching the ball. He's reaching forward. All of a sudden, I'm in a wrestling match for a football, and I'm not real sure who's wrestling me for the football. So I'm like fighting Peyton Hillis for this football. I mean, this is my chance.
All right, can I ask you a dumb question, though? Did you really think it was somebody from the other team?
No, I knew it was Peyton. I just wanted that football. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But I mean, I thought that was like a decent excuse.
So
You know,
what
like
happened?
how can I know who's behind me?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to know that?
Yeah.
Well, we do wrestle for that football, and that ball ends up on the ground.
Oh, my God.
And
What a nightmare.
I'm telling you, first game of the season, that ball ends up on the ground. We do recover it. There's actually a photo of this somewhere on the internet. Some genius can go out there and find it. It's me and Peyton like diving on the ball, covering it up. And I come to the sideline, and my gosh, freaking little scary Josh McDaniels. That is a terrifying human being.
That sucks.
He's a scary man, and he came on a roll for me, and I swear to God, I thought I was going to get cut right in the middle of the game.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm trying to look it up. It doesn't list
Oh, we
your
got a
fumble
picture.
because
No,
you
we got a
guys
picture.
didn't lose it.
Oh, there it is.
Look at
There
that.
it is. Yeah, that's me reaching
Oh,
out. There's
my
Peyton
God.
Hillis. Yeah.
That is
So I'm
crazy.
just trying to find out.
So you
Nice
didn't
find,
recover
yeah.
it. You didn't recover it then.
Well, we recovered it.
We, but not you.
Correct.
Obviously.
Correct.
Because you're in a compromised
Yeah,
position right
here's
there.
what I think is funny. Every fat guy I've talked to, Schler's got a great story about how he picked it up and he got 2 steps thinking he was going to score and then got blasted from all sides. Bertrand Berry told me one time he snagged one, got up, and again, blasted from all sides.
Yeah.
And they just being like, I'm not touching the football anymore. My favorite one, because dude, Britton Colquitt and Matt Prater were like a walking comedy team together. And I've told this to Nate a couple times where Lonnie Paxton's his only bad snap, I think, they drop it, it rolls out, Prater picks it up, and is, I guess, just staring at everybody. And Britton's like, run, dummy, run! And Prater didn't even know what way to go. And then he gets mauled by everybody. It's just so funny, the guys that don't get to touch the football, what happens to them and what they find out when you're all of a sudden the little red dot on the heat-seeking missile.
That's right.
Right?
hysterical.
And so
That's a good way to put it. You're the red dot on the heat-seeking missile.
but the guys that, the skill guys are used to that,
Yeah.
right? You're
Yeah.
not used to that.
Correct.
You're the guy, if nothing else, that's usually coming to seek the heat.
Yes.
But I thought it was funny, you bringing that up. How in the hell did Malcolm Roach not recover the football the other day? You remember that after the strip sack?
Yeah.
His massive body,
Yeah.
fell on the ball, and one of my brothers going, he doesn't have it. I was like, what do you mean he doesn't have it? He might have popped it. He landed on that thing so square, and the next thing you know, DJ Jones had to get it. Like, how does that happen?
I know.
How does it bounce out? Can you ever explain it?
Well, our bellies are very buoyant. They're, they're
But
like
I didn't
rubber.
even see the thing pop out. Like, I don't know how it even got out to where DJ Jones had to grab it.
I
It
don't
looked
know.
like seriously the
Listen,
center
dude,
of his body was set up to just fall
You
on
want to
it.
know the truth? Big guys freaking panic when they see a football. They panic. It's like an anxiety attack. That ball's not supposed to be around me.
It is funny that in football there are guys who literally never touch the football.
Nor do they
but
want
there's
you
not
to.
there's not a lot of them. There's only really a couple guys on the team that would never touch
It's really
the football.
just offensive linemen.
You know what throws me off? Have you guys seen that commercial with Aiden Hutchinson? And he's walking, and he's in an empty stadium, and he's got a football in his hand, and he's kind of tossing it to himself. And I'm like, I don't like a defensive lineman holding a football. That's off-putting to me. What does he know what to do with that thing?
What do you want him to do? Carry the corpse head of a quarterback?
I mean, that's just it. Like give him a helmet or something. But a football is the wrong prop for him.
Is there another sport where there's a player on the team that wouldn't come in contact with the ball, puck?
Ian Desmond.
But in general, a position where you're not supposed to at all, or rarely actually touch the thing that's in play.
Yeah, it's a hell of a question. I don't know much about. I don't think the big guys in rugby are really supposed to, are they?
Really?
I don't know. I don't know. Are they?
They
You would know.
get
You
it.
called a bunch of rugby.
Yeah, no, they get it. You don't.
But they're
really...
supposed to knock it out of the scrum.
Oh,
right?
but they're still touching it, though.
Yeah, but in the
Fair enough.
in the flow of play, they get the ball.
Okay.
You don't really want them to have it terribly long.
Yeah, but Tyler can remember how many times he literally touched a football in the NFL.
I can.
Yeah.
There were a few of them, but yeah.
But you can think of them.
Yeah.
Texans, by the way, had a sick fat guy touchdown at the end of their game on Sunday.
Nothing beats a fat guy.
That thing
touchdown.
was so good. Yeah, Togiai or whatever that guy's name was.
Do you know Tyler's story with where he was supposed to get a touchdown catch?
Oh,
Have you
that's
told?
true.
Have
you were
told him
eligible?
Yeah,
Oh,
tell that.
That's true.
It was designed for him.
That's another good one. I mean, this one's a little bit PTSD because I really thought this was my moment.
Right?
You know, your
This couldn't have been McDaniels in. This must have been Shanahan.
This is Kubiak.
Oh, really?
This is
Okay.
Kubiak.
Oh,
This
let's
is-
have it.
This is Super Bowl year, okay? So it was AFC Championship game, playing the Patriots at home, right? And all week long, we installed this play. It's only going to be run from the 2-yard line or in. That's it. You got to be
2-point play, basically.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it didn't have to be 2-point. I mean, but whatever.
But on that part of the script.
Yes, exactly. And so it's a hard play action, heavy personnel. We've got the multiple tight ends, fullbacks, all of it, right? No wide receivers. And so it's hard play action. I'm going to block. I'm checked in as Frank Crum, right? I'm number 76 is reported eligible. And I'm going to block 1,000, 1,000. Then I'm going to act like I get beat, and I'm going to look like I'm lost. I'm not going to run a route. I'm literally just going to turn around, and I'm going to catch a football. That's it, right? So block 1,000, 1,000. I am the only option. There is no other receiver out. Everybody else is in pass protection, right? I mean, hard play action. So we practiced this play 5 or 6 times, which is more than usual, quite frankly. And I swear it's because Peyton was just like, can I trust this guy or not? You know, like he's getting a feel for it. And I caught every single time in practice. I caught it. I also got fined by the offensive line $500 every time I caught a football in practice because I got a prima donna fine.
Oh, that's crap.
Yeah, we're not allowed to.
Want a sexy fine?
A sexy fine. I mean, it's probably all
Is it
that,
the same
right?
thing?
No, they're different. Prima
Right.
donna's that's the worst.
Who was the guy that was the original sick? Never mind. Answer that later.
Yeah,
Get done
whatever.
with the story.
Whatever. So, anyways, practice it all week. I'm good. Caught the ball. I tell my whole family. I'm like, listen.
Get the cameras out.
If you see me report eligible, I am catching a touchdown.
AFC Championship game.
I am the only option. They're it's boom or bust time. You know,
That
I'm
is
either
awesome.
going to be the hero or the zero.
There is no progression. It's me.
No progression. That's it. Lo and behold, man, the situation comes up in the game, and it's got to be the perfect situation. Kubiak calls the play.
Oh my god!
And I'm like, holy crap, it's happening. I go in, I report eligible. We go up to the line of scrimmage. I'm ready to rock and roll. Peyton gets up there, takes a look at the defense. In all likelihood, he probably took a look at me rather than the defense, and he calls a freaking timeout.
I knew it. I knew that was coming.
Peyton called the timeout.
I ain't having
He's
it.
like, no, sir, not doing that one.
Hey.
We are not doing that play.
Not here. Not now.
Not here.
Okay,
not
what
now.
was it? Do you remember the score?
I
What was
don't.
the score?
I don't remember.
What did your heart sink?
Of course it sank. I mean, this was my one opportunity, and it was going to be in an AFC Championship game. Are you
at
kidding
home
me?
in
So Manning he looked over at you and he was like, that
Nah.
guy's cheeks are
Nah.
so clenched right
it's
now.
Like I could actually see
Yeah.
the butt crack getting wet.
Yeah.
What did you guys?
right here,
What did you guys change the play to? Do
I
you
don't
remember?
recall. You think I can remember after that?
You weren't in the game, right?
Well, Owen Daniels caught the only 2 touchdowns that game. I got pictures of him. Because remember, they came out, scored the first couple drives, and then it was sweaty, as he said, time as they tried
Wait, well, were you in the game for the next play or not?
I don't think so.
So you're just out.
Yeah, he's like, nah, personnel switch.
Yeah.
Hey, he's doing
Wow.
this.
Yeah, I think.
Were you ever in there, by the way, when Peyton Leggy told me Peyton used to do the old, I can't hear you. I can't. If he hated the play call, he'd be like, nah, I got nothing. He'd go, just go to the line and call his own deal.
I'm sure. I mean, I can almost picture him
Yeah,
doing it.
put his hand going, hey, I can't hear you.
No, don't know what that means.
Have you ever asked Peyton about that? Like why he changed the call?
No.
I bet he remembers.
Because now I don't talk to Peyton.
Oh, all right.
Peyton is no longer on the Christmas list.
Yeah.
What happened?
He didn't throw me the ball.
Oh,
I guarantee you he remembers it. He remembers.
Oh, you know he does.
Oh,
remember when our guy BK put him through the?
That was unbelievable.
When he put it, he's like, "How many guys have caught only one pass from you?"
It was
unbelievable. And he went right down the list.
Like
I think one
dudes.
time BK had to fill it in. You know, I got a picture of the.
That was crazy.
Somewhere I've got the picture of the Mitch Unrein touchdown.
Yeah.
Because I was in the corner not thinking about my own safety, and he caught it, and I'm right there and like, oh, I'm going to get it for him. I got to know Mitch a little bit. I'll take all these great pictures. He spiked it, and the ball whizzed by my ear, and that's when I realized a couple inches over, and my nose would have exploded from his spiked football. That would have been worse than getting run over out of bounds on the sidelines. So,
it's KKSE FMHD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. That's an awesome story, Tyler. You've told that one 2 or 3 times.
Do you really think you could have caught it?
Oh. Yeah, I caught it every time in practice.
Okay, but that ain't the game. Guess what? That Baltimore kick you made it every time in cat practice, too.
Andy, I am a world-class athlete.
Look at me. Look at me.
World-class.
Look at me.
World-class athlete.
This is for a trip to the Super Bowl.
What?
Trip to the Super Bowl. I'm going to throw you this ball.
Okay.
There's 75,000 people watching.
Yeah.
Millions on TV.
And Chandler Jones is going to be hunting you down. Again, see, you forget heat-seeking missile, all right? Oh, it feels all good when I'm in practice and nobody's going to hit me.
All right, you want
now
the truth?
Chandler Jones is going to put the crown of his helmet, because it's legal then, right in your chin. Just, You think you're going to catch that?
You want to know the truth?
You look at me. Don't lie.
It's about a coin flip.
See, you moved you moved your eyes. That's
all
what
right.
I knew. That's what I knew.
No, 50-50's fine.
Yeah,
You've locked eyes with me plenty of times, and right at the last minute, you looked away, Josh McDaniels.
It's about a coin flip. But you know what? Back in those days.
With those old lineman gloves and all that?
I no longer am, but back in those days, I was a betting man, and I'll take 50-50 odds.
But seriously, with your hands all taped up and the gunk from the game and all that, you still think you're okay?
No.
You ain't wearing you can't go out there with a wide receiver gloves on.
Andy, I didn't put the tape on for that game.
Okay.
Because you knew the play might be coming?
I didn't put the tape on.
Can I? I'm just going to take a moment, though. I want to ask you my literal least favorite sideline reporter question. No offense, Andy.
Like that shot?
What was going through your mind when you were running out onto the field?
I honestly...
You blacked out?
No, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm joking. Like, I'm sure there were some nerves, but
of course,
I wasn't peeing my pants. I mean, I felt all the confidence in the world.
You had made the catch in practice.
We ran the play many times. I caught the play. I caught a couple tough ones, actually, to be totally honest with you. I really did feel confident.
I mean, your catch radius.
But I also don't want to oversell my abilities here.
Sure.
And there's a very legitimate chance I could have dropped the ball.
I would have bet you'd have caught it.
Look at the size of your hands, dude. Like you.
Would you made the triangle, or what would you have done?
I had a plan for.
Were you going to do this?
Oh, you
put
did.
the old thumbs and fingers together?
I had a plan. I was going to poop the ball out.
Well, that might have been why karma didn't let you have your shot.
That's so sad.
I mean, but could there have been anything better than an offensive lineman getting a touchdown and then pooping the ball out?
That would have been the greatest. You would be
number 2.
Yeah, you would people
in the AFC Championship,
day.
no less. All eyes on you, and here we go.
What a story!
Yeah.
Unbelievable, man. What a story!
How many times at night? Because we all have those thoughts that intrude at night.
Yeah.
You know, when you go up and you take a leak, and then you got to go back to bed. How many times at night is that the thought where you were just like, that touchdown, and you're back on the field?
I don't have a whole lot of what ifs or like what would have happened. You know,
that's a fair what if.
A lot. I got a lot of cool things happen over the course of my career. It wasn't all good. I had a lot of bad moments too. But you know, that is a what if. You know, like what if he did throw me the ball? Would I have caught it? Would I have?
would you have run straight to the locker room and put the ball right in there? Not even giving it to Skip or Flip or anybody? Just been like, nope, I'm going right to the locker room.
Though, like, that would have been your play. Like, think of, like, over the years, the amount of, like, one-off Bronco plays that you remember, and you remember that one guy because that one play, you know?
Yeah.
Mitch Unrein and his one touchdown catch. Will Parks scooping the thing
The
up
scoop and score.
with the white shoes,
Thank
running
God.
that thing all the way
Sean
back.
Payton, no less.
Like, and there's 100 of those examples of just like a dude did the thing on that one play.
The famous Adam Rank in fantasy football, that helps no one. Tyler in the fantasy football playoffs, nobody had Tyler Polumbus catching a touchdown on their roster.
No.
And had taken points from somebody.
That is true. People
All right,
would have
real
hated
quick
you for that.
before we let
You know what
go.
I can tell you, though? I guarantee you, my mother was in the stands, and she knew. She didn't know everything, but she knew that if I reported eligible, she was telling everybody in that area, hey, my son's about to catch a touchdown.
You know what?
Pay attention.
That might
He's
have
going to get a touchdown.
That might have blown it for you because then she pulled out the $15,000 telephoto lens to get the good, and it's like, Peyton, she's giving it away. She's giving it away. Time out. We're not doing this. Real quick, just because Nate and I were talking about this the other day, with what the Nuggets did the other night, sure, we're all shocked.
Yeah.
But as a guy, because you talked about it, look, you were the best at Cherry Creek. You were one of the best with the Buffs. You did play with a pretty good line, so that's why I say one of the best. But you know what it's like to be an elite athlete. Are you shocked that Hunter Tyson and Kenny Pickett and all those I can't quit calling Jalen Pickett had their moment? Because again, Jalen Pickett, that was Jalen Pickett at Penn State. He's running his mouth. He's giving you the crossover. Are you shocked?
I don't think it could have happened under any other circumstance for those guys, especially to have multiple guys play as well as they did. Like, it was the perfect storm to allow younger, more inexperienced, probably not ultra confidence guys to go out there because they didn't have a role. Like every other time that they're playing basketball for the Denver Nuggets, they've got a role that they're told what to do, where to be, when it's okay 1 out of 10 times to take a shot. And they just happen to be in the perfect circumstance. It's like, guys, we got nothing. Just go.
Somebody
Just
shoot.
go,
If you're open,
you
shoot.
know? And so I think it was like the perfect storm that allowed these guys to go play free.
Well, and you kind of, I know you're joking about it a little bit of like, I'm a world-class athlete, but you are. You're in the NFL.
Yeah.
These guys are in the NBA. Like, the only reason that they're still getting paid to be in that league is because they are incredible basketball players.
Exactly.
They are so friggin' good.
Again, it goes back to we did the pros versus Joes.
Yeah,
I got
the
into that with
Scalabrine
him,
thing.
and I had told my nephew, because my nephew was like, he gets home and he's like, hey, do you think you could? My daughter was going, I think I could get a yard if you gave me the. I go, honey, no. First off, you had to leave the field. You have no idea how big these people are. And then my nephew's like, I could get a hit off Skeens. I was like, no, you can't. No, in no world can you. And I'm not trying to be a jerk or ruin your dreams, 18-year-old. But no, I've been on the field. No, it's not happening. And you know, I mean, but you look at those guys and you're reminded they went out. None of us could have went and held our own, especially Spencer Jones against the big center,
Embiid.
Ducker, the Ducker.
Oh. Yeah. But it's also like it goes to show you, though, if Hunter Tyson was on the Kings, if Jalen Pickett was on the Hornets, actually the Hornets are kind of fun right now. But to that point, though, like if those guys were on those teams, they would play more minutes. They would get more shots. They would have better numbers. They're on the Nuggets.
Look, if you want to call about Zeke Najee, the phones are open.
Hey, yeah. I don't think we talked about Zeke's performance enough.
He was great in that game. Tyler Polumbus, everybody, listen to him every day, noon to 3. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got the Nuggets. They do have actual warm live bodies back tonight in Boston. We're talking about that. We're talking about so much on a Wednesday afternoon. Oh, but Andy, I got a really important Bronco question to ask you when we come back. Does somebody need to get a new contract? And I bet it's not who you're thinking of. We'll have that discussion next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for your favorite topic. Let's talk about erectile dysfunction, especially if you're dealing with it. But you know what? I've got friends that can help you out if you are dealing with it. You know, it's the new year, and in the new year, what do you want to do? You want to get those resolutions in. You want to maybe have a better year than you did last year. And if last year the goal was to maybe fix the ED, or this was something that popped up for you later in the year and you thought you'd wait till the new year to get it done, well, here we are, and it's time to go get it handled. You know, over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they don't have a one-size-fits-all treatment. They actually have a number of different methods they can offer you, and they've got treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can have you lasting an hour or more. That's why you want to look up the good folks at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. That means they know what they're doing. So your first visit goes like this. If you're dealing with this problem, schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Real easy to do. Just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. The first visit is $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised in that visit, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, then the visit's free, so nothing to lose there. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be feeling your old self the day after the appointment. 5 locations in Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs, and a revamped location in Castle Rock they'd love for you to check out. Again, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Nuggets Celtics tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, Aaron Gordon, Tim Hardaway Jr. all probable to play tonight at Boston. So the G League squad, Summer League squad, Grand Rapids Gold, whatever you want to call them, sounds as though the Celtics will see a much more complete version of the Nuggets tonight, Andy, which I don't think is a bad thing.
No, I mean, again, now that you have a little tape on those guys,
right,
it all would go a little bit different. I thought the announcer, I can't remember if it was, I don't know which guy said it, basically, if it was Austin Reeves or the other color commentator.
That's Robbie Hummel.
Robbie Hummel.
Yes.
I guess also is a former Nugget. I didn't remember him at all, but That's what I think that's what the midday show said. I think that's what Scotty said. But
Purdue
anyway.
legend Robbie Hummel.
Sure, who
By the
doesn't
way,
love a good Purdue
Robbie
legend?
Hummel is I think it was my buddy Paul Klee pointed this out a couple of years ago to me. Robbie Hummel is on the all nothing face white guy team along with Case Keenum and myself.
Is he part of the? Did he make the Hummel telescope? Hey. Listen.
Keep going.
Yeah, I've been around you too long. There's your influence on me. I wanted to ask you this the other day.
Okay.
Who are the greatest? We just had maybe 4 that you could put in there the other night. The greatest, not a star performances in Denver history. I mean, like, guys, like, I'm talking about Hunter Tyson. I don't really think Najee and Pickett necessarily count. You and I had Zeke Najee on a while ago after a really good game.
Do you remember we had Spring? What year was it? The game, I want to say it was in Memphis, and the Nuggets came back from like 20 down, garbage time, came back, and Malik Beasley just lit it up.
Just had a day.
And Malik's a good NBA player, don't get me wrong, but like he lit it up in that game. And I remember we had Malik on the very next game to just be like, at what point did you guys start to believe that you could come back and win that game? Like, that's kind of one of those examples that I can think of right there, just off the top of my head. And I'm just thinking about basketball, I suppose. The Magnificent Seven win in Milwaukee right before COVID. That was
you still had
second night of a back-to-back, but Jokic played.
Yeah, you had some of your Magnificent Seven players in that lineup. You had none.
Yeah,
really,
yeah. No,
time.
You had nobody. Listen to this, by the way. Dan Hyatt did a breakdown on this. Okay, the other night with the Nuggets winning that game. Okay, so here's some stats on it. 7 players that were out in that game. So Jokic, Jamal, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Val, and AG. Oh, and CB, 7. You were missing 73.5% of your total points this year.
Okay.
So you're 74%. You are missing 7 of your 8 top scorers in that game. Peyton Watson was your leading scorer available, averaging 12 a game. The Nuggets have a $192 million payroll this season, $165 million of which was not available in that game. The starting 5 for the Nuggets the other night against the Sixers, earning a combined $15.5 million. Philly's starting 5, $155.5 million.
I think Joel Embiid made more than the whole matter of fact.
Oh, I guarantee you Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey all are making more than the Nuggets' entire starting 5.
Made more than the whole starting 5.
Yeah, that's like remember anytime Tampa would like steal the AL East from the Yankees, and then you'd go back and look at it and you'd be like, Jeter makes more than their entire payroll. What the hell's going on?
That's got to frustrate you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of what happened in that game. That's all the fun stuff that we had there. Oh, that game was awesome. That said, good to have everybody back. If the Nuggets win tonight, by the way, 3-4 on the road trip.
Oh my gosh, that'd be amazing. And you could really say you could have been 4-3 because technically I feel like you should have won the Cleveland game.
Did you realize, by the way, if you don't count the Miami game when he went down with the injury, they're 2-2 without Jokic.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It really is.
Just keep doing that, and you're fine. And all will be well by the time that the MVP comes back.
Was this the good time to go face the East? Does this give you some hint the East is not the West?
Yes.
Conferences, I mean.
Yeah. Oh, that said, like I think Philly's good.
No, I don't disagree with
good.
you. They took them too lightly for a whole half.
Yeah.
And by the time they decided to care, you were in a game.
Yeah, exactly.
And they were lathered up. The Nuggets were lathered up.
They had rhythm. They knew what they were doing, and guys were playing confidently, shooting really confidently in that game. I mean,
that said, I still thought a number of times I was like, this was fun. It's done.
Right.
I'm heartbroken for you. You deserve a win, and then they found a way to do it.
And then
like
somehow
you said,
won.
they got Embiid goaltended.
Nuggets and Celtics tonight in Boston. All right, Andy. Let's pay off the tees, as they say.
Yeah,
in the
sorry.
biz.
Go ahead. Who needs a contract and not the guy I'm thinking of? You don't know who I'm thinking of, Kreckman.
Do you want to take a stab at who I'm thinking of?
You know what? I feel like it's going to be a coach. Is it maybe Is it a coach? Let's start there.
Not a coach.
Not a coach.
Not a coach.
Oh, then go ahead. Then it is somebody I guess I'm not thinking of.
General Manager George Payton.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't thinking of it, but you're right.
Did you realize he is wrapping up the 5th year of his 6-year contract?
I did not.
Yes. George Payton is a lame duck starting at the beginning of the new league year. He does not have a contract extension yet.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Thank you, George. The Broncos have 24 wins over the last 2 years with the Payton and Payton combo. He has now run 5 drafts for this football team. And Andy, you go back through the drafts. I mean, his very first draft was the Surtain draft. So he drafted a Defensive Player of the Year. He drafted an All-Pro guard in the 3rd round in Quinn Miners. And he drafted a second contract pass rusher in the 7th round in Jonathan Cooper.
Unreal.
That's a phenomenal draft.
Better than they'd done to that point.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they had 3 people in the last 3 drafts that could do that.
Seriously.
Those 3 previous drafts to him arriving.
So he got Nick Bonito in his next draft, so he got an All-Pro. You got Luke Wattenberg, second contract center.
Second contract.
Yeah, exactly. His next draft, he got Marvin Mims, multiple-time Pro Bowler.
And a guy who, frankly, should be used more.
He got Riley Moss, starting corner.
Guy that's going to get, I think, paid when he hits free agency.
Draft after that, Bo Nix will give that one to Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Okay?
Clearly Sean wanted that.
Yes. But after that, Jonah Ellis would be a starting pass rusher on, 25 teams in the league?
Certainly would.
Good player. Troy Franklin, who is
coming around.
2nd-year wide receiver.
Arrows pointing up.
Chris Abrams-Drain, I like that guy.
I think you're going to like him a lot more when Riley Moss departs.
Devon Vele, well, you got something for him in a trade. You got him in the 7th.
Matter of fact, you got 2 picks.
Yep. This year, you took R.J. Harvey, who scored, 12 touchdowns this year? You took Bat Bryant, who I like. Savion Jones and Q Robinson, both of whom I've seen make plays and, limited opportunities. And Jahdae Barron, who is a future starting cornerback on your team. Like, you go back through his drafts. Like, does he bat 1,000? Of course not. Is the Russell Wilson contract and the Randy Gregory contract, are those on his ledger? Sure they are. But also, like, in the years since Sean came in and George kind of moved more into the I run the scouting department sort of mold.
Which is always really what he was.
Which is what he's really good at. They built this team into a number 1 seed in the AFC.
I will say this. I don't get the impression. George Payton was almost like the GM version of Josh McDaniels. I think George showed up here because I think he wanted to. He didn't want to be president. He didn't want to become de facto Joe Ellis while they waited for the sale to go through.
He was hired at the weirdest
He really
time
was. He was the one with the longest contract with a whole bunch of people that were on their way out the door.
Right.
And on top of it, you know what else is a feather in his cap? You just named, because again, his very first draft class, that was a Vic Fangio draft.
Yeah.
Then he had to run a Nathaniel Hackett draft. Then he had to run a couple Sean Payton drafts, and he's found players for all of them.
Yep. And also, like how many guys work for him are now like big-time front office dudes all over the NFL. He's done quite well for himself.
But there's fans in this town that will never forgive him for the Russell Wilson contract.
Okay, fine, but like...
That's part of doing business.
But that's just it. Even with that, Andy. Like, and you know what? I'll give it to him. He blew that thing. With $45 million in dead money on the cap right now, they are the number 1 seed in the AFC. Does Sean Payton deserve a ton of that credit? Of course he does. But you cannot argue with the results of that working relationship.
Yeah, you want to know how you survive that? Drafting well.
That's how you do it.
If you did not have good, young, cheap talent, you would not have survived the last couple years in cap hell.
You draft well. You hire good coaches. Those are the things that you do. You have a good scouting apparatus. Those are the things that you do to make up for what were some, first off, mistakes made as, kind of as the regime changed with the Broncos, and also just an organization that was, God bless old number 7, horribly run for about 5 years before he got the gig.
5 years? Yeah. At least.
Yeah. It was pretty bad.
Look, I love John Elway. I really do. And I think he gets too much harsh criticism by some in this town. But the last couple years just were not. The more you find out about it, I wonder if.
First half of John's tenure, he was a great GM. Second half of John's tenure, he was terrible.
Well, and I think bowling out of the building.
It was a mess.
Well, let's be honest about it. I think bowling out of the building was one thing, but when the lawsuits and the who's going to own the team came out, I think it changed the dynamic of literally everything there. And I think people were trying to just survive. I don't think they knew who even was technically boss some days.
Yeah.
I just think it was too much.
And I think when George Payton walked in the door, he stepped into a role that I don't think he was up for. But the role that he's in right now
is the perfect one.
It's great.
Yeah.
So
and he doesn't have to talk to the media. You know how much he likes that?
Exactly. Yeah, he
and Sean Payton may become a new Sean Payton guy because Sean loves talking to the media, whether he wants to admit it or not, and George does not.
And look, is there tension between the two of them, a professional working tension? I have no doubt that there is. Good. It's working great. Keep it going.
Yeah, I think sometimes Sean, I think the RJ Harvey would be an example. I don't think George thought that was the grade and the round where they needed to take it. Sean didn't care.
Yeah.
And they found a middle ground to where they took RJ Harvey.
There's you got to tap dance a little bit, right?
Sure. Well, you still got to give the coach who he wants at some point. He's the guy. He's the coach, right?
Very much so.
You're not coaching.
I heard an interesting opinion earlier today. Sheil Kapadia threw this out there, and I thought it was an interesting one. And he was talking about like great fits for John Harbaugh of the jobs that are available. And one of them that he threw out there, and it just kind of makes sense because of like John Harbaugh and his stature in the league, is Atlanta. Which on the surface you're like, they got like no quarterback. Like why would he want that gig? Yeah, but they also fired their GM. So John Harbaugh could walk through the door and say, "Oh, I can build out my front office and build this thing the way that I want to and run my football operation the way that I want to." And look, if George Payton, if the Penners had decided, get George Payton out of here, okay? Like, let's just clean slate this thing, and Sean Payton would have made the pick. We could never know for sure. But, Andy, I would argue I don't think it would be as good.
No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree because I just think there's a good balance there. I think the power structure is the way Greg Penner wants it. And Greg Penner, at times, settle in your minds, everybody, I'm the chief dog, just in case you wonder. I've got these two sides doing their thing. And look, it's all been a good working relationship. I'm going to ask you a question, even though I think there's 0% chance of it happening. But guess what? I thought the same thing about Peyton Manning coming to Denver once upon a time. If they were to lose next weekend, would John Harbaugh even interest this group that we well-documented wanted Jim once upon a time? Is it about the Harbaugh name, or do you think they were in love with Jim in particular? And he was the pick over Sean Payton, for those that don't remember.
Right, exactly.
To the point where the job offer was made, and then...
You know something, just a quick aside, and I'll get back to answering your question. Just a quick aside. I didn't remember this, but 18 years ago when John Harbaugh was hired by the Ravens, you know who they actually wanted?
Who?
I've read this because I've read a couple of the, sort of the big backstories on the Harbaugh tenure. You know who they really wanted? Jason Garrett.
Oh, really? Who
Yes.
now, funny enough, is back in the cycle, too. You saw, I think it was Atlanta, talk to Garrett.
Right.
How about that?
They wanted Jason Garrett at the time. I think Jerry told him, like, stick around and you'll be my head coach in waiting. And so Garrett did that, and it worked. Again, like, was Jason Garrett a good coach for the Cowboys? No. But nobody's a good coach for the Cowboys. So,
Jerry's there.
Who's to blame him? And the Ravens got John Harbaugh out of the deal.
Do you remember thinking John Harbaugh was like the first? McVay was the next one. John Harbaugh was the first. Who the hell is that? I remember when they hired him. I'm like, what?
Jim's brother?
Jim's brother. I didn't know he coached in the league.
Yeah, when people were like, they hired John
really
Harbaugh.
good.
You're like, you mean Jim Harbaugh?
Yeah,
no.
quit saying the name wrong.
Right, exactly. Wasn't he was Andy Reid's special teams coach?
I know he was a special teams coach. I don't even remember for who.
Right.
Talk about hitting that one out of the park.
Phenomenal coach.
Do you think there's any chance he takes a year off and goes to TV? I heard Adam Schefter on with the midday guys. It's his day on PhD. Catch him every Thursday. Wait, what's today? Wednesday.
What day is it?
I don't even know. It's weird. You and I are all messed up because we've had these short shows. Full dose the next 2 days after this. Looking forward to it. There's a lot to cover this week. Anyway, he had said that he thinks Adam Schefter, I'm quoting from PhD, go check it out on their podcast if you missed it or catch it on YouTube. He had said he thinks John Harbaugh, he's at a bunch of teams that want him to interview this weekend.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I'm at least taking the weekend off. Is there any chance he pulls a Cower, goes to TV, and just takes a year or two off?
Because there's good money in TV.
Well, not only that, you know how this works. Like, the longer you sit out, the sexier you get. I heard Ryan Fitzpatrick.
As long as you don't do it for too long.
No, you're right.
There's a statute of limitations. Like, Sean Payton played it perfectly.
A year.
Yeah.
And now everybody wants me even more.
Right.
But remember, I heard a cut from Ryan Fitzpatrick talking on a podcast today going, I think people remember how things ended with Brian Flores there in Miami.
Yeah.
Because he played for him. He's like, it really wasn't all that great, but the longer he sits out, the more you forget about it, and the better you think the guy's going to be the second time around. Frankly, maybe Vance is getting a little bump from that. Is there any chance John Harbaugh looks at all these jobs and just says, no, thank you? There'll be a whole 5 or 6, 7 next year.
No matter what, he would be the number one candidate next year.
You think he'd want to do TV?
But he's the number one candidate right now, too.
I won't be surprised if he decides to ride this thing out and all of a sudden he's on ESPN's pregame coverage or NBC's pregame coverage or whatever.
Yeah, no, it's a good paying gig. They don't have to work particularly hard to be able to do it. He already knows the league. He knows it inside and out. He's qualified the moment he walks in the door. Yeah, if he feels that burnout, the only reason why I think it may not happen though is because when you read like the behind the scenes in Baltimore, nobody thought he was getting fired until like yesterday afternoon.
It was a Shanahan.
Yeah, very much so. There was a disagreement over, who he had at the coordinator level on his football team, but like, even though there was speculation about it, ownership, GM, everybody, like nobody was set on firing John Harbaugh pretty much right up until it happened. I think that there was an ultimatum and John didn't go with it. And it was just like, okay, it's time for this to end.
To be honest, it was the Elway Kubiak.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks it was over health, and I have no doubt that Gary's health was part of the factor. But we know Dennison in particular was always a sticking point with Elway.
Right.
And Coobs is like, that's my dude, so no.
Yeah.
And I'm done.
Yeah.
And I've got a heart problem anyway, so peace.
Yeah.
So real quick, we both think there's no chance that they'd want a shot here, right? Sean Payton's too integral to everything going on that they'd even consider a change, right?
There's no reason to think the Broncos should make a coaching change.
No, I don't think so, period. I'm just asking you because of the Harbaugh name, that is it.
There is.
Do you leave the smallest crack in the door because of the Harbaugh name, or do you think Jim was really the only guy they were that enamored with?
Did you see the report? 9 teams have
that
called
means
John's
2 teams
agent.
have coaches that have called him.
2 teams have coaches that are like, hey, we'll can our
we
coach
will fire
right
a
now.
guy, but only if.
Right, yeah. I'm sure Miami's one of them.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Without a doubt,
Gotta
Miami's
be.
one of them.
Who would be the
By
other
the way,
team,
and if
though?
you're
You
Baltimore,
think Dallas?
If you're Baltimore, though, wouldn't you look at it and go, Mike McDaniel coaching Lamar Jackson? That could be pretty sexy for you.
Gosh, but do you sell that as a move up to the fans?
You could hire what you could really do is you could hire a defensive coach. You could hire a Flores or Jesse Minter's the obvious pick for
Sure.
Baltimore, or even VJ, and then bring in Mike McDaniel to be the offensive coordinator. And just say to McDaniel, like, okay, you go and win something big with Lamar right now, and you go right back to the top of every head coaching list, and you get out of that headache in Miami. And maybe that would be attractive for him. But him calling that offense for Lamar Jackson, that could be good.
Does he bring Tua with him? Never mind. Is that really the fresh start Tua referred to yesterday?
Hey, the Nuggets face the Celtics tonight live from Boston. Tune in for coverage starting at 4:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. It is incredible, cause hey, it's Nate Kreckman, everybody, for your friends and my friends over at Roller Auction. So we want you to sign up to bid at Roller Auction because we think you can find some great deals on some items that you may need in your life. Paying retail is for suckers, and at Roller Auction, you can get some terrific deals on things you may need, on vehicles, on furniture, on electronics, on exercise equipment, on things you never even thought you may have pondered. Perhaps you have a restaurant or a food truck, and guess what? Those things go out of business regularly, unfortunately. Well, all of their inventory goes up for auction at Roller Auction, and you could really save some money. So we want you to sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. And if you sign up to bid right there, you can win Nuggets Grizzlies tickets for February 11th. Go to roller.bid/altitude right now and get yourself signed up. Our listener Cody, he won Avalanche tickets last month. You can be the winner here in January for Nuggets Grizzlies tickets in a catered suite at Ball Arena. Just sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, are you prepared to be living in a world in which the Avalanche are on a losing streak?
Yeah, how crazy was that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Tough one last night in Tampa last night, falling 4-2. It was all about that. Who was going to get that third goal last night, and it turned out to be the Lightning.
Gosh, it was a bummer. Right as I walked into, I'm like, man, I should have walked in this room.
Yeah, Tampa got that stupid late goal in the first period, and that was, that was a game-changing moment right there. The Avs obviously got 2 in the second. Real quickly, I had to rewind and make them re-say the name again after the goal last night. So, one of my favorite bits every year is when we get to the NHL trade deadline, and I always, I start making up hockey names to Spring and Raj because they get really fired up about these guys getting traded. I couldn't make up a name as silly as Zemgus Girgensons.
Sure.
I got that sounds like I would make that name up and be like, that's too far. I'm not going to get a laugh out of Zemgus Girgensons. That's a real person. Zemgus Girgensons.
You know what he needs to do? He needs to go to his press conference in that bleach white suit that Riker had on last night.
That looked good.
Holy cow.
Also, Yanni Gord.
Good old Yanni Gord.
Another
Remember him?
should be made up name had the assist
Wasn't he
on
a
that.
Kraken? Was he an Av?
Yanni Gord?
You're thinking of Jonas Donskoy.
Okay. I remember Jonas Donskoy, but no, there was it was Tartar. Wasn't it Tartar? That was the old Kraken that we signed? Or did we send him to the Kraken?
The Kraken who came to us?
Yeah.
Yanni Gord was...
Wasn't Tartar our guy?
Donskoy went to the Kraken.
Yeah, Donskoy went to the Kraken, yeah. But Donskoy was on the Lightning with Gord.
Gord was on... Wasn't he on the Lightning when the Avs won the Cup?
Yeah.
See, I'm just thinking strictly stupid names.
Or
And
maybe he
remember
was
we had
already
Tartar.
on the Kraken by then. Anyway, hockey names. Last night, Mosey and Rycroft interviewed Gary Bettman.
Yeah.
Far
much friendlier than yours.
A lot nicer than I was to Gary Bettman.
I was going to text you, and I was going to say...
I was laughing at
I think Bettman enjoyed that a lot more than he enjoyed us.
Mosey's up there cracking jokes about suits and everything else like that. And I'm like, what's the deal with that blue line?
That damn offsides is not real, and you know it. You know it.
Yeah, I wasn't... Gary Bettman, he hasn't been back on the show since then, but he was able to sit down with Mosey and Rycroft
Do you think
last
he
night.
even remembers he did our show? I promise you he doesn't. You think he goes, that guy in Denver tried to pin me down on that offside call.
I was right, by the way.
No, I know you were.
Yeah.
You were. Hey, look, you became Denver radio legend that day if you weren't already.
Thank you very much.
Because
Yes.
the Avs fans like how you stood up for the goal.
Yeah, it was crap. The crap call.
It was, yeah. He wasn't
Crap
offside.
call.
You know what?
Stupid
Change your
San
dumb
Jose.
board so that they're not inside the stupid offside line.
Dumb.
Shouldn't allow to either we all do it or you don't do it.
Hey, I got a weather related note for you. Okay.
Yeah, how about this, huh?
This is early.
Very early.
But
however,
snow possible around the divisional round game in Denver.
Next weekend. This weekend we're going to get a taste.
Yeah.
But could we get a full cup?
That
ain't good.
So I tried to pin down our local weather dude on this into put it into sports terms. Okay, so I was looking for betting odds. He says if the Broncos play on Saturday, if it's a Saturday game at Mile High, 2-1 we could get snow. If it's Sunday, 3-1.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well. You
Yeah.
know, a lot of times that Saturday night is a good slot for the number 1 seed.
Right. Now, like it would, real quick, and I'm thinking out loud here, it would have to be either Buffalo or the Chargers, right?
Yeah.
Because the Monday nighter, the Pittsburgh-Houston, they wouldn't make them play on Monday and then turn around and play again on Saturday.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's a good call. They'd probably let them play on Sunday.
Yeah, so I think that would be what the schedule would have to be. So that'd be if the Bills or the Chargers win, which they could. They very easily could.
You realize we really haven't seen a full dose of this team in the cold.
Not really. No, it's been San Diego weather all year.
Yeah.
So we really haven't. And
where they've gone has not been an issue either. We
No.
had the one windy Raider game, which I don't want to remember. I don't want to remind you what that was like.
I mean, Buffalo is they're cold weather. They're seasoned.
But remember, there was no real weather during the game, the playoff game last year. It
Right.
was sunny. Now, it might have been a little windy.
Chargers, you would look at it and go, well, that's a warm weather team, but so are the Broncos.
Yeah, and the Chargers play physical run style they're committed to that plays well in the cold.
If the Chargers had two healthy tackles, if Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater were healthy this year, would the Chargers be favored in the AFC?
Probably.
Yeah.
Listen, I just think people are I don't like what I saw out of Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville's a real problem.
Yeah,
I think it's
I'm
for
not
the
sleeping
whole
on them at all.
conference.
Yeah.
Period.
No, I'm not sleeping on that team at all. I think they're really, really good. Our buddy Parker Gabriel, he retweeted this the other night. This is some next-gen stats numbers. This season, Bo Nix was pressured 28% of his drop backs. It was one of the lowest pressure rates in the entire NFL. It's something we kind of hammered on all year long. Two highest single-game pressure marks against Bo Nix, Week 3 against the Chargers and Week 18 against the Chargers.
Don't. You know what's odd? I've all of a sudden of what it's either Houston or Buffalo for me, and I think if you get Houston, that I don't think the nation will enjoy that game.
Houston had a 35% pressure rate against the Broncos down in Houston when they played there. But yeah, Jesse Minter's Chargers in the two games, including the zombie Chargers in Week 18. A pressure rate of at least 40% this year against Bo Nix. It speaks to how good the Broncos' offensive line has been and how good, Bo Nix, Sean Payton has been at play calling and Bo Nix getting the football out and all those things that have led to Bo Nix not taking a lot of negative plays, which is his superpower. But yeah, the two highest single-game pressure marks against Bo Nix this year both came from the Chargers. Now, again, if the Chargers came in here, do I think they beat Denver and beat that pass rush with what they have on their offensive line? I don't think so, but I know that that's a bad matchup for this Broncos offense.
All I can tell you, and I don't know what Vance was holding back, and I don't know if they were not taking it seriously, and I do think Jeff Legwold believes Jahdae Barron will play more safety than what they've seen so far. But I also know guys are running open, and I am convinced that Justin Herbert would have hit a couple of those guys that I don't know who Trey Lance thought he was throwing to. By the way, I've got 3 names in mind. Next, when we get back on the top, let's have a little fun for just a second.
Okay.
Texter wants to he wants to or she wants to accumulate a non-friend of the show guest list. We've got Fouts and Bettman. I've already got another name I can think
Thanks
of
for
right
having me
away.
on, guys, and good luck.
And I think you can too. But let's see if we can get to 5. I bet you we've got a 5.
The all-star team
the
of people
non-friendly 5
that hated being on our
Yes.
show.
Yes.
Okay. I'll give
I've
some
got
thought
a
break.
third right out the chute.
Oh, without a
that
doubt.
I
You
think
know what coach is
hated it.
coaching.
Yeah, come on now. Why you ruining the team?
We know exactly.
Don't ruin the team.
We know
with your
exactly
damn sound bites.
who that one is going to be.
Yeah, maybe people don't remember who that was.
Yeah. By the way, I have another one.
Good.
Which actually you said
getting to 5 shouldn't be a problem.
you said this guy's name earlier, and I chuckled at it a little bit. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Plus, we got a couple of Raiders things we got to touch on. Tom Brady's
please
operation and what's going on there. So we'll look elsewhere in the AFC West when we come back. All right, it is the second hour of a abbreviated version of the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, you're home for the NFL playoffs. This is Altitude Sports Radio. We have all 6 games this weekend and every game straight through. Super Bowl LX in the Bay. The NFL on Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio.
Super Bowl licks? Nice.
That's
the Rolling
60,
Stone?
right?
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, you know how I know?
Because
Broncos 150.
We were licks last year with the LIX. This year it's just LX.
Yeah. Broncos
Okay.
150 too. It was 10 years ago.
Yeah, with the Roman, can we stop with the Roman numerals? Can we just put a number on there?
Well, remember, when they won 50, they just put 50.
It was just 50.
And it was a gold trophy.
That's fine with me.
Which is a little weird.
Yes. When you start getting into the L's, I'm like, oh, crap, which one is that?
Yeah, what are we doing? You're right.
There's like M's and C's and no. Like beyond like X, V, and I, who the hell remembers that stuff? Besides, I suppose, the Romans. Let's do football news right now, Mark Springer.
Hey, you guys wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's. They make delicious pizza.
They do.
And you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com.
There's all these other pizza places. They're like you will bake it when we need you to, and at Papa Murphy's, no, when you are ready.
Yeah, maybe you want to get it home.
Yeah.
You ain't ready to eat yet.
No, maybe you just want to kick
You
your
need
feet
an
up.
hour.
Yeah.
Let me soak into the night.
Let me get to it when I get to it. I don't
Yeah.
want to eat pizza when you
Now
tell me to
I
eat
want
pizza.
it.
Yes, so thank you, Papa Murphy's.
Hey, Broncos defensive coordinator.
Vance Jackson.
Whoa.
Vance Joseph, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Sure.
So
What would Kaz and Katie say about that?
They would say, yeah! Woo! To the fact that Vance Joseph is interviewing with the Raiders tomorrow.
I don't like it.
Kaz and Katie are excited about it. Davis Webb scheduled to interview with the Raiders for their head coaching job, I believe today.
That's like a Tom Brady wants to get to know this guy thing, right?
Well, and I think the rumors are out there that Vance may bring Davis as his offensive
OC.
coordinator,
Yeah, so
and
get to know him.
therefore let me get a little interview and see what you're about.
Right. As of right now, according to reports, Raiders, Cardinals, Giants, Titans, Falcons will all interview Vance Joseph before Friday.
Do you buy the Falcons only because, and stay with me here, when you fire defensive guy,
Right.
you go offensive.
Sure.
And they just fired a defensive guy. Okay. Not to mention a second chance defensive coordinator, which again is what Vance is going to be.
Yeah.
It just
Same
feels
profile.
like it's too, yeah.
Yeah, you're
Now,
right.
Again, I think
That
Vance,
one feels unlikely.
I feel like Vance, I really think he's ready for the job
Yeah.
again, but
Cardinals-
I think Atlanta's going to be shopping in the offensive aisle this year.
Right. Cardinals, it would be a similar profile, fire defensive guy, but Vance knows that organization. They know him.
Right, and they were good, and but you're not getting Zach Allen back,
Right.
Unless you trade for him.
Mhm.
So,
yeah.
But I also think Cardinals. If you're the Cardinals, aren't you shopping in the offensive aisle too because you want somebody to unlock Kyler Murray before that contract runs out?
I think they're going to get a new quarterback.
I don't doubt that
They've
you're
got
right.
the number 3 pick in the draft, and I think that has all very much run its course. I think there will be a new quarterback for the
All the
Cardinals.
more reason then that I think you want an offensive guy. Did they interview Davis Webb? Seriously. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad move. I don't want to praise anything the Raiders do, but even if you think this guy might be the OC with Vance, I would go ahead and do the interview just so you get a feel for him.
By the way, speaking of profiles, Diana Rossini threw out there Cliff Kingsbury for Baltimore, that there is heavy Cliff Kingsbury interest.
Yeah, I could see that. Let me ask you this, though, and it'll never happen here. But would if Davis Webb does leave, wouldn't you? I wouldn't mind seeing what Cliff could do with Bo.
But he's a play caller.
I know.
That's
I get it.
That's where the Broncos, like the next quarterback's coach will be of the profile of Davis Webb, right? It'll be like, give me the next up and comer.
It's Sam Ehlinger. Is that why he's just hanging
There you go.
around?
Could
He's
be.
just decided I don't want to move my lovely wife 1,000 times.
There
Let
you
me
go.
just be a coach.
Yeah,
Because
you-
that's kind of what Davis Webb did.
It's possible.
How old is Ehlinger? Because wasn't Webb 28 when he
26,
decided to
whatever
call it?
it
I mean,
is.
it'd be a little early for Ehlinger, but
But yeah, they've probably played golf a few times, and after a few low ultras, been like, okay, like what's, give me, how did you end up in this position? And they probably thought about it a little bit. Or maybe Sam Ehlinger thinks he's
Well, he's
Still
got
football
enough
in him.
offers this year. You should know he could be a backup. I mean, that ain't a bad salary.
No, it's a good way to make a living. But maybe he thinks, okay, this is a chance to jumpstart now the next portion of my football life.
Here's why it'd be smart. Davis Webb is on the way to being like the next Sean McVay if he were to get hired, where he could be one of those super young head coaches, and then you're making head coach money for who knows, a decade?
Let's just say if you're Davis Webb and you're sitting across from Tom Brady and Mark Davis and John Spytek in Las Vegas, and they might just think, I got the next Sean Payton directly in front of me. I'm not going to let this guy walk out of the building. It's possible.
Your boy Davis can be munching down on his, what is he like?
Benihana he's a big Benihana guy.
He'll just be hammering that like Romo and the snacks from that podcast.
He's also a big P.F. Chang's guy. Remember that about him.
Is that
too.
what it is?
Yeah.
So which is it?
Well, no, it's both. He likes a fast casual Asian meal.
Yeah, I do feel like that's like getting McDonald's and Burger King.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, the Chargers are getting set to play in New England on Sunday Night Football, the 2-7 matchup in the AFC. Jim Harbaugh talking to the media today ahead of that, but he was asked about his brother John, who was fired by the Ravens.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Jim on his brother getting fired.
Yeah, John Harbaugh is the best coach I know, best coach I've ever seen.
Best coach that's ever lived.
You may say, okay, well, I'm his brother, so I might be biased, but then you have somebody like Tony Dungy. Wouldn't we all like that? Wouldn't we all like somebody like Tony Dungy, especially Tony Dungy himself, to say that? It's great, seeing that kind of outpouring and of support, and also just so cool to see all my brother's accomplishments, and be recognized for that. And
there's a cough.
As I told him, whatever team he goes to is going to be formidable, and I just hope it's in the NFC.
Yeah, by the way, you know why I say that the cough is the lie? One of his team's accomplishments is beating his brother in a Super Bowl.
That's very true.
So,
yeah.
Can't tell me that was all that cool, Jim.
Does Jim like his brother or Justin Herbert more?
I think still Justin
Herbert.
Because, again, his brother beat him in something. I think he'd like a crack at it again. That's why he wants him in the NFC. Give me another Super Bowl against the guy. So did Tony Dungy come out in favor of John Harbaugh? What the hell did all that have to do with it?
Yeah, Dungy was on Dan Patrick and tore apart Ravens ownership and hyped up John. And that's – you can always, like any – coaches then all come out of the – former coaches come out of the woodworks. And anytime a coach is fired to stand up for their profession. George Karl does it every time an NBA coach is fired.
You're right. And look, I mean, well, did he do it when Malone got let go? He might have.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Listen, I agree. He's a hell of a coach. Everybody's going to want him, and I don't think you may hire one as good as he is. But I also understand that sometimes things have run their course, and the time is the time. So.
Yeah, I would say I think two things can be true at the same time. I think John Harbaugh is a great football coach, and it got stale in Baltimore.
Yeah, there's some weirdness with him and Lamar.
Yeah.
You just feel it.
Yeah, weirdness with him and promotion of his OC and him and ownership and everything else like that. 18 years is a long time. Mike Shanahan was an all-time great coach in Denver. It had also gotten weird because that just does happen. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, let's hear from Jerry Jones. He talked at a press conference today with his brother Steven on one side and Shoddy on the other
side. That's his son, Steven, by the way.
Oh, I said brother. Mm-hmm. Yeah, son. He looks old.
He sure does. I don't know if he looks Jerry old, but
he's an old guy. Jerry Jones today talks about his goals and if he'll retire.
My goal in life is to retire as the owner that won the most Super Bowls.
Good luck.
That's my goal. To be retired in the NFL as the owner that won the most Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 3. How many more do I have to go as a single owner? Bob's got how many? 6? So I've got
work to do.
Got work to do. I got work to do, but at least I'm up to the second rung in the ladder. But my goal is to have retired and won the most Super Bowl as an owner.
Jerry, I'll follow up on that. Would you ever actually retire?
Well, I will go down. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say.
He's a 10-toe high guy.
I'm not going to say that at all. But listen, I don't want to dare the gods. Okay.
Yeah, well, you had better quit salting up the Egg McMuffin then, my friend. I know that. All right, dude. That's fine. I get it. I know why you want.
He wants 4 more? 4 more.
If he's going to beat Kraft.
If he's going to pass Bob, he's got to win 4 more.
Yeah.
Might be a ways away there, Jer. I don't know. I wouldn't hold your breath. At your age, I wouldn't hold your breath for too long, period. But I wouldn't. Hey, you know what, Andy? Though it's have goals in life.
Sure,
that's what you're learning right there from gajillionaire Jerry Jones. It's important to have goals in life. So
they're not even in the playoffs right now. Right?
No, they're not.
Yeah,
no,
okay.
They're do they look like they're going to be a playoff team next year?
No. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe let's see what the picks become. But no.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Sunday afternoon, Eagles host the Niners. So Vic Fangio's defense will go up against Kyle Shanahan's offense. Today, Kyle Shanahan was asked, how close has he been over the years to hiring Vic Fangio as the Niners DC? Here's Kyle.
You'd have to ask him. I mean, I've tried all the times that it's been an opportunity. He's always been with someone else when that's happened. I tried real hard in 17 when we first came here, and I tried like 2 other times on separate occasions. So Vic's a guy that I've always respected, gone against a number of times before I became a head coach. So that's why I respected him so much, and through the process, been able to become friends with him.
Hey, follow me on this for a second, okay? And yeah, Vic's, cut his teeth in San Francisco, and we know he's got his honey in the Bay.
Makes a trip there when he needs to.
Yeah, exactly.
Bring the sweatsuits.
I think that's the way that Vic views it, by the way, of like, this doesn't need to be a permanent thing, okay? Like, I parachute in and I parachute out.
She probably doesn't want it any more permanent than he does.
Exactly.
I'm going to stay here in this setting.
Fangio has a perfect setup.
He does.
He's not, he doesn't need.
He's known to be grumpy and cantankerous.
And he's experienced enough to know what works.
Sure. He rents. He doesn't buy.
So, are the Eagles the NFC Broncos? And I mean it in this way. Defensively, they're going to be awesome.
Yep.
And they're more than comfortable to win a rock fight football game with you the way that the Broncos are. But also, like, what are you going to get offensively out of those guys? You don't really know.
No, they could be awesome. They could run Saquon a million times, but they kind of don't.
Right.
And A.J. Brown's got to get his touches, or else we're going to see some sideline shenanigans. And Jalen Hurts doesn't even want to talk to his teammates sometimes. I mean, it's a weird deal.
Like, maybe the Eagles have a higher ceiling than Denver just because they've done it before.
I would say that
Saquon and A.J. and Devontae, like, they got stars. There's no doubt. And they've won the Super Bowl. Like, they've got all those things going for them. But, like, watch that team play, and it's like the chasm between what kind of performance you're going to get out of them offensively, you never really know. But they can win that weird, ugly, low-scoring football game, the kind of game that the Broncos win a lot of the time.
How angry would the nation be at a Philly-Denver Super Bowl?
The Fangio Bowl, though, we would have that.
It would be the Fangio Bowl.
Yes, we would have that storyline going for us. Next up, Spring.
High five. All right, and finally, and this could segue nicely into what you want to talk about with the Raiders, Nate, because so Matt Ryan is the favorite, apparently, to be the next GM of
team president
of his Atlanta Falcons, to run the show in Atlanta. There was a report by Tom Pelissero that Matt Ryan wanted or hoped to both run the Falcons and continue his on-air television role at CBS.
Oh, my gosh.
Tom Pelissero then reported that is not true, that he was wrong. Tom's report was wrong, that Matt would not want to do both. He'd want to focus on the Falcons.
I don't believe that report's not true. And here's why I say that. That kind of feels like that's like a trial balloon, right? That's a dip your toes in it and just like, hey, float this to Pelissero over here and see how Arthur Blank reacts. Okay? Let's see if I can pull 2 paychecks at once. Okay? And then it probably very quickly was made clear to him, no, dude. If you're going to be the team president, you have to actually be here. You can't pull a Tom Brady. And so quickly you squash the report then. But you did get to just dip your toe in the water. Just see. How cool is art? How cool does art feel like being about this whole thing? And I think the answer was not at all.
Yeah, not only that, I think CBS is seeing how it's going for Tom. And, no, we're not going to do that. Now, again, I guess, at least in Matt's position, his job isn't to go meet with people before he calls
easier.
a game.
Yeah.
But still, come on.
It's a hell of a lot easier. But also, it's the conflicts of interest that go into that are just insane. Even though I don't think the NFL cares about that stuff, quite frankly, anymore. It's like I always say, Andy, it's a TV show. Let's talk about the Raiders here for just a second. There's a great report today in ESPN.com, or this week in ESPN.com, the behind the scenes. This is one of my favorite things about any time a coach gets fired, because then everybody spills. Then everybody calls up the reporter and says, okay, here's the dirt. This is what really went down. I want to give you a couple of my favorite notes that I read in this Raider story. It's very long. Our friend Kalen Kaler actually was the one who wrote this for ESPN.com. First off, currently on Mark Davis's payroll, 3 general managers and 3 head coaches. 5 of those 6 men do not work there anymore, but are still getting paid. Which is
who's the one left? Spytek?
It's Spytek, yes.
Oh.
Yes, they fired McDaniels and Telesco. So they were still paying them. Yeah, Antonio Pierce, they're still paying.
Now Pete Carroll. Probably another GM in there.
Couple of other items here. First off, Tom Brady wanted Ben Johnson. That was his target last year when he went into the hiring cycle. Ben Johnson's agent did not call the Raiders back until Brady called him. And then that's when Ben was like, okay, I'm listening. And then he took the Bears job without ever actually meeting with the Raiders. So Ben Johnson never even really entertained being the Raiders coach in the slightest bit, even with the presence of Tom Brady. Remember that whole the whole dust up last year at the Starbucks at the owners meeting with the insiders?
Yep. Oh yeah, Schwartz and Rappaport.
And it was about who, because Matt Stafford was in Montana to meet with Tom Brady, and it was just they bumped into each other? No, Stafford was staying at Tom Brady's house. Brady wanted Stafford. In the end, the Rams kept him and paid him. It worked out pretty damn good for the Rams. And Tom Brady had to settle for Geno Smith. So with Pete Carroll and Geno Smith, he got his second choice on both of those. Also, reportedly, Brady did not want Sam Darnold with the Raiders. He just won 14 games with Seattle. It looked like a lot of dysfunction there. Some offensive line stuff. Did you realize the Raiders' O-line coach this year was Brennan Carroll?
No.
Brennan Carroll.
Son of Pete?
Son of one Pete Carroll.
That didn't work out.
Yeah, not really. According to reports, they moved a lot of guys out of their natural positions, and an agent of a Raiders offensive lineman said that his client told him the position group met multiple times on their own with Geno Smith and Ashton Genty, specifically to meet without the coaches so that they could get on the same page.
Wow. Yeah.
Yes. The agent saying it was that bad. They were meeting on their own, trying to figure it out together, which I have never heard of in my history of working in this league. The agent also said his client said that Brennan Carroll rushed players through individual drills of practice and did not teach them what they were trying to achieve in specific drills. So that was Pete Carroll's Nepo baby kid as the O-line coach with the Raiders, and he was so good at his job that the O-line and the skill position guys were meeting with each other to figure out what the hell they were doing.
Yeah, because that's it's not a shock.
Doesn't speak well for Chip Kelly either.
Well,
yeah.
Yes, nothing seemed to fit together last year.
No, it absolutely did not. Chip Kelly, by the way, was completely a Brady hire. Carroll never wanted him. They were throwing each other under the bus through the course of the season.
And also, Brady was never there. That was also revealed a little bit too, right?
Did you? Yeah, you only went to 3 games this year.
Well, you kind of had something else to do.
Got a gig. Max Crosby has made 5 Pro Bowls and played for 5 different head coaches.
That's insane.
John Gruden, Rich Bisaccia, Josh McDaniels, Antonio Pierce, and Pete Carroll. Apparently, this time around, the benching of Crosby, well, they put Crosby on IR at the end of this year. Remember that? A personnel executive for another club said he thinks this time that Max Crosby, who was a pretty principled dude, is done in Vegas.
Yeah, I could see that. I don't think he cares who they hire.
Adding, it's hard to find guys like that to lead and just willing to put everything on the line and sacrifice everything. Once you find them, you've got to make sure you do everything to keep them around because you feed off of that. This last one could be the one that could make Max Crosby go to the Raiders and say, get me the hell out of here.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that.
It is crazy when you read this stuff, though, of like Tom Brady, greatest football player of all time, according to some, throwing his weight behind this organization and it not being enough. For all of these dudes in the NFL to be like, I don't think so, though. I can't get past the Raider thing. Because you guys just can everybody every single year.
There's no direction. And again, we've seen this in Denver where you're drafting. Again, you got a GM drafting for multiple coaches. It never works out. Hey, one quick note. It's been announced. Next year, your Colorado Avalanche will be playing the Utah Mammoth in the Winter Classic.
Nice.
And it looks like they're going to do it at Bryce Eccles Stadium, judging by that picture. That's still Utah, the name of Utah Stadium, right?
Bryce Eccles,
let me just throw that away. Just throw my phone wherever. But yeah, so they're going to do it. Do you like that?
All right.
You like an outdoor game versus a Miami game?
Avs and the Mams in front of the Wasatch Mountains. That'll be fun.
That'll be better than Miami, won't it?
I would think so. That will conclude the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nuggets and Celtics coming up next. Good night.
Tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The way this goes is the initial visit is $99. It does include the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, then your visit is free, so you have nothing to lose. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff.